All right, here we go. We're going live again. I should also mention these are going on YouTube. I had to restart the live. The last prompt, I had to remove it. It's a little bit too triggering because you don't want to get banned on TikTok. I mean, I don't really get banned. I don't really care. This is for the cause, anyways. But I had to. Ooh.
Dude,
Hello. How you doing?
I'm still alive.
Yeah, I had to change the live because no one else was joining, and the prompt was a little bit too, by their standards.
Extreme.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's extreme. I think it's pretty accurate. But have you seen the prompts? Did you see them?
Yeah, I was there.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Um, Let me try to make a new one. Take a picture of it. If I take a picture, it might be taken down. But let me see.
You in a hotel or something?
No, I'm in my room. I wish I was in a hotel.
Huh. Looks like a hotel room.
Oh, thank you. Looks like a tornado, honestly.
No, really.
I am going to a hotel pretty soon.
No
Um,
fun.
yeah, next month.
Nice. It is almost 12 o'clock. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. And
Yeah. All right. See ya. Have a good night. Um, Let me make a Google Doc and a new prompt. Okay, now I don't have internet on my computer. Okay, now I have internet. For a live prompt. Oopsie. Oh, prompt 3. I know I spelled prompt wrong, but I don't really care. Um, like I said, these are all going on YouTube. I should have mentioned that earlier. I should probably put that in the about me. So if you don't like that, now would be a good time to leave. Let me. Um,
Do you want to show a background or?
I'm making a new one right now.
Okay.
It might the live might end if I take a picture of it. I'm not sure, but I'm making it a new one.
Okay. All right. I didn't know what was going on. What's up, True?
I was gonna say I definitely agree with protect the voiceless with the prompt.
What do you mean?
I said I agree with the prompt.
Oh, the last one, the last video.
No, it says like I'm against the intentional killing of the unborn. I
Oh,
mean,
W. Nice, nice.
So true,
You can.
you're pro-life.
yeah. I mean, if it wasn't for pro-life people, I wouldn't be here right now, right?
Yeah, W. You
W.
can. You can stay on the panel. Appreciate you for joining. I had to take down the last live. The prompt. Last one. You don't want to get banned.
Understood.
So I'm making a new one.
Here, Hero, I think I have some you might like, so hold on. Take me a minute to find them. We got a couple people who are pro-choice in the comments, and I just invited two of them.
Terrible at spelling.
All right, so Jab, how old are you?
Me? I'm
Yes, how old are
32.
you? And is it Wayne? Juan, how old are you?
29.
Okay, and you both said you're pro-choice in the comments. So, True, do y'all want to take one?
I could take both of them if you want.
Yeah,
Well,
try to take one of them at a time.
yeah, we're trying to do one-on-ones. Angry, look, if you want to take one, go ahead. I'll mute and find these prompts.
Hey, what makes you pro-choice?
Me?
Yeah.
Or
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. I guess I'll go first. So I am pro-choice, but I'm against the act of AB. So I'm only pro-choice because I believe people should make their own choices and then have to deal with the consequences, because that's the only way that you learn. I do understand that people make decisions and choices that they never learn from. I get that as well, but at the end of the day, when you make a mistake, you should learn from that mistake and then try to make a difference in your life. And so
Hey,
that's why I am pro-choice.
hey, let me give you some bad choices in your life.
Wait. Hold on. You weren't introduced. What's
Yeah,
your
my
age?
name,
What's your age? And
I'm
what's your
33 and my name's Trayvon.
Yeah, what's your stance?
I'm 6'5".
No, what's your stance?
My stance on what?
Well, I mean, there is no prompt right now. I'm trying to.
I think it's pro-life, pro-choice. Where do you stand?
Pro-life, I don't know, man. Maybe they should
Are you
decide that for themselves, you know?
Are you like agnostic between the issue, or you don't really have an opinion?
I mean, my Jesus is different than your Jesus.
Right, but so you're undecided. Is that what you mean?
I mean, do you believe in white Jesus or black Jesus?
I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter his skin color. It's not really important. But are you
Well, you heard me, man. I said let the females figure that shit for themselves.
okay? So you're pro-choice.
So they, if they want to, take that shit for themselves out, they would. They will fall down the stairs on purpose.
Right. Well, I'll get back to you. I want to get back to Juan's Wan's stance.
So you just gonna shut me down as the only brother in the panel?
Well, no, because you
I'm a
kind of
brother.
jumped in the middle
I'm
of a
a brother
conversation.
too, and I
You
don't
kind
know.
of jumped in. You kind of
Nah,
jumped.
man, you got too many filters. You trying to
No,
hide your color.
No, you jumped in the middle of a conversation.
I didn't
I'll
know
get
that.
back to you in a second. Oh, so when?
Yeah, Trey, so he's trying to do 1v1s, and basically what you're doing is they were in the middle of a conversation and you jumped in when they were talking
I'm
Um,
here to stand up for Trayvon. I'm leaving in 2 seconds, but go Trayvon. That's my man. Let the women choose. Stand up. Go
Hey,
Okay,
Black
okay,
Jesus.
that's
That's
okay,
it.
my bitch.
okay. Here's what's gonna happen. You guys are about to get dropped if you two cannot just stay muted, like the host asked, and they're trying to do a 1v1.
I was quiet before she came up.
Okay, just
You weren't.
stay,
Wait,
Trayvon, just stay muted.
all right. So wait, Juan. Wait, you said you were like pro-choice but against abortions. Like what do you mean? Are you like? Can you elaborate?
Yep. So, like I was saying, I kind of already said why I'm pro-choice as far as like consequences for folks making their choices. I'm against the act of AB because I do not believe in taking away a voice from something that you can't even begin to fathom if there's a voice there or not. Like there's so much data that folks bring out when we talk about fetus, but no one has ever remembered being a fetus, even though we all came from a fetus. So for
Baby.
yeah, exactly. It's a
Unmuting.
it's a life at the end of the day, and just because it doesn't quantify what life we live now, I don't agree for the active AP.
All right.
No
Wait,
matter what the circumstances, unfortunately.
I
Juan,
think I think I get what she means because
I think
pro-choice
she's
means
hold.
yeah, she's pro-life. It seems, but like pro-choice means anything. Because like I'm pro like not having abortion. If you mean pro-choice, but like not having abortion, then okay. But
Well, I'm confused because it sounds more like her stance is like an evictionism stance.
no,
Okay,
she seems pretty
okay, I
pro-life.
got one for you. What if there was life abortion and you can abort your kid at 2 to 3 years old if you don't like him?
We're just gonna move on. We're just gonna move on to
Would
him.
you do that? Would that be
No,
okay?
All
no,
right,
we're
all
not
right.
okay with that.
I kicked him because holy crap.
He can join back up. He can join back up, but I was gonna move on. But
Yeah, it just sounds more like she's holding an evictionism stance. I think that's what it sounds
no,
like.
no, I think she's against. She says she's against the act. So I mean,
I am, and
yeah.
I'd only start with saying pro-choice if I had to choose, because it's pro-choice by literal definition. I don't like to put myself in a category or a box of a certain movement because they're all flaws. So I say pro-choice from the literal definition that I am supportive of people's choices because at the end of the day, they have to deal with those consequences.
Wait, what's a flaw in saving a human life, though?
What was that?
What's a flaw in saving human life? What's a flaw in that?
I still can't hear you.
I said, what's a flaw in saving human life?
There is no flaw in saving a human life. There's flaw in judgment of the movement on that side. So if we talk about the literal definition of pro-life, I could say that I'm pro-life as well because I'm pro-life, I'm pro-living, I'm pro-learning, I'm pro-availability opportunities.
I think what's being misconstrued here is the definitions of pro-life and pro-choice. So if you look up the definition of pro-life, it just means anti-abortion and euthanasia, right? And then pro-choice's definition just means pro-legalization of abortion. That's
I
it.
feel you. I feel you. That is what it says now, but we all
No,
know
that's what
what
it's
pro
always
means
been.
and we
That's
know
what.
what choice means. I'm going by the literal definition of the
Yeah,
word.
what you're trying to do is you're trying to separate the words. That's what you're
Yes,
trying to do.
and
And
it
you
should be
can't do that.
separated in order to
Wait,
mean what it actually
Wait,
means.
wait, wait,
But
wait.
you
One
can't
question.
separate pro-choice. You can't separate the words. Pro-choice and pro-life, you can't separate them. Because first off, when we're having this conversation, we're only specifically talking about abortion. This is a normative conversation, meaning we're talking about morals and ethics. So if we're going to have this conversation, we need to understand the definition that we're using here of pro-life and pro-choice under the definition of abortion. Because that's what it's always been. It's always been pro-life is anti-abortion, pro-choice is pro-legalization. When you separate the words, that goes into a whole different conversation.
And that's where I am.
But we're
That's
talking
the
about
whole
so
different conversation is the part that
we're
I'm in.
talking about but we're talking about strictly abortion currently.
I
That's
am
what we're
very.
talking about.
This is why I think she's saying she's anti-abortion because I'm also for all choices besides unaliving a fetus in the womb, right? Or an embryo in the womb. You can do anything else but unalive another human being.
Oh, I think Is that what you mean?
No, that's not what I mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think what she's saying is she is against abortion in the sense of she sees it as wrong. However, if the woman chooses to do this abortion, she can, because she has to live with the consequences of this choice that she's made.
That is correct.
What are the
So
consequences?
she's
But
for,
what about what about the child though?
and that's what but hold on, that besides the child issue, but what I'm trying to get her to understand is what she's saying is she's separating the words pro-choice and pro-life instead of them being together and meaning like, so she's saying like pro-life means all lives, no matter whether they're animal, human, plant, doesn't matter, all life. What that's not what we're having that's a whole separate conversation. This conversation, when we're talking about pro-life and pro-choice, we're specifically talking about the anti and legalization of abortion. The definitions of those two, of pro-life and pro-choice, the work together.
You were there until you brought the animals in, but yes.
Well, no, that was just an example.
Well,
the animals was just an
hold
example.
on. Who's just talking? I mean, if you believe it's immoral, why should this choice be allowed? That's really the question.
Right.
Because I can't choose. If I were to choose everyone's thoughts and their actions, then there would be no reason for people to live and learn from their mistakes.
Well, but again, why? That doesn't answer the question if abortion is morally and ethically okay to do. Why should they morally and ethically be allowed to do this?
Nobody should be able to do anything at that
question
point.
that he asked you, the question that he asked you is because you have stated that it's immoral.
I never
It's an
said
immoral-
anything of the. I didn't say that, but go ahead.
So she's pro-choice. She
Yeah,
agrees
for
with
choice.
like the unaliving of babies.
See, no,
So you don't-
that's the thing. See, you guys are not hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth, and I think that the issue is that you're trying to place me what makes sense to you, and that's okay.
No,
But
we
I
agree.
cannot allow you to put words in my mouth because that's not what I said.
No, we're not
Yes.
putting
I'm
words in your
wondering,
mouth.
okay,
The
but
point is-
do you think that abortion is moral?
No,
So, just like I said, you think it's immoral.
but I can't choose that for someone.
But okay, so
Okay,
here, let me ask you this.
I think a lot of things, but I can't choose someone to think the way that I think.
Well,
It's,
hold
okay,
on, hold on.
but here the question is right. So Wayne, this is what we're asking when we're having this conversation. We're asking, should abortion be legal for women to choose as a moral and ethical thing to do, to harm another human being? We would say the same thing, like if we can use this principle and say, well, if somebody chooses to grape somebody, I can't tell them that they can't make that choice, but they just have to live with the consequences from that choice. Do you see how your principle, when applied to other things, makes zero sense? Because all of
It makes the exact same. I don't agree with these choices that other people are making. That's the part you're missing.
no,
I do not agree with anybody making the wrong choice that I see. For example, graping someone, aborting, being a child, unaliving someone. I don't agree with those. I don't agree. I am saying that I can't control someone else's choices at that point. People are going to do what they're going to do.
Wayne,
They have
we
to
do
learn
this
from their
every
own
day.
consequences.
Wayne, we do this every day, right? So even with these choices, right, you're correct. The consequences, right, are there. However, we do make laws on people deciding and making these choices, right?
That
So
is
we have
correct.
laws on the books. Hold on, we have laws on the books that make graping someone illegal, right? And if somebody, so far, I mean, it's a deterrent. However, people do still choose to do this, and they have to live with those consequences. This still doesn't mean that this is a moral and ethical thing to do.
I
right?
completely agree. The reason I come from this way is because, just like you said, as far as things being illegal, there is also technicalities where other things are illegal for certain people. So the reason I come from this place is because the legal system that you're talking about, that you're bringing up, that we all know to be there, is not consistent. Therefore, I have to say that I can't agree with people's decisions, but they should have they have their choices and they have to deal with the consequences. I hope that makes
Again,
sense.
but that's not the that's not. So first off, it sounds more like you're not really wanting to understand or engage, because what we're asking for is, why should women be allowed to choose this choice? Whether there's consequences or not, that has no bearing on the moral and ethical question: is abortion morally and ethically okay for women to choose to do? That's what we're asking.
I can't decide that, is what I'm saying.
You can decide that.
I cannot.
You can, Wayne. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. You can decide that, because just like grape laws, right? You've decided that grape is immoral on these laws. You voted for grape to be illegal. So now you're saying, no, this choice that you are making should not be morally and ethically okay to do, even if somebody chooses and they have this consequence. That has no bearing. That's
So
what we're
whether
trying
it
to
is
say.
legal or not is what I'm trying to get to. Do people still do these things?
Correct. But that still doesn't answer the question: is it morally and ethically
It's not. I've already
okay?
answered that. I said it's not morally okay.
So
in
then
my
why
eyes.
should this be a woman's choice? If it's not morally okay, why should this be a woman's choice to do?
Because there's a choice for everyone to have to deal with on their own. That's what I'm saying.
Again,
I
that
know it
doesn't
feels
make
like we're
any
going in
sense.
circles, but it's not.
That doesn't make any sense, because you would have to say the same thing with grape laws. You would have to say, we need to get rid of the grape laws, and if they choose this, then we can make a consequence for them.
I think
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
In all honesty, get rid of all laws, and whatever you choose to do with your body is what
If
you
all
choose.
laws were consistent, then you would be.
The
I would
laws
be
are
on your side.
consistent.
I would be on your side 100%. But you know that they are not.
Yes, they are.
I think one is saying this, like, yes, if somebody chooses to go outside and rape somebody or unalive somebody, like, there should be nothing to stop them. Like, there shouldn't be police or none of that, because, like, people choose what they want to anyways, and they just have to
One,
live it in their mind. That makes
can I ask her? Can I ask her where is she going with this? The thing that is not consistent.
As far as the laws,
Yeah.
I'm not really going anywhere in specific. All I'm saying is that I don't agree. So we're all on the same page. I think AB is not moral. I don't think it's right. I just kind of want to leave it there too. I'm saying that regardless if you and I say that it is not right, that does not change that people are going to make their choices and they're going to have to deal with those consequences. That does not mean that people should make bad choices. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the reality of the situation is people are going to make their choices and they're going to have to deal with the consequences, law or not.
What should the consequence be?
Wait, hold on. I have one quick clarifying question. Should there be how to word it? Let me see. Go ahead, Ivana. Ask her a question. I'm going to think of how to word this question for her.
Well, I was just going to ask her, what should the consequence be for committing this act of abortion that you find immoral? Should there be a consequence for it?
I may lose some people here, but I think that the consequence comes at the end of life.
What do you mean?
Okay, I get that.
Wait, at
Wait.
the end of life? Like,
Yeah, that would be death. So the consequence should be at the end of when they pass away.
Oh, so it's gonna be.
There's a consequence at the end of there's a judgment that none of us can judge anybody.
This is a religious argument.
Well, no, okay, see, it's different because I'm not religious. I believe in
Neither
God.
am I.
But I'm not religious because religion has been pushed on people, just as what we're talking about. Religion has been pushed on people to say what I decide is right for you.
That's not even true. So stop with the misinformation, because
That
nobody's
is
pushing.
true.
No, nobody is pushing religion on anybody. Okay, nobody. First off. Second off, I'm not even religious. What Ivana is asking you is, should there be a consequence prior to the woman passing away? Should there be like jail, something like that? That's what she's asking you, not about anything that's religious. Nobody cares about the religion.
Yeah, I don't care about religion.
So
Guys,
if you can answer that question
I mean, I
directly.
do, and I get you, Juan, but like we talking about like in the physical while you're alive. Like for example, if somebody goes out and they unalive somebody else, right? And it's not
Okay,
justified.
true.
They get
True,
punished.
it's really hard to hear you. It sounds like you're really
then-
muffled.
Okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Also, whether or not would we put harsher punishments on these doctors who are performing these things that are illegal if they become illegal, right? Are we going to have consequences for them?
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about that. Let's have an open discussion about the consequences, because that's what you guys are asking me. Even though I know that, even if I
Well,
were to
because
vote on that,
you're the one who brought up consequences, not anybody else.
I said because of the choice that you make, you have to deal with consequences. You guys are bringing up who's supposed to decide those consequences. Am I wrong?
Well, because in a system that we live in, right, there's going to be an enforcement arm that is going to be the one who decides what we can and cannot do.
Well, not only that, but the issue is here, right? We can't even have the pragmatic conversation first without getting the normative conversation out of the way. So if we're going to talk like pragmatics, we need to understand where her morals and ethics are coming down to. That's
Yes,
the problem.
but she keeps telling us though that this is morally wrong. Well, where this doesn't make any sense is because you're still allowing it to happen.
Correct. And that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, Juan,
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can you guys hear me better now? I was gonna say
yes, we can, true.
okay, I was gonna say the one. So like for example, if a random person goes outside and they're like, you know what, I wanna grape somebody and unalive somebody today, right? They go and they do it. It's a choice. They made the choice and they did it, right? They followed through. So now there's consequences like physical. We're not talking about the spiritual yet. It's always gonna happen to everybody, but we're talking about the physical. Now that person that did that, they're gonna get caught up and they're gonna get put in the process. You know what I mean? And then face the consequences in their lifetime. Do you think that should happen for people that destroy children in the womb too? That's what we're asking.
Why did Jabroni drop down?
I don't know. Jabroni, come back up.
I do. I do to an extent, just like any circumstance where you have to look at the facts, right?
To
So,
what
like,
extent, ma'am? This is what we're
sorry,
trying to get at.
I just wanted to answer True real quick. So, if like it was out of straight malicious intent, right? That there was an unalivement, yes. Just like there are some in the AB, malicious intent, selfish intent, yes. If there are other situations where someone in self-defense unalive someone, we would look at that differently. I do believe in looking at that differently. But that is something that I can be with you all day, and we can make the laws and think that we make the laws, but that doesn't change the inconsistencies of the bigger.
Please
bigger
tell me
thing.
what inconsistencies you are speaking about.
Thank
Please.
you, Ivana,
There
'cause
are people who grape people every day and still walk these damn streets.
No.
Hold on.
One at a time. Order.
Yes. I want to take that one. Yeah, we agree.
Since I got in here.
Okay, hold on, Miss T, 1 second. I agree that, yeah, our justice system sucks at times. All of us will agree to this. We understand that. However, again, this has nothing to do with why you think abortion should be legal, right?
I never said it should be legal,
Okay, then
That's what it sounds like.
but I didn't say
You just said you're pro-choice. You
No,
are
no.
contradicting.
She's pro-choice, but she's not pro-abortion. I think she.
Okay, but she is contradicting herself over and over and over again.
I don't think that I did, but
I guess it's from our perspective. She
Regardless of
sounds like
what
this.
he said.
Well, either way, I think we should move to Miss T.
Whatever they want.
hold on, Miss T, 1 second. Host is speaking.
I think we should move to Miss T. We can get back to Juan later, but
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah. So Miss T, what is your age? What is your stance?
I'm 25. My stance, I also think it's unethical, but I grew up in foster care, so I
Hey,
think
Miss T, you're muffled.
Yeah, your audio.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Also, I don't know, host. Do you accept anecdotals here?
No. The
No.
reason why I put this prompt is because a lot of pro-choicers always conflate the two systems. That's the reason why.
Okay, well, she was just about to bring the foster care system into this.
Yes. So, Miss T, just to clarify, he doesn't allow anecdotal stories on this, so no personal stories. So you saying I was in foster care, I grew up in it. We don't want to know about your personal life.
For another thing, I forgot to mention. This is being on YouTube. I completely forgot to mention that.
Protect, you don't have to tell people that.
Oh, but from now on, everybody knows. So if you don't want to be on YouTube, now would be a good time to leave.
Copy.
Yeah, I don't care. But yeah, Miss T, so we don't want to know about your personal story, whether you grew up in foster care or didn't grow up in foster care. We all have stories to tell, right? So if you want to do it in like a hypothetical way, go right for it. However, just don't give us your personal life story, okay?
Yeah, we don't want it to be on public display. We don't want your to be on public display.
I will say we will dismember your foster care story like very, very quickly, and nobody wants to make you feel bad.
Yeah. So
How would it make me feel bad?
Miss T, it's really hard
it
to
doesn't
do.
really matter. I think that it's immoral. It's growing. It's alive inside of you.
Right. Oh, I mean, if that's really the point, I mean, we agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say, like, Miss T, do you think that it should be legal though?
I mean, DRUG get more years in prison than people who are APE people.
That's not. But that's not my question. I'm asking you: do you think abortion should be legal?
Should be legal. It shouldn't be legal. In a lot of states, it's not.
Okay, so then you're just pro-life.
All right.
Right
Oh,
on.
this is Mermaid. Hello, Mermaid. Right?
Hi.
What's up, Alex?
I think that is Mermaid. I'm not sure, but
Which one?
Alex.
Oh.
No,
No,
that's Alex. Alex is not mermaid.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
Alex.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Well, thank you for joining the panel. We're gonna move on to Day. Day, what is your age and what is your stance?
Sure, I'm 28, and I actually came on because I saw like the prompt change. So, I do identify as pro-choice. I think it should be legal in case there's medical situations, etc. And I think that that's kind of a conversation between the couple, the woman, and their doctor.
Okay, Day, can you give us one medical condition that requires for an abortion?
Just one.
Yeah, if the mother's life is at risk, I feel like
That's not a medical condition. I'm asking for an actual medical condition that requires an abortion.
yeah, I think that there are always risks. So I feel like, for
That's not my
example,
question, Day. Day, listen to my question. Can you give us one medical condition that requires the woman to have an abortion?
I don't think there's a requirement. I think that's up to
There isn't
like
a medical Day. There's no medical condition that would require an abortion, right? So most of the time when women find out like these genetic things, it's after 20 weeks, right? So this is a late term abortion. These can take up to 3 days. Why would you unalive the child and have it done for 3 days, this child that's dying inside of you, versus doing a 45-minute to an hour and a half procedure, a C-section, to remove this child?
In such an emergency.
I think in also late term that there can also be stillbirths, etc. So I just feel
That's
like
not stillbirth isn't an abortion.
yeah, but where's the line in legality?
line-
All of a sudden, women
The
would be
line
accused.
The line
is
Hold on, one at
when
a
it
time,
comes-
one at a time, one at a time.
Okay,
one
but
at a
the
time.
line comes when it's a natural death.
Yeah, Cass, her argument was she thinks it should be legal because there are medical reasons for an abortion. That was her stance.
And that's also, I'm totally pro-choice in general. That's one clause, but
Okay,
also
so then if you're not okay with banning the 98%, then let's discuss the 98% before we use the minority. We're not going to stand on those minority backs to justify the 98. So can you give us one justification for the 98% of abortions?
it's the woman's choice. I really feel like that's her prerogative and her body. We asked if we were pro-choice or pro-life, and then you're saying, "Oh God, sorry, I came on if you didn't want to
hold
hear."
on, Day,
One at a
stop.
time, guys. One at a time.
So are you going with bodily autonomy?
Bodily autonomy, I think that's like the buzzword that people use. I'm with Vermont, I'm with Washington, D.C., I'm with the other states.
I don't
who-
care about the states, Day. I'm asking you, is your argument bodily autonomy?
I think you're getting really aggressive. Is this bodily autonomy? Is this like medical? Like it can be multiple
Wait,
reasons.
Dave,
Like just
Dave, you're kind of dodging my question, and I'm not being aggressive. I'm asking a very direct question, okay? I'm asking you, is your argument going to be bodily autonomy? This isn't a buzzword. Yeah, I figured.
All right, Smiling. All she was saying there is that she agrees with states that approve it for all 9 months. That's all she said.
I know, and
Once
I was trying to figure out if it was bodily autonomy that she was trying to argue. She made no sense.
Well, I think she was trying to sleaze her way to justify all of them because of medical reasons. I knew she didn't really have an argument.
And Cass, I saw that buzzword for bodily autonomy. I want to know where she thought that was a buzzword.
I understand these people are very sorry for them.
it's a word that
Well, we
pro-choice
saw
is
Mr.
like
Valentine
love.
before. I've seen Mr. Valentine.
I'm gonna let somebody else. I wanted to try to get one debate in, but these people are just like, oh. But go ahead, guys.
Mr. Valentine, what's up? What's going on?
Not a whole lot. What about you guys?
You can't see it, but guess who was in the queue, or guess who is in the queue?
Oh, yeah. I
Oh
mean,
God,
Oh
Scrimba.
no. The one who wants to put bodies, little baby bodies in blenders.
So the previous live I came across is not the only one where Scrimba has done that.
Yeah, that video was insane.
Oh man.
yeah.
So I don't know what you want to do with him, Protect, but I will let you decide that one.
I wanted to know something because I'm about to get off a little bit soon. I mean, this is a question like for the people that's like pro-choice, isn't it like just because they wanna? I think they call it like the freedom to just when they say like freedom to choose, isn't it like more about like their sexual preference or whatever?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
would just want self gratification.
it has nothing to do with actual life. They don't actually. I think like they don't care about life. They just want to please themselves, and they view the child as like a consequence or like a burden. Those people are true animals. They're evil. I think they're wicked too.
We agree. We agree.
We agree.
It's not gonna be much of a debate because I'm also pro-life for the vast majority of it. I've kind of been on the fence in the past, but as far as the medical thing goes, again, like I feel like unless we're medical professionals, we can't really say there's absolutely 100 billion% chance. There's no possible scenario.
Hold on.
And
Give us an emergency situation, please, where they would decide
Right.
to do a 3 to 5 day procedure.
I'm just saying, surely there might be some kind of case, maybe some kind of car accident or
You can just name
something
one.
where to
Can you
save the
name
mother's
one?
life. They have to. I'm not a doctor, and you aren't
Right.
either. That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
that doesn't matter. Can you name one? Just an example.
Because I can't name one that automatically doesn't exist.
Yeah, pretty much. It actually doesn't.
It's a logical
There's
fallacy.
actually there's no medical reason to get an abortion. Imagine that.
You're telling me there's absolutely zero case.
Yeah,
That's
no, there's
kind of an
not.
No,
accident
to unalive
No,
something.
baby first.
yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, there's not.
I have a
Surprise,
question.
surprise.
I have a
Imagine
question.
that. Imagine that you don't actually have to be a doctor to understand that.
Wait, I have a
Crazy,
question.
right?
You're simply stating it without any kind of information on your own part either.
Wait, I have a
What do you
question.
mean?
Because you
Why
don't
don't you wait,
know of it, it
wait, I'd
doesn't
like to know
exist.
more. Wait, what do you mean?
It's like saying, okay, because I have
I asked you to
no.
give me a case. So unless you want to give me a case, then we don't need.
Okay, do you believe in God?
Why are we bringing religion into this shit?
Can you give me evidence that He exists?
Wait,
No.
religion has nothing to do on this
It's the
conversation.
exact same logic.
Really? Is it
No,
though?
it's not because there are actually like medical documentations of things happening.
Oh, he
You're
hasn't cracked
stating
the
that
book in God
because
knows how
there's
long.
no exact procedure that it is listed as like, hey, in this
I
exact
want you
scenario,
to I want you to
an
point me to
abortion
a
is
case.
required.
I want you to point me to a case where this actually happens in a hospital where they they come out to the husband and they're like, oh my gosh, you have to choose between the baby and its mother right now. Right now. It's never going to happen.
You act like that's
Because
never happened.
it's not going to happen that way.
Yeah, no, sorry, my guy. It
It's like, so basically,
doesn't
that's what
happen.
I was trying to say earlier to the last lady, right? Why would you choose something that can take up to 3 days versus a procedure that is 45 minutes to an hour and a half when the woman's life is in danger?
You would treat it as an emergency.
Yeah, if her life is in danger, you would do an emergency C-section. You wouldn't wait 3 or 4 days for this child to die and then remove the child, because that puts the mom at risk.
Okay, if the baby is not viable at the time of the
Okay.
C-section, what would you
Doesn't
call
matter.
that?
Doesn't
There's
matter.
ways around
That's
that.
very sad.
That
That's
would
very
be
sad.
that would be an abortion, would it not?
You know what's
not
crazy?
viable.
No, it would not
Wait.
be.
It's crazy that you won't stop because people are trying to explain this to you. Why don't you relax, take a deep breath, and then later tonight when you go to bed, you can crack open a book. But that's neither here nor there.
It would not be considered an abortion. It would be considered like the natural ending of this life. And it was a self-defense principle that made us make this decision. But there would be a team of doctors with baby and a team of doctors with mother that whole time.
And even if the child is prior to viability, they're not unaliving the child first and then removing them. They're removing the child alive. And yes, this is absolutely sad, Valentine. Absolutely very sad. However, the child will go on to palliative care, surrounded by love, with parents who love them, and they pass away naturally.
To me, that's still an abortion.
That would
That's
not be an
not.
abortion.
It is not. If you
Just
are
as
removing
bad.
hello,
Wait.
no. It's not. If you are not intentionally unaliving the child within utero and doing it with intent.
Yeah, the intention. So here's the thing. So when we're talking about abortion, the intention has to be there, and the child still has to be in utero, right? Before they die, right? They have to be in utero. They unalive the child while they're in utero, and then the child is removed. That would
I
be
feel
the
like
abortion.
we just had our terms mixed up, and it seems like we agree then, because you're not.
No. You're saying
You're using it as C-section is your terminology.
Oh
no. A
my
C-section
god.
would not be an abortion. Valentine, a C-section would not be an abortion. You are delivering the child alive, you're not unaliving the child and then removing them. You are delivering the child alive. A C-section is not even coded as an abortion, nor is it even considered an abortion.
But if it's
You are trying-
before the
hold on,
child can survive
Valentine,
outside,
hold on. You are trying to use abortion as a generic term. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to encompass early induction and C-sections and having a live birth and then them passing away naturally after they've been born as an abortion. These are not an abortion whatsoever. The direct intentional unaliving of this child first and then the child being removed in utero would be an abortion
And that can take 3 to 5 days.
if it's late term.
Well,
The problem.
even in the chemical abortions, I'm
Yeah.
sure it can take up to 5 days.
Yeah.
Right. So here's the problem. I know you say you're mostly against most abortions, right? So you're using a dictionary definition of abortion, and this is what really gets me upset. So a lot of pro-choicers, not saying you specifically, but a lot of pro-choicers use a dictionary definition of abortion, right? Which is the termination of a pregnancy, right? So if you're going to use a dictionary definition of abortion, then you better use a dictionary definition of person as well. I do not like when people pick and choose definitions that fit their narrative. I'm not saying you do this specifically, but I know a lot of pro-choicers do that. So if you're going to use a dictionary definition for abortion, then you better use it for person and some other words as well.
Yeah, but what I want to make very clear, Mister, when we're having this conversation, Alex and Ivana are trying to tell you, right, that the intent that this woman walked in, right, she intentionally knew that when she was going to walk into this abortion clinic, that she was going to unalive her child prior to the child coming out of her womb, right? Prior to being delivered. That intention, and then the unaliving first, and then the child coming out, that's the abortion. When she goes in to have a C-section, they're not purposely, intentionally trying to unalive the child. They're trying to just remove the child alive. That would not be an abortion. That's what I'm trying to clarify. Sorry, y'all, but
Correct. And also,
Mr.
when he
Valentine
talks
will
about
probably.
viability, he's really talking about survivability outside the womb. Because a fetus is viable if left alone in the environment that it's intended to be in.
Okay, but if it's too early for that, then is that not? How is that not?
Yeah, no, Ivana already told you that. So, yeah, so in that kind of scenario, you're going to have a team for the mother, a team for the child with in utero, and when they do the emergency C-section, if it is before the time of viability, and if the child will not make it, they will give it
I would say
palliative care.
survivability, but yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, this is a breath of fresh air. Seeing women defending children is amazing. Not gonna lie. Damn.
Don't worry.
Can I get big box for like 3 seconds?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Text can only big box you. I can only make it certain. Yeah, true. I'm going to be straight up honest. If you actually look at the makeup of the pro-life community, it's actually a majority of women who, and a lot of them have had abortions and were pro-choice when they had the abortion. And when they had the abortion, it flipped them to be pro-life because of the trauma that the abortion caused.
This is why us as a community need to, and I've seen it quite a bit, we need to stop shaming women who have had abortions if they are willing to open their eyes.
I mean, this is where the confusion is for me, right? Because I have a son. He's 3 years old.
Go ahead, Scrimba.
I was there throughout his whole life.
And me.
I was
What's
there throughout
poppin'?
his whole. Go ahead. What's up?
No, ignore him. He's stupid.
Okay, I saw his whole existence, like from the moment he got conceived. We went to get the checkup. I saw his heartbeat, everything. Like, it started very at a very early time, I think 6-7 weeks.
Yes.
When these people are making ways to justify, I don't get it. How you justifying unaliving a child?
Because it's about control.
How is any of this about control?
What is that to control?
That's their standpoint. That's where they're coming from.
No,
People who are pro-choice. It's about control of their body and control.
No, wait, I'm
Hold
sorry.
on.
I thought, so wait, True, isn't it, so True, this is just a question for you, right? Usually when you hear someone say, oh, my body, my choice, usually wouldn't that be control over their own body, correct?
That's what I'd say, right? Right before you have the schmecks, that's when you say my body, my choice. That's what I'd say.
Yes.
Yep, so that would be a choice over your own body, right, Valentine?
Yeah.
Correct.
So Valentine, so if you have control over your own body and you decide to take an adult action and roll around in the sheets with somebody else, you want to have all that fun time, right? And that sounds all great in the moment until you find out she's pregnant. And then she's like, yeah, hell no, I don't think so.
The fact of the matter is that people are so remedial that they think that the only way to get pleasure is to actually have the P in the V smack.
Yeah, that's a little, and that's a little sad.
Well, it's not just that. It was not. It
Hold
was
on,
not just
but
that.
that's absolutely the only way that you can create a child, correct?
That's what they think.
No, that is the only way that you can create a
There's
child.
plenty of ways you can get yourself off, but hey, just saying.
No, but there's
that's
only
besides the point.
one of those pleasure ways that you create a child.
Naturally. Yeah.
So
All right.
avoid that. But yeah, naturally. But obviously, if you're doing IVF or whatever, you're intentionally trying to get pregnant. I would
Wait.
hope.
We have someone in the comments. Ashley, imagine caring about birth, not life. Okay, then request up.
You have to birth. Okay, Ashley, you have to birth a child the moment that you conceive. You're not avoiding birth.
Imagine thinking you're a sponge, Ashley. The fuck? Where do you think it goes?
Yeah, you're not
Yeah.
avoiding birth at
I
all.
have this
Yeah,
to
you
I
you
have this to
can't
say.
you can't avoid birth. So birth has to happen even in an abortion. You have to pass this child out of the womb. Birth's definition is literally
Oh my
just the
god.
expulsion of the child. That's it. So
It
I,
actually
abortion just
has to
makes
come out of you.
I have something to say to the pro-choice people. Like this is what I think, right? Since you guys think like having a child is a burden and all of that, well, I look at it this way. Right now, I do not want to go to jail or prison. So you know what I won't do? I won't I won't do something that will lead me there.
You
So
won't commit crimes.
if you
That's a
guys,
good idea.
yeah. So if you don't want to have a child, right? How about you just keep your meat in your pants and keep her clothes on and just don't go there. You know what I mean?
Even if you do, there's enough steps between that and getting pregnant that you have options to.
I'm also saying there's a
Wait,
lot of other
what?
ways to have fun without your clothes, okay?
Well, yeah, I think.
Which is true. Like,
I mean, I think we got Mr. Valentine's point.
You mean that he doesn't care about human life within utero? Got
See,
it.
this is what I love because there's all this animosity, and I'm a
It's not. It's
pro-lifer.
listen. Let me be. I'll just be honest, right?
I
It's not.
think you
It's
guys
not really.
misinterpreted where I was coming
Okay,
from.
or I'll just. I guess I'll just talk to the wall. That's fine too.
Well, you guys have been nothing but animosity towards me, and I'm a pro-lifer, and it's like
Okay,
you
so
completely misunderstood where I was
okay,
coming from.
I was gonna clarify, but sure. I'll just again talk to the wall.
Wait,
Or are you
I'm
just gonna? Are you gonna
confused.
talk over me again when I try to say something to you?
I'm
Wait,
confused too.
yeah, hold on, Alex. I'm confused. Mr. Valentine, you just said that you're pro-life. However, you're trying to say that a C-section and delivering the child alive and go on palliative care is an abortion. I'm confused.
Yeah.
I'm saying if it's guaranteed it's going to die, it's too early for it to be out of the womb. Is that not a scenario that happens?
I mean, yeah, it's a scenario that
Okay, so in
happens.
my book, that's abortion. If you know it's going to
Well,
die,
hold on. Then you're not pro-life because pro-life knows the distinction between an actual elective abortion versus a child being delivered alive and going on palliative care, whether they're prior to viability or not. So you're not pro-life because we would absolutely be. You would be able to
if I
tell.
disagree with abortion, I'm not pro-life. That's
But you're
You
doesn't
are
make sense.
no. You're not. No, your problem. The problem is you're not understanding the distinction. All pro-lifers know the distinction between the elective abortions and delivering a child alive and putting them on palliative care, no matter whether they're viable or not. They know that that's not an abortion.
Do I need to put up the definition again?
Yeah, no, he's sitting here telling us though that like, oh, because something crazy like medical happened to me, right? Like a weird medical anomaly.
Wait,
And
do I need to read this out loud
I had
again?
to have a C-section at 16 weeks, knowing that this baby is not going to survive. You want to know what I would rather do? I would rather have the C-section, have baby delivered, and I would rather hold it
Yeah.
in its arms and have it feel the warmth and love of its mother for the amount of time that it will be alive, which can be for a little while.
Yeah, the definition of abortion, like Alex has the CDC definition of abortion, it's going to exclude like C-sections, miscarriages, ectopic pregnancies, molar pregnancies, things like these, right? It's going to exclude those as being considered an abortion, first off. Second off, delivering this child alive and then going on palliative care is not going to be even coded as an abortion.
Nope.
So what we're talking about is the intentional unaliving of the child in the womb first, prior to them being delivered.
So it's the intentional. So let's just say I'm calling you, Samantha. Like, ring, 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 ring. You're the abortion clinic, okay? Answer the phone.
Hello?
Oh, hi. I'm 14 weeks pregnant, and I don't think I'm financially responsible enough to have this baby. Can I set up an appointment?
Sure, let's go ahead and set up an appointment.
Is this like a small skit or something?
Yeah, for next week, okay?
Yeah, that works. 2 o'clock work?
Cool. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. There you go. That would be the
That
intentional.
easy.
Yeah, that
It's
would
with
be the intentional.
intent.
Does that make sense, Valentine?
Yes.
Okay.
And I addressed earlier that I had my terminology mixed up, and you guys continued to have this animosity towards me and act like I was a pro-choicer.
Well, Valentine, I didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry. I was texting. So I wasn't paying attention. But
I honestly
So I
didn't hear
apologize. I
either,
had
and I
my
was here the whole time.
terminology mixed up.
Wait, this whole time you guys were ragging on a pro-lifer?
I mean, I don't really.
Yes. Now you know how I feel sitting back here and just getting bombarded.
I mean, I don't really.
No, but how? I still want to know how you are considering yourself a pro-lifer when you're saying that.
Well, according to you, it's not an abortion, so I'm not for abortion. Then I'm for it. If an emergency C-section is needed to be done in order to save the mother's life, that's not an abortion, according to you.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
It's not. It's not. So you would be totally against like the 3-day process of late-term abortion to kill it inside
I'm not for abortion, and the way that I see it, there's enough steps between you having sex and the fetus forming and all that happening. You have Plan B, you have IUDs, you have condoms, you have everything in between to stop you from having a baby. After that point, it's on you.
there you go. Okay, so John, how old are you?
That was
Hello?
cute. He just made a fart noise.
John, how old are you?
Clearly old enough to make a fart noise.
So 8? I don't know.
Yeah, 8.
All right.
Hello?
I'm gonna drop him.
I mean, you guys can handle Scrimba.
No, I don't even talk with Scrimba anymore.
That's like immediate
How
brain rot.
crazy is this guy? Because the last
No, he is
live I
brain.
thought it
He
was
is
talking
brain
about
rot.
him.
He is immediate brain rot.
I mean, you can go ahead and have a conversation with me. I'm
Like
cordial.
Valentine.
I don't know, man. I don't think I want to.
Yeah, Valentine, let's put it this way. He thinks we should put babies in blenders.
Oh my god.
That's how we would solve world hunger.
That's what he said.
Do you have enough
You don't
tortillas?
understand
Well, you see, my prompt. It's correct. He believes in cannibalism. So I mean,
Yep.
Yes, so I mean, I'm pretty sure you have a justification for why women's rights should be restricted, right?
I mean, you're assuming it's a right, but okay.
That's not a right.
Rights are.
Yeah, that would be a privilege.
No, but also abortion has never been a
privilege.
right.
Yep, it's a privilege.
Yeah, how
Where
are
do
you
you see
defining
it?
right?
Wait,
It's
I'm
never
sorry.
been
No,
I mean,
I'm
Bryce has got
asking
this.
you
If
how.
Bryce wants to take this, and he can join.
Sure.
Oh yeah, sure, that's fine. Sure. Wait, I was just gonna ask him what how he would, say it's in fact a right because.
Okay, how
just take
long
right.
though?
That's
How
all.
long was Roe v. Wade in place, right, as a judgment, and nobody did anything with it? It was never put into place as law.
Okay. Are you asking me that
Okay, so
question?
it's not a right.
Wait, that doesn't. Okay, that's not what determines what a right is.
It's not a right to take somebody else's life.
Well, I don't get how you can go around it being a right, though.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask him.
On this, I mean, I can answer if I can get a word out. I just take rights to be moral or legal entitlements.
That can be taken away.
What?
They can be given or taken away.
I don't use rights in a binary. I don't use rights that way. I don't think that rights can be taken away. Certain rights can supersede other rights.
Well, luckily, abortion was never a right. It
What?
was just a judgment, right?
Rights
It was a
can't be
judgment.
taken away, Scrimba?
Yeah, no, rights
Oh,
cannot be. Rights can be superseded.
There's no way you actually believe this. Like, what's your actual position?
But
That
also,
doesn't
I'm
matter.
sorry,
guys,
but
I think
Are you
we should let
talking
Bryce.
about rights? Then yeah, rights don't go
abortion
away.
and abortion
Wait.
in general, when it comes to Roe
Wait,
versus Wade,
Wait,
it
hold
was
on.
always just a judgment. It was never codified.
Well, he's talking about a moral right, but I think Bryce should take this if Bryce wants to.
Are you talking about moral rights?
Yeah, what do you take rights to be, Bryce?
Yeah, I would take rights to be entitlements absent duty.
Yeah. So do you think they can go away? Do
Yeah,
you
I
think
think
rights are the
entitlements can 100% be taken away.
so, so do you think that morals are the type of things that are like abstract and concrete? Like, do you think those are those type of concepts?
I don't think the meta ethics of about moral rights really matters. I
When
think when
you're
we're talking about rights and whether or not they can be taken away is what's the actual substance of the conversation. I don't think the meta
so
ethics really
when
matters.
when I'm saying that, what are the properties of rights? Which domain would that fall under?
I think that rights are just entitlements. They're absent
That's not.
duty.
So notice how that's not what I asked you.
Yeah, I don't think it's relevant, Scrimba.
But when you ask me what type of things rights are, which domain do you think it falls under?
Well, here, you're making the positive claim. How about we get your semantics of what
Yeah,
a
and
right
and
is?
that's what I'm telling you. They're just moral or legal entitlements. And when they're
Okay, and
taken
you
into
think
account,
that you don't think entitlements can be taken away?
I don't think that that's just you're making a category error when you're asking the question of
How is that a
rights
category
can
error?
be. Yeah, I don't like I just explained. I don't think rights are the type of concrete or abstract objects that are either immaterial or material. I think
Yeah,
that
rights do
rights.
not exist.
Hold on.
Okay, that's not what I said. That, like, if you don't understand like abstract and concrete objects, I mean,
What do
that's
you
the
mean when you say entitlement?
when you're are you talking about the word
Yeah, I'm
entitlement?
talking about the word entitlement. When you use it in this context, what do you mean by it?
Yeah, entitlement is simply, in a general meaning, a claim on something.
A claim on something.
Yeah, like for example, I'm entitled to my father's property or whatever, right?
Can
That's
you
an
use your
example of.
definition and the example, please?
Can I use my definition in the example of what?
And the example of what an entitlement is.
Yeah, so humans have the right to life. Humans have the entitlement not to have their right taken, not have to preserve their life.
Okay, so what happens when somebody walks up with a pew pew and just pew pews you in the head? What happened to that right? Did it get taken away?
No, you violated their right.
Did it get taken? It's not the question that's being asked right now, Scrim, but did it get taken away?
That it's not again, like that's not
Did
in, you're
that
not
right get
asking a
taken? Can
proper.
you answer that? Can you
No, the
stop
right did not get
obfuscating and answer the question?
the right did not get taken away, Bryce.
Then what
Don't.
happened to the right? Does it still exist? Is that person alive?
I told you rights are not like immaterial objects. Like you're going into like objects. Like I'm not
I
talking
don't
about objects.
care. I don't care whether it's immaterial or material. I don't think the metaphysics of what a right is
Bryce,
matters on whether or
when
not it
you're
can be taken
talking,
away, Scrimba.
Bryce, when you're talking about whether something is being taken away or not, you're talking about the nature of the thing in question. The nature of the thing in question is whether something, right, the nature of the thing in question is rights. So you would have to talk about the metaphysics of the thing.
No,
So I don't know
you
how you're
wait.
escaping
What?
this
Do you
conversation. Unless you
wait?
don't have any idea of metaphysics, that's fine. We can move away from that,
Wait, wait,
right?
wait, 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 wait. Do you think that, wait, what happens when you like pew pew somebody in the head? Do you take
You
their
violated
life?
you
Do you
violated
take,
somebody's rights. Yeah.
can you take their life? How can you take something that's immaterial?
Again, I'm saying it's not immaterial. It's not the type of thing that can be material or immaterial. Like, what do
Okay.
you think more? Okay, what do you think morals are?
I've already, okay, so I think what
Can you
morals
answer what
are,
morals
yeah,
are?
yeah, I'm about to answer you.
Yeah, what
I
are
think
morals?
okay, I'm about to answer you if you can stop spurging out, Scrimba. I think
Listen, man.
more,
I would
yeah,
I would
can you
highly
stop spurging
suggest,
so I can answer the question?
guys. I would highly
Can I
suggest you
answer the
focus on
question or not?
substance
Can
and
I
not
answer
on
the
meta.
question or
I'm
not?
just Yeah,
Can
just
I
focus
answer the
on
question?
substance, man.
Can I answer the question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I think morals are what we perceive to be right or wrong, right? This is what I perceive morals to be.
Mm-hmm. So what is that based on?
What is what based on morals?
Morals, the thing we're talking about. What do you mean? What is
What
it
is that?
based
Wait,
on?
what is the relevance?
I'm asking you because you're asking if rights go away or not. I'm making the claim rights do not go away.
Okay, what is the relevance on whether or not? Wait, ask your question again.
Yeah.
I want you to give the. I want you to give the. I want you to demonstrate the relevance.
Yeah. My question is, what are morals? And if you think morals are not immaterial and not material, what do you think they are?
What is the relevance?
The
Why is that
relevance
relevant?
is you're asking what type of thing morals are. I'm trying to demonstrate to you morals are not objects that can be material or immaterial. They're a
Why
type
is that
of
relevant to whether or
behavior.
not they can be taken
Do you
away?
think, Bryce, do you think behaviors are objects?
It doesn't. I don't think it's relevant. Can you tell
It
me
is
how it's
relevant. What do you
relevant?
think
Hold on,
morals are?
Scrimba.
What do you
Scrimba,
think
hold
morals
on.
are,
One
Bryce?
second. 1 second, Scrimba. I don't
What do you
think
think
it's
morals
relevant.
are?
Hold on, Scrimba. I don't think it's relevant to whether or not something can be taken away.
Again, when you're using the phrase taken away, that
Mm-hmm.
implies that it is a object, material or immaterial, right? I'm saying that rights are not that kind of a thing. I've said this like the third time.
Yeah, but you're just repeating the claim. Can you tell me the relevance and why this matters to whether or not something can be or not be taken, can or cannot be taken away?
Bryce, if somebody
Scrimba.
has a right to life, I don't know how you're not like understanding this. If somebody has the right to life, you go and pew them, you are
Mm-hmm.
not taking away their rights. Okay? You're not the rights, you have just violated their rights.
Their
The
right
rights
to
always
life. Now,
existed.
do they have that right to life anymore?
No, but what is that
No.
question even
No.
mean? Like what? You just
They
took
have
it
that.
like
Wait,
you
hold on. They
pew-pewed
don't
them,
have.
right?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, wait, so you can take that right?
Oh my God, dude. I don't know
Scrimba,
why
you
you're
just
just not
conceded.
tracking the conversation. Rights
Scrimba,
are
like you
not the
can
type
cope
of
all you
thing,
want. You can cope all you want, but you
Bryce.
literally just said it.
This
Do they
Bryce,
have that? Do they
rights
have
are
that
not the
right?
type
If
of
not, what
things
happened to
that
it?
can be taken away. I've said this
Okay,
probably
do they
3 or
have that
4
right to life
times.
anymore? Do
Like
they have that right to life
rights
anymore?
are not the type of things that are objects
Scrimba,
that can be taken
do they
away. If
have
you're
that right
saying
to life
that
anymore?
somebody comes and
Scrimba,
pews
stop
somebody
coping.
and they're
Do they have that
somehow
right to life
unalived,
anymore?
that doesn't mean the right was taken away. The right was
Scrimba,
violated. This
stop
language that you're
coping.
using is like
Do
very
they
If you're
have
not
idiosyncratic.
that
around
right
them
Hey,
Nobody
can I
anymore,
say
uses
you
like,
don't
something?
unless
have the
you're
right.
using like rights in like a very proprietary way, then you would have to explain more of your semantics to me, right? When you say that,
Scrimba, do they
Can
have
I
that
say
right anymore?
something?
Bryce is
Yeah, hold
okay.
on.
You're doing a whole
man.
I think you're fucking doing a fallacy here, my man.
Yeah,
No,
you
okay,
have
What
to
listen,
what
tell
this is
us
the
fallacy
what
is
problem.
it?
This
Bryce,
is
you're
But
the
hold
having
on,
okay,
you
like
can
but
tell
wait,
me.
can I say
Hold on,
something?
hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah. Oh, you can after I get this answer from Scrimba. We are currently engaging in a conversation. I would like to hear this fallacy that Captain is claiming that I'm making afterwards. Scrimba,
Yeah.
does this person have that right to life after they've been unalived?
No, I don't think agents without minds can have rights.
Okay, what happened to that right?
It's non-exist. Like I just said, agents without
What
minds.
happened to it?
violated.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, okay,
violated. I just
where
said
is it
it.
now?
Taken.
If
At a
it's gone,
time,
what
we're just
happened to
talking
it?
one at a time, one at a time.
Again, like I'm not saying. This is the fourth time I'm saying it. I don't know how you're not able to track this
So
conversation.
it's not taken away, it was violated.
Okay, if it was
They don't have it
violated and they
anymore.
no longer have that right, where did it
Saying is, no,
go?
what we're saying is they still have the right,
Bryce,
even though it was
Where they still
violated.
have the right to life? They
okay,
still
let
have
me.
that right to
You know
life.
what,
They have a
Bryce? I
right,
will.
even
I
Does
though
this
will
that
make
give
was
any
you
taken
sense,
intro.
away.
ABN?
Okay, Bryce, I'll give you intro to normative ethics 101, right? Morals are just
I don't
simply
care. Oh my God.
because I don't think you understand what like the basic fundamentals of ethics are. You're asking very confused questions. Like right, I said this.
Why does ethics have anything to do whether or not this
What do
can be
you
taken away
You
or
just
not?
so
asked if
when
ethics have anything to do with a normative conversation. Are
Bryce,
you okay?
Yeah, with
I did not
Bryce,
ask
whether or
that.
when
not
you're
rights can
What?
be
talking
taken
about
away.
What? How did I
wait,
ask?
Without
Bryce,
How
ethics,
did
you
I
when
wouldn't
you're
have the
ask that?
conversation in the first place.
Bryce, when you're talking about ethics, what do you think when we're talking about rights, what do you think we're talking about?
Oh my gosh. Can this be taken away, Scrimba? No, you say no.
Listen,
If somebody is unalived, they no longer have the right. What happened to the right? It got violated. Okay, the right was violated. Where did the right go?
the rights don't go anywhere, dude. Like this is like
The
the
right
fourth
to the
time.
right to for that. Wait, the right of the right to life did not go anywhere for this person. That is no
Rights,
longer a person.
okay, rights require two agents.
Mm-hmm.
Does that clear it up? Do you think a
No, it
single,
doesn't.
okay, do you think if there was only one singular human and nobody else, rights would exist?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
If there was only one singular human on the face of this earth, no other human, just one single human, do you think there would be a concept of rights?
No, I don't think that rights
Okay,
would
so then
exist.
why are you asking this question? This is then you're just asking me like
I don't
a
think
red
rights
herring.
exist to begin with. Like, bro, oh my gosh. I don't think rights I don't think rights exist to begin with.
What's the
But
argument? Rights
you
don't
can't,
exist.
Yo,
I don't think
that's
rights
a,
Yeah,
that's
but
a
exist.
what's the
very
argument that they don't exist?
yeah, that's a very
Yeah.
ontologically heavy claim you're making there.
Yeah, like we need an argument.
Yeah.
It's very it's a large claim. Can you back up what you're
Yeah,
saying and
well,
provide an
maybe
argument?
ABN, if you will, like you can white knight for Scrimba all you want, but I'm trying to engage with the yeah, you are white knighting.
I've never seen a
Anyways,
pro-lifer
Scrimba.
make a moral nihilist argument.
Not white, so
One out of
Yeah,
I
I'm
ten.
reject
not
your
white
claim.
either, but I
Anyways.
listen. I hate fucking
Yeah,
black niggers
cool.
like you, bitch. Shut the fuck up with your fucking black ass motherfucking
Whoa,
ass.
whoa,
Shut
whoa,
up,
Who
bitch.
said
Don't want
that?
motherfuckers.
Wait, who said that? Who said that?
That was somebody with
Girl
a,
at
I
the
got
top.
she got kicked.
I think that was Candace Owens.
Yeah, they're
It
getting
was
blocked.
whoever is in the top right.
Yeah, you're getting blocked, whoever that was.
You are.
Bitch, that's why you're fucking ugly as shit. You fucking dirty ass bitch. Get your nasty
Yeah,
ass.
you're getting blocked as well.
No, what?
All right.
Yeah. So Bryce, can you answer my question? Like, do you think that if there's only one human, rights would exist?
Can you answer mine? You still have not answered my question.
Well,
I'll answer you. I will
Bryce,
answer
I
any
told
question.
Bryce, I told this to you like probably. Do you know what a category error is?
Yeah, explain it to me. Like I don't know.
So you don't know what a category error is?
And explain how this is.
Do you
That's
know
not
what a
what I
category
just
error
said.
is,
Just
or do you
explain it
not
to me
know
like
what a
I don't know.
category is? Do
Just
you know
pretend
what
that I
a
don't know what a category error is. Explain it to me. Explain it to me, and then tell me how I have made the category error. Go ahead.
Yeah. So a category error would simply be invoking like properties that are not there in a category or a set, right? If I say that the time is green, that would
How
be
am
a
I?
category error because greenness is not a
Mm-hmm.
property of time, right? So in similar manner, you say rights going away is a category error because going away is not a property of rights. That's not, and that's why I was trying to explain it to you. If you want to know the nature of rights, you have to have this conversation, which you said you don't want to. So, I mean, I don't know where to go from here.
Okay, if a
Wait,
criminal
hold on.
goes
You
to
can
jail
say
and they have their right to bear arms taken from them, and they can no longer have a firearm,
wait.
what
This
happens
is
to that
wait. This
right?
is that's a legal entitlement, not a moral entitlement.
It doesn't. It's a right, and it's taken.
Wait, you're
I'm trying to back
confused.
you up here.
One
Rights
at
are
a
an
No,
time.
no, no.
One at a
Wait.
time.
and
Scrimba's
thus
making
their existence is
no.
relative.
To be to be
That
fair,
was a plea to
Valentine.
legality to say we have the right to bear arms. That's a plea to
One at a
legality.
Okay,
time.
let's not derail
Like,
this.
One at a time.
anyways, yeah,
Yeah.
no, Valentine. To be fair to Scrimba, he's not making the claim that, and maybe he may hold this position, but he's not making the claim that legal entitlements can't be taken away, right?
Yeah,
Or that
I'm
legal
making,
rights can't be taken away. He's making the claim that moral rights can't be taken away.
But he never stated moral rights. He said rights
I
cannot be
said,
taken
He
away.
I
said,
said moral
Well,
or
we're
legal entitlement.
And he defined what a right was in a normative conversation, and he did not define it in legal terms. That is fallacious reasoning.
what? Anyways,
What?
Yeah.
Person
So
was just talking about legality, not a normative ethical conversation.
he just did not understand the context of the conversation. Like,
That's why I was filling him in, Bryce.
yeah, but you're calling out a fallacy that he didn't intentionally do.
That's why I was explaining to him what happened and why it was fallacious. I didn't, so he doesn't make the mistake again.
Okay. Anyways, Scrimba, can you answer my question? Do you remember it?
what was your question?
If this person no longer has this right, what happened to that person's right?
Yeah, again, I even explain it in a different way that rights are the type of things that requires two agents. Devoid of two agents, rights are there is no concept of
What the fuck? I'm sorry, say that again, Scrimba.
devoid of two agents, there is no concept of right. So if you're saying that there's only one agent and no upraiser, then rights don't exist. There is no rights. There is no concept of rights.
Wait, hold on. I'm not saying, right, that I'm going off of your framework right now. I'm accepting right now for the sake of this argument that rights exist, right? Under
Okay.
your
Okay,
argument, I'm accepting this term.
when
Now,
you say
hold on.
rights exist, what do you mean by existence? Are you talking about like in like a reality sense? Are you talking about
Whatever you take to exist to mean.
in this context? When I mean exist, I'm just simply meaning that they are there in a sense of like interaction between two agents. Like if two agents are not present, rights are not there. Like if there were no human beings, there would not be any concept of rights.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so I mean, what's the
Okay.
confusion?
So if somebody like if person A takes the life of person B and the person B had this right to life, right? Let's just say that there's a third party there to witness it. If person and person B's had that right and now no longer has that right, what happened to it?
Yeah, again, I said there needs to be there needs to be an upraiser and there needs to be an agent. Having an observer doesn't have to do with anything.
It also proves that we do have rights as rational creatures. That's why we're talking about if they were violated or not. We wouldn't be talking about this if we stepped on an ant.
Bryce,
So
have
this
you
just
read
proves our prerogative.
Bryce, have you read any like intro to ethics or anything?
No, I haven't.
I would highly
Bryce,
recommend you.
I'm considering you're on the pro-life argument of this, right?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Yeah. What informs your opinion on that specifically?
Informs my opinion on what, pro-life?
Yes, on your position specifically.
I don't think that's really relevant to the conversation that we're
I
having
think
right
it's
now.
really relevant. People there's all facts and such out there, but a lot of people will completely ignore that. Like the reasoning, the reasoning, whether it be emotional or whatever, is very relevant to why you take a position.
And also the thing is that if you're saying that
Yeah,
rights
but
are
wait. Can I say this really quick? How does whether he's pro-life or pro-choice or whatever he is has any bearing on like how
That would
he
inform his
views
normative
rights?
framework.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the argument itself. I'm trying to understand where he's coming from, like what his framework is for getting to that conclusion.
Yeah,
We're getting
I
to the
still don't
conclusion of
understand like how like being pro-life or pro-choice would get to his framework on his belief of whether rights exist or don't
well,
exist.
actually, it would get to that point, but it wouldn't matter. It's not relevant because I'm doing the internal critique on Scrimba's normative ethics. I'm not implementing my normative ethics on this conversation right now.
How's it not
normative
relevant
ethics.
to the
I'm
topic
just
of
giving
discussion?
my
You've just gotten into like a pigeonhole from.
I'm just giving my definition of what rights are and how they operate. I'm not.
If somebody like say this, right, Scrimba, like we debate pro-life versus pro-choice, right? If I'm doing an internal critique on pro-choice, why would my normative framework have anything to do with the internal critique on pro-choice?
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Okay. I'm glad we agree with that. So again, Scrimba, if this person had this right to life, right? They had this, and now they no longer have this right to life. There had to have been something in there in which they were deprived of this thing. And if there is deprivation of this thing, there has to be a depriver. Would you agree?
Yeah, you're using like very idiosyncratic language. Like I'm using the term, I even explained it like with clarity. Morals require two things, an agent and an upraiser, right? For example, the person pew-pewing the person who's unalive would be the upraiser. The agent would be the person who is unalive, right? Absent of agent or upraiser, there is no concept of like right or wrong or morals. So this whole question about when you pew them, rights somehow vanish. No, that's just a category error.
So the rights still exist once for okay. So wait, would you say that the right of this person? I'm not really. I don't like. Again, I'm just accepting for the moment that rights exist, right? For this argument, I can concede this point for the sake of this argument, just to understand what you mean by this, right? So if you're saying that that like this person has this right to life, right? And that you need a moral agent and an upriser, right?
Yeah, in order for morals to exist, in order for
Yeah.
rights to exist, sorry, there must be an agent and an upraiser. Yeah.
Okay. So if there is no agent, right, this right doesn't exist.
Yeah, if there's no agent, there's no concept like rights not existing, and and the concept of rights not existing are two different things.
Yeah,
I'm getting a little bored. I'm gonna
I can
go make a
agree.
one-man abortion in a paper towel. Peace, y'all.
Later, Captain. Wait, Captain, real quick. Wait. Captain, can you come back up real quick? I have a question. If you're still here, come back up for a second. I wanted to know the fallacy you thought I was making.
He's not here, Bryce.
Okay. All right.
Hold on for a second, Bryce, before you start. Just let me age check this guy real quick.
Yeah.
Adam, how old are you for TikTok terms and purposes?
Yeah, I'm 25.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-choice.
Okay. So, no, L. I was getting ready to say W. Wow.
See, your intuition's telling you pro-choice is correct. Don't ignore it.
No.
Crazy work.
No, that's crazy work.
You heard pro-choice and you thought W. You're fighting against your own intuition.
No.
Wait, no. Mob, is that
Could
you?
you please say something?
Yeah.
Thank you. So there's just a person in the comments. It would be cool if she came up. I don't think she's understanding that just because we can't feel or touch something doesn't mean that it is not there. Just like I can't see or touch my Wi-Fi, but it is in fact there. Furthermore, I'm not creating an Izot fallacy because I'm filling in the gaps with Rand's objectivist philosophy. Similarly, we would be filling in the gaps with natural law theory. So I just want to say that because it's very hard to communicate with two lines. So thank you for letting me say that to Olive.
I mean, Olive can join up if she wants, but I mean, Olive's.
Yeah, I think Olive can hold her own.
Olive keeps steelmanning my position. Could we maybe have her up because she won't stop? And I've already explained this. Did everyone just
Steelman?
understand what I said other than Olive?
Wait,
Well,
Abian, what does
wait,
Abian? Wait, hold on, Abian. What does Steelman mean?
So it means she's misrepresenting my viewpoints.
That's not that would be a straw man. Steelman is the opposite.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah.
But I just, it's just a little bit annoying that it's just hard to communicate in two lines, and she keeps making these fallacious remarks against objectivism. So I would invite her to come up for a civilized debate.
If I could ask Scrimbo really quick, what rights, from your point of view, exist? You said a right to life. What are other rights that you would say exist?
Hang on, I wanted to ask some. So, in your worldview, are rights objective?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, like are they mind independent? No, clearly they're not mind independent.
I just said that two agents are required. So what do you think?
Yeah, so
Jeez, Scrimba is sassy tonight.
the
I mean, I
issue
said
is,
this like 4
well,
times
hang on.
now. I'm like, I don't know.
Wait, but you're saying rights can't be taken away, yet so that you're implying that they're objective. And so, can you demonstrate how
No,
they?
he's not implying. Hold on for a
You
second.
said they were objective
No,
or
no, no,
physical.
no. If there's two agents involved, right? Okay, he's implying that they are subjective, I would say.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
the
then how?
agents, hold on for a
Then how?
second. Can I just land my plane? Because the agents, right, they would have to have some type of subjective experiences. So I would say that he's saying that these rights are subjective. Is that correct, Scrimba?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So can you demonstrate how they can't be taken away then?
What?
Can you demonstrate how these rights can't be taken away?
Yeah, more like I said, rights are just a means how you interact with somebody, right? Um, it's just basically giving you the do's and don'ts on if two agents are present, like how to behave in that scenario. That would go into like that would give you like the rights and wrong. Like don't punch this person, don't unalive this person. Right?
Right.
These are
So
all
if you
entitlements.
unalive, if there's only two people and you unalive the other person, rights suddenly don't exist, right?
Yeah. If
Yeah.
they're
So they're
only
so great. They're
if in
taken
this
away then.
scenario if in this scenario only two people are there and there's no other agent present, then yeah, rights would not exist.
Great. So then it was taken away then.
I just gave the distinction between being taken away and not existing. Taken away
Well,
implies that it did exist.
We're saying
wait.
they were violated.
Something.
We're saying they're
Wait. Something
violated, not
cannot just suddenly
gone.
not exist.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm explaining this to you. Maybe I'm not explaining it in a proper way, like, but I explain like in order for rights to be there, they're not type of objects that are like concrete or immaterial, right? Behaviors are not
Yeah. Can you
concrete
demonstrate this to me?
unless you're some kind of like weird Platonist or something like that, and
So
you're
not
saying
all
that.
things,
So
not all
wait, real.
things we,
Hang
not all
on,
things we
and I
can
want to
see,
just
not
talk
all
to. I
things
just
we
want
can
to talk
see
to
and
Scrimba
touch,
real
but they're
quick.
there,
I
just
want
like our
to. I want to
Wi-Fi.
talk to Scrimba real quick. So can you
I
demonstrate? Hang on. Can you demonstrate something to me that cannot be immaterial or material?
Can I demonstrate to you? Well, like, what do you mean?
Yeah. Like how do you show me something that can't like how do you prove the existence of something that's not immaterial or material?
Yeah. How was your day?
Yeah, that's just going to be a thought, which is going to be
It was
immaterial.
tough. I had a lot of work to do, and I didn't get a lot of it done.
Yeah,
So
great. That's just a thought. That's immaterial.
What? Okay. What do you? How are you defining immaterial objects?
Yeah, it's just something that's not physical.
Something. So by physical, you mean something you can't touch.
Yeah.
So air is immaterial.
Well, you're obviously touching air, you just don't feel it.
What do you, am I like? What do you mean? How are you demonstrating touching air?
Yeah, because you're constantly touching it. You just don't actively
How are
feel
you
it unless there's.
demonstrating
Hang
touching
on,
air?
wait 1 second. You can obviously touch air, you're just not feeling it unless there's wind resistance.
What?
Yeah, the way that you feel air is by
So
wind
when there's
resistance.
no wind resistance, air isn't there.
Yeah,
Like
that's not what I said. I said you're
I'm
constantly
not saying that's
touching
what you
it.
said. That's the entailment of your view, is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I said it's something you cannot touch. So therefore, you are touching air, you're just
Is
not
is
feeling it because of
Paris
the wind resistance.
is the country of Paris immaterial?
The concept is immaterial, yes.
Is that what I asked you?
Yeah, if you want to talk about the physical location, then yeah, it's real. But if you
Is
want to
that what
talk
I
about,
asked you?
well, hang on. If you want to talk about the concept, then no, it's immaterial.
I don't know how that answers my question. I asked you a very
Yeah, but
specific
hey,
question.
again, can you answer me? Are
Can
these
you
rights?
repeat the
Yeah, can
question I
you
asked you?
demonstrate? Can you demonstrate rights are either immaterial
I
or
just
are
gave you a
neither
demonstration.
immaterial? Yeah, no, that wasn't a demonstration. Can you demonstrate how rights are immaterial nor material?
Yeah, if I come and stab you, yeah, rights would not exist. I gave you like a
That's not what
if
I
you're
asked
only
you. I
two
said, can you
sorry, if you're the
demonstrate
only
that they're
two
not
people,
material or immaterial?
like do you think thought is like what do you think like
Oh,
propositions
nice
are?
pivot. Nice pivot. Can you tell me
Yeah,
something that's,
I'm
can you show
demonstrating.
me,
Wait,
can
I
you
literally,
demonstrate something that's immaterial or
Ivory,
material?
look, man, I'm giving you this very frank advice, right? Just focus on the
Yeah,
substance,
hold
right?
on for a second. Like, I think like the conversation is going nowhere because everybody's over talking everybody. So if you're gonna ask a question to somebody, right, at least let them answer it.
Well, he's not even answering my question.
Yeah, but like as soon as he goes to say something, right, he'll say blah, and then you'll be like blah 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 blah.
Well, I
So
just
So,
you
want
have
him
to.
to demonstrate something not being immaterial or material.
Okay, now give him a chance to answer without interjecting.
Yeah, yeah, there's so many demonstrations of stuff that are both like immaterial and material at the same time. For example, I have a concept of a mayonnaise Nutella sandwich. That's neither material nor immaterial because it's a concept.
Wait, that makes no sense because that would just be immaterial.
How is that immaterial?
Yeah, because it's a thought.
Okay, so is it logically possible for it to be material?
Did I say it can't?
I'm asking you a question.
Why does he have a timer on him?
Wait, I said give me something that demonstrates something not being immaterial or material. Neither.
I just
That's
gave you an
yeah.
example.
So
That
when you
this is just
hang on, let me
asking.
explain this. So let me
This is
explain
just
this.
asking a
So when you
question.
give me this concept of this sandwich, that's going to be an immaterial concept.
Yeah, what's your argument for that?
Yeah, because it's a concept that you thought of, is it not?
I made up a concept. It's not one
Right. So
singular
an
thought.
immaterial concept.
It's not a
Congratulations.
single. Wait, it's not a singular thought. Concepts are different than like mental states. You
I never
understand that,
said
right?
singular or plural.
Like I'm literally telling you, concepts are different than mental states. Like
And
arrow, the concept of
can
like
any
let me
him
explain. Like the concept of an airplane is not the same as me thinking about flying. You understand that, right?
wait, can immaterial concepts
Are you
exist out of the
understanding
mind?
my? Did you understand what I just said?
Wait, can immaterial concepts exist out of the mind?
Listen, man. Are you understanding what I just said?
Can immaterial concepts exist out of the mind?
Look, man.
No, hold on for a second. Scrimba, can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah. Like when I say that there's something that is neither immaterial nor material, I'm not taking it to be the type of thing that's there. It's in a separate category. So asking me whether thought, which is neither material or immaterial, asking me whether it's material or immaterial is just a silly question. It's just, again, making a category error. Like I explained the whole concept
Oh,
of
so
category error.
you're talking about like, okay, when you're talking about thought, right? And he's talking about like concepts. He's saying like, okay, this is like an object or something like that. And you're saying like this is something in the mind.
For him to say, like, for example, yeah, for example, like Misty, like if you say that you're like, as far as the theory of mind goes, you're like you're a physicalist, and then I say, well, if you're a physicalist, that means you're saying that like you can touch like math. Like, no, that's not a view of like, reality. That's a different domain. Like you're asking questions of two different domains. I mean, they're not interchangeable. Like if I say I'm a physicalist, like I'm like, and we're having a conversation about the mind. If you ask me stuff about my view on reality, of course it's not going to make sense. That's what you're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't even know where to, like, do I first explain the whole theory of reality to you and then go on to like concrete and abstract objects? Like,
There is no third domain. It can only exist
brother, did you
material
understand
or
what I just said?
hang on. Yes, I did. So hang
Okay,
on. Things
you'll
can
land my
only
position.
hang on 1 second. So it can only exist materially or immaterially, and they
Okay,
can coexist together.
okay, steel man my position real quick.
Yeah, you're just saying there's third domain that's not material or immaterial.
Do you know what a domain is? Like the domain of math, the domain of biology, the domain of science, or
Yeah,
the
aren't these
domain of
all, hey,
economy.
aren't these all abstract?
Brother, oh my God.
Are they all
How
abstract?
is math abstract?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you are
It's
you
not
like some
physical.
Neoplatonist or
I
something?
don't.
Yeah,
What'd you
can you,
say, Scrimba, to me?
No, he's not a Neoplaton. No, he wouldn't be screwed, but we both know that.
I don't even think he knows what a Neoplatonist is.
yeah,
Why he wouldn't be that?
yeah, so the math is going to be abstract. Can you demonstrate this um outside of
Why?
your mind?
Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're just what? Like, math is what? An abstract, abstract object?
It's not physical, is what he's saying.
But
It's
it's not.
super simple. I don't know why everyone keeps jumping around. He's throwing very basic terminology around. Math is not a physical thing. It's not. If I ask you, show me math real quick, like you hand me math, you can't do that. And so it's, in another word, abstract.
Yeah,
Okay,
here, I'm going to explain it
do
this
you
way.
think math has? Okay, so this will hash out everything, right? So, what do you think abstract objects are?
Yeah, abstract is just going to be like concepts that are not physical.
Yes.
Concepts that are not physical. That doesn't tell me anything. You're just saying that abstract objects are not physical. Like that like abstract is when talking about abstract and physical objects. That's just the
Yeah,
opposite.
they don't have physical properties.
And what are physical properties? Like mass, volume.
Yes.
Okay. So do you think that when we're talking about abstract objects, um, is it the type of thing that has causal power or lacks causal power?
Abstracts would have to have causals.
Abstract should have causal power?
Yeah.
Oh God.
This is, I mean, I don't even, like, where do I begin with these kids?
Yeah,
So
where do you get your theory of knowledge from?
you're asking me about my epistemology now?
Yeah.
Where do I get it? Like, what are you talking about? Where do I get it from?
Yeah, where's your theory of knowledge coming from?
What do you mean, where? What is this question?
What is your theory of knowledge?
Where do you ground it, Scrimbo?
Bryce, I'm gonna fight you if you use that word ground again.
Ground.
Yeah.
Are y'all gonna fight in the parking lot of Wendy's?
Yeah, I'm gonna fight him in the parking lot.
Scrimba, now I have a question for you, right? You're saying
I want a Frosty. Thank
Okay,
you for that.
awesome. Great.
All right, focus one at a time.
so Scrimba, right? You're saying that these rights cannot be taken away, right? Can the concept of these rights be taken away?
The concept of these rights, as in like the type of right that is there.
Yeah. You're saying that in order for these rights to exist, there must be a concept of them.
Concept
Well,
as in, like,
that whole concept exists between the two agents. Without one of those agents, the concept doesn't exist, according to him.
yeah.
Yeah. So can the concept of this be taken away?
I mean, once be taken away, no, because once you gain knowledge of something, I don't think knowledge can be taken away. And by knowledge,
If there's only one person, then it doesn't exist.
like by knowledge.
Would you use deprivation and take synonymously?
Deprivation
Obviously,
and
you know
take.
he wouldn't by now.
Yeah.
No, I
Like
don't
if you were deprived of something by another entity, did this person take something from you?
I don't think that deprivation is like. I take deprivation more to be like a modal property than like an actual property.
Yeah, expand on that, please.
Is it impossible for people to just argue in layman's terms?
So modal properties are just like possible properties, right? So taken like deprivation is just an example. Like in a possible world, if this thing was not given, then that individual would be deprived of that. So that would be a modal property.
So wait, if I have $1 million and somebody like steals it from me, did they deprive me of this money?
Yeah, if you're taking a deprivation, it's a count of harm. Yes.
Okay, wait. Even outside of like harm, just the word deprive,
Hmm.
right? Would I have been deprived of this outside of the account of harm?
I mean, would you have been deprived outside like that? That's unintelligible if you're talking outside the scope of the harm theoretic itself. Like if you're asking me, that would just be a trivial claim then, because if you're saying that, well, my account of harm is like deprivation, and I'm giving you like a functionalist or something else account of harm, then of course as a functionalist I'll be like, yeah, that's trivial to me. I don't care about that kind of harm. Right, you would then have to investigate my claim of harm. Like, okay, so if you're saying that my claim is trivial, then we got to investigate your account of harm.
So
So,
wait, you don't think like deprivation can be outside of the harm theoretic?
yeah, I mean, deprivation can be outside, as in like of deprivation.
Yeah, deprivation in and of itself, right? Can it be outside of the scope of the harm theoretic?
I guess I'm not clear with your question.
So you're saying that deprivation is the harm theoretic, right? When you're taking the account, like deprivation is to account of harm, correct?
Mhm.
Can deprivation exist outside of this harm theoretic?
Yeah, but that would be just in a different like semantical terms. Like when you look into a theory, it has two parts. Like it has the semantic thesis and it has the metaphysical thesis, right? The metaphysical thesis will take into account your different like metaphysical commitments. The
Yeah.
semantic thesis is like what kind of like semantics you organize to. So outside the thesis, if you're taking like deprivation just to be like taking away of something, yeah, that would be just trivial in
Mm-hmm.
accordance with the harm.
I would
So
agree
yeah,
with the
you can,
triviality.
yeah, if you're saying that like you're using deprive as like a type of just like taking away of something, yeah, that's sure. And you're basing it in like one frame of like causation, then yeah,
Hmm.
that would be like, this would go into like causation, like what you take causation to be, because deprivation, how you use it in the deprivationist account of harm, is like invoking like certain modal properties, right? Because like you
Sure.
usually give like an example of if in like a possible world, this action X was not taken, then this individual or this being would still have this particular thing. And since this action X was taken, this individual was deprived of this thing. So that's how you usually use that the semantics of deprive in the harm theoretic.
Do you think
So
that once somebody creates a concept, that concept exists forever?
if people have knowledge about it, yeah, I think that concept, because like for example, if I come up with a new concept, right, um,
Hmm.
and I just take and I have the knowledge, and by knowledge I just mean justified true belief. Um, um, by that, if I have a justified true belief towards like a certain concept, then yeah, then I don't think, even if the person who initially invented that concept, that just like goes into like epistemology. Some people say, like if you're like a Pyrrhonian skeptic, you say that knowledge is not even possible.
Okay. Yeah.
So
I mean, that doesn't. It was a bit of a gish gallop, but I kind of want to. I kind of want to get
Yeah,
back to the
yeah.
substance here. Can you deprive or take the concept away from, let's just say, right here, I'll give you the hypothetical, right? There's two people on an island, right? One person has this concept of this right to life, right? They conceive that this is a right that they hold, but they never voice this to the other individual. The other individual does not have this concept of life, that this is a right. And the other person, like, unalives the person that holds this concept as a right.
Yeah.
Would you say that this right was taken away?
so there is this individual that came up with the concept of rights, right?
Yep. Never voiced it to the other individual.
So the other individual doesn't have knowledge of rights. Yeah, I don't know. That's a hard question to answer. I would say that this is
It's a hard
more
question
going.
to answer because it's a defeater to your position, Scrimba.
What do you mean?
It
It's a
would be a
defeater?
metaphor of him dancing around here,
This
right
would,
back to the original argument.
yeah, based on your definitions, right? Based on your semantics of what can be taken away and how rights exist, this would just, the triviality of this would be that it can be taken away if there is an island that two people exist on and one person comes up with the concept that this right to life exists. Right? And then this person that does not hold this concept to be true or even have knowledge of this concept unalive the other person. This concept is no longer exists because the person never voiced this. So, therefore, the right is being taken, or the right to life would be taken away as well as the concept.
Yeah, I'm just simply gonna posit that if they had no knowledge about the rights in that universe did not exist. So, I mean, you're making the epistemic claim that like they didn't have knowledge of
What?
this. Yeah, they didn't have knowledge of this rights, right?
You have a moral agent, right?
Mhm.
These your qualifiers for what a right is, right? Is that you have a moral agent, and this moral agent has the conception or can conceive this thing to be the right, right? Or am I
But-
straw manning your position?
Well, I mean, if you're saying that two individuals, like when I mean two agents, I'm like, do you want me to give like the exact like
Are you
presuppositions,
adding it?
everything?
Wait, no. Was your just it's a yes or no, Scrimba. Was the qualifier for how rights exist, right? I don't care if they're material or immaterial at the same time. I don't care about that, right? If your if your qualifier is that somebody must be able to conceive this thing as the right, then this right exists, right?
Okay. So when I say that rights exist between two agents, that
Is it a
means
yes or a
two,
no? And then add
no.
nuance, please. No. Okay, now add the nuance.
So when two agents exist, and I'm
So,
saying that these two agents have the understanding of rights, that means that they both have the knowledge of this right. Now, if you're saying that only one person has this concept of rights and nobody else knows about rights at all, then yeah, other people don't have. This is just a question about epistemic justification. This is no question about rights anymore.
I'm not asking, right? So, okay, let me ask you this. If this person that conceived this right, right? If this person conceived this thing, life, as a right, this moral entitlement, right? Would this person have the right?
What do you mean?
In their own mind?
They would have the concepts of rights, but there wouldn't be.
But the
If
rights
there
wouldn't
was
exist?
what if they?
Okay, so I just wanted to interject.
Hold on, Misty, 1 second.
Yeah, the host wants to move on, so I put 5-minute timers on.
Okay. Squimba, I need this question answered. If this person has conceived that this is a right, how we have defined what a right is, would this right exist?
What if he just conceived of this rights but never explained the concept of rights to other people?
No, it's just the two people on the island.
Yeah,
you
so
have
then
the qualifier of the moral agent, and you have the qualifier of the
Yeah,
conception.
then in this scenario, rights would not exist. Like when I'm talking about two moral agents, I'm just presupposing that they have knowledge of what rights are. That's what I meant by moral age, like two agents, like agent and appraiser. When you're talking about agent and appraiser, like appraiser, the word itself means that he's evaluating something, right? An agent means that what the agent is being evaluated. So in both scenarios, you know the thing that is being evaluated, and that's the action of whether or not it is right or wrong.
Okay, so if there's three people on the island, right? There's
It's
one person that comes. Hold on. One person comes up with the concept. One person is the appraiser. The other person is completely clueless of this thing. Would this right exist?
Again, like this is an you're asking about epistemic
Would this right
justification.
exist?
Like there wouldn't be a concept of right if only one person has the knowledge
I
of
didn't say one person. You have three people Two of them, one person conceives of the right. The second person appraises the right and agrees that this is the right. Right? The third person has no clue about this.
Yeah, so then if you're saying that, yeah, the third person wouldn't be like the concept of what is right or wrong would be between the agent and appraiser. The third person is like it's irrelevant in this conversation.
Okay, that doesn't matter, right? So, okay, so does the right exist? Yes or no?
The concept of the rights between those two exists, yeah.
And so the right. Wait, are you telling me that rights? What is your qualifiers for rights existing?
Are you asking about the necessary conditions for rights to exist?
Exactly.
Yeah, you should have like epistemic knowledge of what rights are, and there should be an agent and an appraiser. Is that more specific?
Okay, then I've met your qualifiers on this island of 3 people, right? Doesn't matter if the
But you
third.
said
Yeah,
one
we
of
can
them
agree.
didn't have knowledge, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so for him, if he is the agent, for example, let's say I'll draw it out for you, right? So person 2, and person 3. Person 1 has person 1 and person 2 have the epistemic knowledge of what rights are, correct? Yeah, so only they can function in the system of rights. The third person would be outside the system of rights because he doesn't have epistemic knowledge of the concept of rights.
Sure. So, are you saying that this is going to be a quick deviation from this, but are you saying rights only exist on a person-by-person basis? Or do they exist because of the people that can come... Hold on. Do they exist because the people can conceive and appraise these rights?
It exists because they have knowledge of what rights are.
Okay.
And
Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. So, person 1, person 2 have the knowledge of the rights. One was the conceiver, one was the appraiser. Third person has no clue about these rights. Third person finds a pew-pew on the island. Pew-pews, both people that have the knowledge of the right. Was the right taken?
No, the right wasn't taken. No, the right did not exist.
Does the right doesn't exist?
Yeah, because the action being committed was outside of this system. Yeah, so no.
But it no longer exists.
Yeah, so if the
wait, it did exist and now it no longer exists because both the appraiser and the conceiver are no longer alive.
What?
So it did exist, but now it no longer exists because these 2 people no longer exist, correct?
And the social contract no longer is there.
Listen, like, are you saying, so you're saying that these 2 individuals, agent 1 and 2...
I think you're just trolling, dude.
You're playing time, but I appreciate the debate, Scrimba.
Okay. I mean, I just feel that you were just playing like very semantically heavy game. You understood the concept, but where you were intentionally being
No, I think you understood what the hypothetical was. You played the
What is
time
it called?
because I don't know. Recently, Scrimba, you've become. Hold on, Scrimba. Recently, you've become quite a bit bad faith. You used to be very good faith when we had conversations, but as of recently, you've become more bad faith, Scrimba.
Bryce, I have stuck in the parameters of what was given to me. I'm like, I said it's between 2 agents, and and I even became even more specific because usually when you say there are 2 agents, people usually presuppose that they do have knowledge of what rights are. Now, if you're telling me there's this environment in which like the concepts of rights don't exist whatsoever, I think the answer is pretty obvious, right?
I think the answer is obvious that if these 2 people, under your framework of what rights are, right, if it has to do with a conceiver and an appraiser of these rights, then the rights exist and no longer exist. The rights don't just exist continuously, right, because the third person had no clue of these. They were taken away by the third person that had no concept and had no appraisal of what these rights were.
Bryce, I really think you should read Abstract and Concrete Objects. I would really highly, highly implore you to do that.
I would highly, highly implore you to understand that this is an entailment of your position.
Okay, can we move on now, please, and thank you?
I feel like I've lost brain cells in the last 30 minutes of this.
Scrimba, at the end of the day, like I don't have any bad blood with you, but like seeing the debates of you recently, it's just you've been putting off a little bit of faith, man.
I mean, I don't think there's any other ops unless just some guy. Isn't this why not just some guy? Isn't this your alt count? I don't know why.
I'm just some guy.
Yeah.
Okay, going
Yo,
on.
let's go. I'm gonna meet up.
I mean, I know who just some guy is.
He's just some guy.
Like, why not? Lonely, please tell me that I'm not like insane and right now.
I just got
No,
here, so I
you're
didn't
not
hear it. I would
insane.
just assume that Scrimba tried to dodge the whole rights question by grounding in some sort of weird semantical abstract idea that,
Yes.
as far as what I could hear, it was some sort of social contract theory. But if a social contract hasn't been made between two individuals, then you would just have to concede that rights don't actually exist. I don't know what the arguments were. I wasn't here for the full length of the
Again,
debate.
like yeah, like I literally said that. Like if there is no contract between the two, either the agent or the upraiser, which means they should have knowledge of what those rights are and what are the scopes and limitations of it. If they don't have knowledge of that, which you were constantly asking, like my epistemic
I
justification,
didn't
for, I don't know
constantly.
why.
I didn't constantly ask for anything,
No,
dude. I just got here. I just said
I'm
that.
talking
No,
about.
the argument right
Well,
now is
yeah.
that rights can't be taken away.
I mean,
Rights can't be taken away. So what they're just granted. Well, if the context of this is rights can't be taken away, what do you mean by that, Scrimba?
Yeah, I'm just saying
That's
that
what the whole
rights are
thing
not the
was. They
type
was
of.
trying to get him to
Well, just give me
basically
the
concrete
simplified
his
version.
position on that.
Give me the super simplified version of it, Scrimba.
Wait, I
Okay.
know this is gonna sound dumb, but don't we take rights away from the unborn every day?
It's because rights don't exist. They're only privileges, and I don't know if
Okay.
Scrimba is going to be able to concede that
Yeah,
rights
I'm
only
not.
exist insofar
That's
as they're able to be enforced or what.
listen. Okay, maybe I'm not understanding what you mean by don't exist. By
Yeah,
don't
rights
exist,
only
you're
exist
saying
conceptually. They don't actually exist in reality. Like, so rights only exist insofar as there's a mind that can say, oh, well, this entitlement is granted to this person, but it doesn't mean that in reality this is the case. Now, you can have the argument that rights are this abstract concept that are granted to all individuals or whatever
no,
group
I'm
of
not.
individuals you want to say. No. I know. I'm trying to flesh out what I mean by rights.
Okay.
When I hear the word rights, I hear moral or legal entitlement absent any duty or obligation. I don't
Yes.
think that actually exists. I believe that rights, in the way that normal people use it, are actually privileges that are granted to you by some sort of force mechanism.
Yes.
Now, whether or not that's just a descriptive claim
No,
about
stop
reality,
listening to
Scrimba.
Scooter, man. Like, holy shit.
Who?
Scooter.
I don't fuck with Scooter, bro. I debated Scooter on this dumb shit. He told me I wasn't an abolitionist, so I just started calling myself pro-life because apparently I'm not a Protestant, so I can't claim that.
well,
So it is what it is. I don't fuck with Scooter. I don't listen to him. I don't even.
Yeah.
I barely know the guy, so I don't know who
Yeah,
you're talking about, Scrimba. But regardless, this isn't something that I got from Scooter. And even if I did get it from Scooter, that would be a genetic fallacy for you to be like, oh, stop listening to that argument shit because it came from Scooter. That's a genetic fallacy. So, Scrimba, I know you're smart enough to understand that.
I
At
didn't
least let
say
me
that
flesh out the
because
full argument.
yeah, I didn't say don't listen to Scooter because
No, you didn't say that. You
I'm
said don't
saying
listen to Scooter when I brought up the force mechanism, and now you're going into this thing about how you're going to try and walk it back. Scrimba, this is the issue, right? Is that I only believe that privileges are granted by those who, actually can enforce the privileges, right? Whoever can enforce the privileges can also take them away, right?
Yes.
Rights, in the way that they're entitlements absent any duty or obligation, don't actually exist. That's not how the real world works. Now you can reading philosophy is a good thing, but going super deep into philosophy into the point that you're just completely devoid of anything in reality is not the way you should handle philosophy whatsoever. It's a tool to be used. It's not this
listen,
fucking
man,
thing you should get
I
lost in.
think when you're talking about rights and what the type of things they are, I don't know how you can go deeper other than philosophy. Like, do you have a
No,
different
bro,
way
I'm
of
not saying
explaining like
Scrimba.
remote
Holy
properties or
shit,
something?
dude, you're
Or
just completely obfuscating now. Scrimba, is that what I just said? Did I say you can't use philosophy to talk about rights?
Wait a minute. Hold on for a second. Who's the spammer in the comments so I can mute them?
I don't see anyone.
I don't know who the spammer is. If it if it was Jay saying "L me," it's just a joke we play on each other. Don't mute Jay.
What you
regardless, I was saying if it was some girl named Jayana, like don't mute Jayana. She's cool. She just plays jokes on me. I play jokes on her. We always say "L" each other. That I don't know if that was the person that was spamming, but they spam like "L" just some guy or whatever. We do that to each other. It's just a joke. I don't know
got
who
it.
the spammer was though, but yeah.
Yeah.
Regardless, Scrimba, could you actually contend with the argument in regards to like rights not actually existing in reality? It's only a privilege granted to you by those who hold the monopoly of force. And what I just brought up to you, I don't care if you think it came from Scooter or it didn't. Barely talked to Scooter, only talked to him one time, and I actually, when I did talk to him, I debated against him. So, regardless. I would like you to actually contend with the argument instead of bringing up some irrelevant person.
yeah, man, I think I just went over this with Bryce for probably like good solid 1 hour. I'm not like I don't know what you mean when you say that absent of any like enforcement law, like rights don't exist.
Right. So I'm saying that rights being entitlements at like a legal or moral entitlement absent duty does not actually exist in reality. If you had the right, and it's an entitlement that's granted to you based on whatever factors, and it cannot be revoked, it's irrevocable because it's an entitlement, by definition it would be irrevocable, then these things could not be violated. When people talk about they violated my rights, they're talking about they violated my privilege to do this thing that's granted to me by the force mechanism, right? The force mechanism is the one that actually upholds the privileges that are granted by the force mechanism itself. If the force mechanism says, hey, you no longer have these rights, or these quote unquote rights, what I mean by rights there is privileges, then you no longer have those fucking privileges. It's just a descriptive claim about reality. If tomorrow we woke up and the government decided, hey, dude, guess what? You don't have the right to be in this country, or hey, you don't have the right to walk across the street with pants on, or whatever the fucking random privilege that you're granted currently, they wanted to take away, and they had the overwhelming force disparity to be able to carry out the taking away of that privilege. There's nothing you can fucking do about it. You don't have a right to do that thing. It's that
Hey,
simple.
can I ask you a question?
What?
Scrimba.
You
Holy
just
shit.
so
Dude, I
you're
know you're
saying
smart enough to
that
understand what I just
some
said.
guy.
no,
Can I ask you a
the
question?
what
This is
was
literally what
Ajax.
happened for a half
Yeah,
hour.
Ajax.
yeah the
Yeah,
what is not
hang on,
because
Scrim. I
I
want to ask
didn't
you a
understand.
question real quick. Can there be a third domain of existence?
I've
What do you mean by this?
been
Yeah, can something exist outside of immaterial or material?
I explained the whole category error thing to you, so I mean I don't know why
No,
would
he's asking. I'm pretty sure Ix is asking me.
Yeah,
no
I'm asking just some guy.
explain to him what you mean by that, buddy.
Yeah, so
Yeah, explain to me
just
what you mean.
yeah, like can something exist that's not immaterial or not material? Like there's just some like other kind of existence outside of these.
I would say that I mean, it would not necessarily be material. If something is material or immaterial, that's a true dichotomy. Either something is material or it's not.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I don't know
so
exactly what you
yeah,
mean
so
by.
there's
Well,
not a
no,
third
I would
domain,
argue
right?
against this. I would argue against this wholly. No, no, no.
Well, no. If we're talking about material or immaterial in regards to like a metaphysical sense, yeah, either something is material or immaterial. There
Okay,
is no
sure.
in between. It's
So
like
let,
saying
let's
there's
take the
either
object. Well, let's
something is
take
made out
math.
of.
Let's take math. And
Yes,
is
math is
math an
immaterial.
objective truth?
Math is immaterial.
How?
The
Because it's
structure
just
of mathematics is immaterial. Yes, it's literally only.
Please read
Okay, so the law of mathematics, the laws of logic, the laws of thought, all of
Sure.
these
Would these
laws
hold true
are
without?
immaterial.
Would these hold true without human intervention or thought?
Yes.
Then that's not immaterial. That's not material.
Yes, then
It's
it is
neither.
immaterial.
The concept itself is
Silver.
neither.
Holy shit. Yeah, this is only if you presuppose the fact that God does not exist, which I don't do. I argue from religion consistently. Yeah, Scrimba, this is immediately. Hold on, Scrimba, shut up. Stop cope laughing, dude. You do this every time. This is how bad faith you get, bro. Shut up and contend with the fucking arguments, or hop off the fucking panel. It's that simple.
God is the necessary precondition for knowledge.
Yes, God is the necessary precondition for knowledge. Knowledge exists, therefore God. Would you like to run it again, Scrimba, without the fucking cope laughing and you literally sitting there and self-soothing yourself?
I don't know if you can see what I'm doing right now, but it's a little bit creepy that you're watching somebody else self-soothe.
No, self-soothing. I mean you hugging yourself to sleep at night because you're literally alone and you can't get bitches and you literally sit on TikTok all day, constantly coping when anyone destroys you in a debate. Evil Misty, chill. Don't even.
No.
With this motherfucker for so fucking long, I do not feel like hearing it. This motherfucker.
Guys,
So now y'all.
Wait, guys, we're gonna have to conclude this.
And get muted.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, because what we're not.
Wait, who's this
As bad faith as possible.
Oh
When
my
he gets
God.
matched his energy, y'all mute me.
Guys,
That's the
wait
crazy
a
part.
second.
Hold on.
All right. Hold on.
Let host talk.
We
Let
have
host talk.
a new op, merely Tipid.
I
What
love
is your
that.
age? What is your age and what is your stance?
My stance, I'm assuming
What
from
age
my life
first?
or place. Yeah, 20.
All right, you're asked.
I guess for this, would be I would disagree with the prompt. I don't think it would lead to these said things, but
Okay, so you're pro-choice. Okay, you guys can take this one at a time, please.
Yes, and Guy, I just want to take a moment to appreciate you for explaining that because they wouldn't listen to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I explained this like several times.
It's all good, IX. Yeah. So,
Two different.
Scrimba just loves to cope laugh, and he doesn't understand the difference between his worldview and others' worldviews. This is why he can't steel man other people's positions, and he just automatically assumes they're circular if he can't actually understand it. He doesn't understand paradigmatic level arguments. He doesn't understand metalogical arguments. He just wants to go into this whole
What are
Iranian
metalogical
bullshit.
arguments? Can you give me
Go ahead, Scrimba. Yeah. Eat my whole. You know what? I'm gonna wind up doing the same.
Why
shit.
are you getting so
Scrimba?
mad?
It's okay. It's okay,
Just
Scrimba.
having
It's
a
okay.
conversation.
Go self-soothe. Go self-soothe. Go cuddle up. Cuddle yourself to sleep. It's fine. Let the new guy speak and let someone else handle him.
Oh. You guys can take the new. You can take merely if you guys want.
yeah, Bryce. Run my feet again. Oh, Bryce.
You say my name? What?
Yeah, run my feet again, bro.
I don't know who you are, man.
Oh, you don't know inverse?
Oh, inverse. Oh,
Yeah. I don't know.
somebody else can have inverse. I
No!
already dealt with inverse today.
No! What the hell?
Dealt with you within a 24-hour time period. I'm good.
Oh, that's crazy. He has a
Yeah.
24 timer on me. Oh no. Yeah, I hold error theory on why abortion is permissible.
Whoa!
I know, pretty interesting view, huh?
Hold on, what theory?
Error theory.
I guess I don't know what this is. Would you care to explain?
Yeah, I got you. So, premise wise, it'll just be if the error theory is true, then abortion is morally permissible. P2 error theory is true, conclusion abortion is morally permissible for the first premises. As to, well, the reason for premise one would be error theory claims that all moral claims are systematically false, including claims on abortion is morally wrong. Since under error theory, there are no true moral facts like abortion is wrong or abortion is right. There are no objective bases to condemn abortion as morally impermissible without true moral prohibitions. We can't say abortion is generally wrong, and thus it remains permissible in the sense that isn't objectively forbidden. Again, I will clarify the stance is not to lead to some sort of like pro-choice conclusion in the sense you should swap your view. It's more so just to negate the position of any others contending the view.
Okay, so there was a lot to unpack there, but
I know the reason's pretty long. I can break down error theory and then The premise 2 will go into irreducible slurs, and then explanatory dispensable. Why are they explanatory and dispensable, etc. Like it's just a basic error theory argument.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded to me like you were essentially saying there is no clear moral good or bad, and that it's subjective, and so.
Yeah, it's gonna. I guess to sum it up, really, all moral claims are going to be systematically false, and there's no objective basis to condemn abortion to be as morally impermissible. So we cannot say it's generally wrong, and thus it remains permissible in the sense that it isn't objectively forbidden.
Okay. Could we agree that based on just your typical morality of the average human being that believes that murder is wrong,
the typical human
being could be
the rational agent that typical human beings fall under is utilitarian. But that'll just lead to like an appeal to majority. If you're saying we should appeal to this setting to believe that there's going to be some sort of objective morale, which I believe that's just a neurological naturalistic moral realism account there. You're saying that neurologically it's going to have some sort of like objective moral framework.
Oh no, he thinks that God said bad, so therefore bad.
What?
Right?
I think that society itself says bad and murder wrong.
Are you I don't think. I think you're confused.
This is how low IQ Scrimba is.
Scrimba, I think you're
That's not what you're saying?
Oh man.
No,
Yeah,
that's
go
not
ahead
what
and
he's saying.
explain
He's
that
saying
again.
that. No, he's saying
No,
that.
no,
Okay.
Scrimba. I'm not even gonna give you the satisfaction of me explaining it to you again, because this is like the fifth time I've had to explain it to you, and your stupid ass still can't comprehend it because you're willingly strawmanning the opposition
Explain it
instead
to
of
him
trying to
then. Go
understand
ahead
their
and explain it
arguments.
to him.
This is funny.
We as a society have ruled that murder is wrong and that's
It's going
punishable.
to be an appeal to legality. There, you're saying
No,
that
I
because
think
we
he's
ruled it to be
saying
that it's
cultural
That's Scrimba's.
And
That's
the majority
Scrimba's
of the world
argument.
has
Scrimba's
agreed.
argument
That's an appeal
is
to
social
majority.
contract
That's also
theory.
fallacious act, right? Obviously, we can.
Yeah.
If you're gonna be like,
There you go,
mostly
Scrimba. You got
faithful-
cooked. You got cooked by your own friends, Scrimba. Good job, dumbass. Would social contract theory fall under the same issue merely?
Say that again.
Social contract theory.
Not too well informed on the theory. I have maybe like surface level. You want to explain it to me?
Basically, because the majority of society has somehow come under this social contract, and they are willing participants in the contract. If you break the contract, this is the only thing that makes something morally wrong.
No.
Oh,
Not what I
I
said.
wouldn't hold that to be true.
Scrimba, you literally
That's not
were
what I
arguing
said.
from a moral contract position earlier.
That's horrible.
I don't know if you didn't understand the concept of agent and
Hey,
appraiser,
Scrimba,
or-
if two people are on an island, do they have to have a contract with one another in order for them to have rights? And
not
if they
using
don't have a
words.
moral contract with one
I'm
another,
not
hold on.
using
No,
words
Scrimba,
right
no,
now.
Scrimba, don't run from it now,
Scrimba,
you
answer.
stupid fuck. This is literally what you were arguing
This is
earlier.
not-
Why
listen,
the fuck are
man.
you switching up now? This is how bad of a sophist you are, dude. You literally cannot argue your own arguments over again once someone else joins because you realize you're gonna get cooked by your own fucking friends.
Yeah, I mean, me and Scrib have debated before. It was, I think it's not. I think you just have like surface level knowledge. If you actually deep dive into a lot of things, you'd actually be pretty decent.
I never made that claim, first of all. So I mean, he's trying to say that I'm
look,
trying
I
to
don't
do
know,
some
man.
kind of
Wait,
like
Scrimba, you
Scrimba,
literally
if
said that
two
there needs
people
to
are
be an
on an
agent and a
island.
yeah. You literally
shit.
just
Yeah, go ahead,
literally
Bryce,
during
you're on it.
during the argument, Scrimba, you literally said that there needs to be an agent or somebody that conceives of the right, right? And there needs to be an appraiser to agree that this right's true. You literally said this.
the evaluation of the action requires an agent and an appraiser.
What do you think you're? Just to be clear, because I think, what do you think you're arguing when you say that, Scrimba? Do you think it's not social contract theory?
I'm not saying I didn't even say it was a social contract. Like
No, I
these
know you're not
people
saying
are-
that. I'm just,
Literally,
I'm asking you.
Scrimba,
Wait, hold on,
earlier,
wait,
hold on,
wait,
hold on,
wait,
really
wait,
quickly.
Wait, just to be clear,
No,
I just
earlier
wanna know
he
what he's
literally
trying to
used
argue.
the exact words contract. There was a contract between the two people. Those are the exact fucking words he used
Understanding
earlier.
and
With the same concept. Hold on, with the same concepts, and now you're trying to run away from it, Scrimba, like you always do, because you're a fucking
Scrimba,
soft.
okay, to be clear, if you didn't use that, what are you trying to defend? What theory are you trying to defend? Just be clear on that. I don't
Okay,
need like
I
other.
wasn't
Have
even.
one, bro. He doesn't have one. He
Can I
doesn't have one of his
can I
own. He switches
explain?
it up regarding the circumstances. He switches
Okay,
it up for whatever the case may need. He has no actual views of his own. He only critiques, and then the moment he's pressed on his own, he switches his argument to something completely different so that he doesn't actually get pressed on what he really believes. That's how he argues. He's a
just let me
sophist.
know when you're done so that I can. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead, my brother. Please go ahead. Please do it for me. Please do it. Go ahead.
That's crazy. Oh my god.
Again, like I'm simply me and Bryce had a problem with me saying that rights can be. Bryce used another word than what I was using, so I said I don't think that rights are the type of things that can be taken away, but rather they can be superseded, and that's where the whole "what do you take rights to be" conversation came from.
Okay. I don't. That doesn't really answer my question though. Like,
Yeah, that I'm not holding to a certain
okay,
like
so you
way.
don't hold to a certain framework,
Yeah,
but you
I'm not.
commit to something, and you have beliefs that would still fall under a certain framework. Do you just not know the framework?
No. Merely,
Yeah, I
merely,
mean,
you don't
sure, yeah.
understand. This is what I just explained. Merely, he doesn't hold to any framework, except that he does. But when he's pushed on his own moral framework, he switches it completely to argue from a different one for having a better position than his own.
Yeah,
He's
I
a
think.
sophist.
Yeah, I would say if you have like certain things that lead to multiple frameworks which contradict themselves, then you should probably more deep dive into like ethics and how you evaluate these said frameworks. Because like for example, that would be like me saying, "Well, I'm an error theorist. I believe that," and then making something in a meta-ethical conversation that appeals to like neurological naturalistic moralism, right? I would have to still fall under some sort of moral anti-realist meta-ethics if I'm subscribing to error theory. It doesn't make sense if you have so many different views, but you don't have like an account. So when people say like, "What's your axiological commitment?" They tend to ask that
They didn't even
because
ask
there
me
is a
that.
framework.
They didn't even ask me that. All they asked me is what my understanding of rights are, and that's what I was trying to explain.
Oh, what is
No,
your
Scrimba,
Whether or not a
well,
right could be
we
taken
eventually
or
got
not,
down
and
to
you
it,
danced around for a half hour.
Scrimba, I asked you what. Hold on. Well, no. Hold on, because here, once I came in, Scrimba, you didn't know how to define a right exactly the way that you would want to. So I gave you what I think a right is normally defined as regarding like your position, right? Which is a entitlement, a legal or moral entitlement absent any duty or obligation, and it's granted to you based on whatever means, right? Like whether or not you're a human or whatever the case may be, it's granted to you based on some standard, and those are the things that you're given, right? And what I did was I showed you that it's not actually a right. They don't exist in reality, and the way that reality functions. The way that reality functions is off of privileges granted to you by a force mechanism. And then you immediately went to a genetic fallacy by saying, well, you need to stop listening to Scooter, who I've spoken to one time and debated with him. I don't actually agree with Scooter.
I said
So
stop
that's a
listening to
genetic fallacy
Scooter.
off the bat. And okay, right,
Yeah.
Scrimba, continue to
The
cope.
reason-
Continue
the
to cope.
reason
I
why
love
I
it.
said don't listen
I
to
love the smell of
Scooter.
curry cope. I
Yeah.
love it.
Listen,
So
I don't
continue.
know why you have to be racist like that, but that's fine.
I think I've entertained
Oh, I'm not racist.
I'll get back to Mirli's position.
Oh,
What?
I don't.
No, I actually do love the smell of curry. I actually love it.
Curry does
Like,
smell
it's
good.
a very good smell. It's a really good
It
smell.
is.
Like
It
I
is.
actually like it. I have some curry powder in my cabinet.
Like,
What?
Just
I
some
love
guy
that shit.
takes
I
it
just-
out.
I
He uses it as smelling salts.
Yeah, that's
for real. And I wake up in the morning.
If you
like,
want to be
just-
racist towards me, I can just drop
What?
that.
How is that race? What?
It's
Okay.
not racist.
No
Actually,
It's okay.
there's
It's
some.
okay.
there's
It's okay.
some
Run,
seasons
it's okay.
that just
It's
smell
okay,
good.
Scrimba.
Like,
Run away because you're feeling your fifi's got hurt. It's okay, Scrimba. It's okay.
You're so you say that you using that word has nothing to do with me being Indian.
No,
Oh, I didn't even know you were Indian,
Didn't
dude. I
even
thought you were
know you were
Pakistani.
Indian,
I'm
what?
not gonna lie.
I did.
Yeah,
I actually
so-
got that too. I thought you were Pakistan.
Yeah, so that has nothing to do with that.
Obviously not based on the reaction.
I really like curry, dude.
Okay.
All right, let's get back to Mirli's stance.
My stance. Oh, where do we leave off? Oh yeah.
You were arguing against my standpoint about ad hominem, essentially. When it came down to morality.
Yeah. So the view in which you're taking is just going to be founded from like, I guess you're just saying that due to medical studies and how our rational agents and moral agents compose of under like a utilitarian hedonistic framework, that we wouldn't be able to unalive, or we would find it to be intuitively bad. Sure. But this just seems like you're making an appeal to neurological naturalistic moral realism. What would be the reason why we should fall under that, and rather an error theorist? Because it seems to exclude not only people who are born with sociopathic tendencies or people with neurological deficiencies that would find it intuitive to unalive these said things, in which that would be where it falls into like the irreducible sirs and explanatory dispensable theoretical entities, and how all irreducible sirs can be explanatory and dispensable, meaning we can fully explain moral thinking and behavior without needing to posit them, right? So I guess the argument there, to simplify, what is going to be the argument in which we would find neurological naturalistic moral realism to be intuitive?
I almost sounds that.
Oh.
So I guess my question here is, do you consider murder to be wrong? Morally.
I guess I wouldn't have an answer for that. I think it's because the reason why I don't have an answer for that is because in some situations I would find it to be intuitive, and some I would find it not to be.
Overall,
Hey, I just want to be clear really quickly. A host,
Yes.
Sky tried to join a panel earlier, and then she made multiple threats against the life of men.
Damn.
So I don't know if you want to. I'm not that guy. Like I don't like. I don't make people hop. Yeah, Sky, you remember the comments you made about how women make all the men's food, and you should really be careful and all that. Oh yeah, so you did. Yeah, okay, right, exactly. Great,
little
thank you.
boy. Never forget.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I
You
don't
look
want
like
to
a
talk
T
about
person.
putting
You look
women
like a
in
T person. It's okay.
cages. No,
Whoa,
you said you're gonna put women in
Who?
cages, and then
Who
you're
said that?
crying like a
Who
little
said?
bitch
Who said that?
about me
Well,
making your
I don't
meal.
want drama from previous live.
Yeah. No, I'm just letting you know. Shorty
This
was
is the
making
thing about
threats
you
against the
men. You're
lives
like
of an
you act
entire
like
group of
such
people.
bitches. You would think for the shit that you
Oh,
did,
it's
you'd be
okay.
able
It's
to
okay.
take a
Right,
fucking
yeah.
comment.
Okay.
Also, Sky, to be fair, you look like a man, but it's okay.
All right. Enough of that.
I was just,
Enough of that.
I was just trying to. Yeah.
tepid.
Yes, the reason why I would
The
find
majority of the time, would you consider murder to be morally incorrect?
Well, I would just say, I guess yes to answer the question, but
Why?
would I find it? Oh, are you saying would I find it incorrect or correct? Sorry, I heard
Morally incorrect to murder.
To murder. Yeah, because I don't find the action or something. I guess the action being permitted in the situations that I find myself in daily. That's why I don't think it. Well, and I wouldn't even say it's like a moral aspect. It's more so that the actions or something which is happening within my daily life is not wanting me to permit or do the said action in question. It's not a matter of it being wrong or right. I don't commit myself to saying that something is wrong or right.
I should probably cut in, guys.
Is that not the argument?
Wait, hold
I
on.
thought the
Wait,
argument was
guys.
whether
Guys.
or not.
Try not to say the M word or any of those words.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Smirdo.
Yeah.
I thought that. Oh, sorry, unalive.
No,
I thought the argument was whether or not it was immoral to.
The argument doesn't address morality. Error theory claims that things like abortion is right or abortion is wrong, right? Or things are moral or immoral are just wrong in the sense there's no objective basis to condemn them. Therefore, it would lead to the action being impermissible. So when we talk about this, right, there's going to be stance-independent reasons in which we evaluate. And these stance-independent reasons are going to be taken out of like the ethical commitment. They're going to be something which is dispensable and theoretical. So when we talk about this, right, irreducible sirs are reasons that are true regardless of anyone's desire, values, or attitudes that are claimed to explain certain features of our moral thinking and behavior. Normally, take for example, utilitarian, right? We go into like a hedonistic theory under well-being to evaluate the values of pleasure and displeasure or suffering. Well, this stance will go into irreducible sirs. Regardless of these reasons, there's going to be some there's always going to be some sort of reason in which it could be true, regardless of these stipulations. And then what I mean by irreducible serves are explanatory dispensable, it just means we can fully explain moral thinking and behaviors without needing to posit them. And then we have no good. And then if this is the case, there's no reason to believe they
Wait,
exist.
so in other words, you can assert some sort of if I'm catching this correctly, sorry, I'm also like half playing a video game at the same time.
You're good.
Yeah, just to be clear, what you're saying is that under error theory, you can say that these things don't actually exist, but you can say that they're wrong or right based on.
Wait. Who said that?
That's
Jeanette.
Jeanette.
Yeah, you're getting muted.
Jeanette
top right.
up top right. Yeah.
W kid,
Yeah,
bro.
you're getting muted.
I don't
It's
know
always the
what that
kids
is,
too.
Yeah, goodbye. You're getting muted.
That just threw me off. What was I
I'm
saying?
talking about that something exists under error theory due to irreducible serves.
Yeah, I can't remember the way that you said it yet, but given I know you went through utilitarianism, the hedonistic aspect of that, pleasure, displeasure.
Yeah, I can
and then you
reword
went
it
through
real
something
quick.
else. It was like the last. Yeah, sure, please, because I got kind of thrown off by that.
Very good. So when I discuss irreducible serves within argument 1 for premise 2, or at least justifying premise 2, it just when I say serves, it stands independent reasons. And what I mean by this is reasons that are true regardless of anyone's desire, values, or attitude, and that are claimed to explain certain features of our moral thinking and behavior. And then what do I mean by irreducible serves are explanatory dispensable, that are explanatorily dispensable. Well, that's just meaning we can fully explain moral thinking and behavior without needing to posit them. Then, if this is going to be the case, we have no good reason
Sure.
to
Well,
exist.
wait. How do you posit something that you don't know to be true?
It's not that we don't know it to be true. It's that we so when we say that
It's just intuition, or what?
I wouldn't say it's intuition. I wouldn't say error theory also posits that they're not true. It's just that they're systematically false. So I hold it to be that they're systematically false, not that they're
Well,
not true or don't exist.
systematically false by what system? Because you have to have a mechanism by which to know what is false and what is true, right?
Question. I actually.
Well, this is kind of where I would get at error theory, because I spoke to an error theorist like, dude, it's been like fucking at least 5 months.
You're good.
And
It's
I
not-
honestly I haven't brushed up on it in a long time. I'm just trying to get your view of it and go off
Right.
that. But
I wouldn't have a
the issue that I think I had with error theory before was the epistemic foundation for it. Is like, how do you even assert? Because it seems to be just arbitrary or subjective in totality, right? Because you would say, well, we can know these things to be true. Okay, but how do you know? And what justification can you give for the knowledge that you're stating is what you're basing your moral stances off of? Whether you're saying that we can know this thing to be wrong or right without positing it, or we can posit it without it knowing exactly. But like,
Well,
how
I
do you
think-
know that you can posit it without actually knowing that it is the case?
Yeah,
Maybe
I think,
I'm getting either one of those two ways mixed up, but just correct it for me if you can, because like I said, I'm like half in, half out. on that.
you're good. I'm still like fixing and critiquing this too. So it's definitely I stop running error theory. No luck. I will never stop running this. I'll go to nihilism if it's better.
Well, not to be fair, nihilism. Here's the thing: if I didn't believe in God, I would just be a nihilist because it's the most consistent view to me, at least.
Really?
Yeah, I would say that like complete nihilism or some sort of I'm not using divine command in the way that like divine command theory or whatever, but like in regards to like theistic worldview versus, because I'm sort of like an epistemic holist, so I'm a presuppositionalist. That's kind of how I argue. I feel like it's necessary to presuppose God in order to have these sorts of conversations in the first place, but I know many people don't subscribe to that view, and like Scrimba, they just kind of spurg out. But when it comes to like the other views, when I do like LARP and go on other accounts and like fuck with people, I do run nihilism, because I feel like nihilism is the most consistent view outside of a theistic worldview. I think anything else would be.
Do you have like a certain
kind of subpar.
nihilism?
No, not necessarily. Just that I genuinely believe that nothing has any ultimate meaning. We could, fabricate some sort of fake meaning for ourselves, but there is no actual meaning to anything in regards to even in regards to language, anything, right? Like you would just have to unalive on that hill. Like nothing that we really say, do, act out in society really has any meaning to it. It's a hill that you have to unalive on, but I think it's the only other consistent view.
Well, I
If
guess
wasn't a theist, I would be a
I missed something because to me, what he was saying before sounds like that, essentially. That it's all completely subjective and doesn't matter.
Well,
My body, my choice.
subjectivism in
needs
and of
to-
itself isn't nihilistic. I think if subjectivists ultimately lead it to its logical conclusion, it would be nihilism. But I think that there are a lot of theories that are made up in regards to like metaphysics and metaethics that,
Damn, dude, that boy have
at
a big
least from what I
unibrow.
know.
Shit.
That's crazy.
Some trolls. H Sen might
Yeah,
be a troll
that's
as well.
not me in my that's not me in my profile picture, dog. That's Sawan. Long live Sawan, by the way.
Can I?
But,
I'm
yeah.
probably gonna hop down here in a second, but I want to ask this question to Jacob before I go. Jacob, do you actually have beef? No pun
I'm talking
intended.
about
With vegan.
hens. By the way, I'm not trolling. I'm chill.
Whoa, no drama from previous lives.
No.
My fault, my-
No.
I
My
just
fault, my fault.
apologized to Vegan. He was like, no, "You're good. Don't worry about it."
I'm talking about hens got a big unibrow. That's what I was saying.
Hey,
I wasn't
cowboy.
trolling. I was curious on the prompt. What do you mean my body, my...
Yeah, okay. Anyways, what were you saying, Jacob?
Oh yeah, I was just saying I just reached out to Vegan to apologize, and he was like, "You're good. Don't worry about it." So we're all
Oh.
good.
I see.
And they got real quiet.
Indeed.
What's up, guys? I don't think I know most of y'all. I'm pro-choice though.
Wait, real quick, inverse.
Oh no.
So the hypothetical that I gave Scrimba when we were talking about rights, right, is he gave the qualifier that there must be an agent that can come up with a concept, an appraiser to approve of the concept. Right. At first, I gave him the hypothetical of two people on an island, in which there was which was my fault because I didn't add the second part of the qualifier that there must be an appraiser. I added. He said no, the right wouldn't exist because there would be no appraiser. So I changed the hypothetical to three people on an island. One person who is the conceiver of the right to life, the appraiser to the right of life, and the third person who has no clue about this concept or appraisal of this right. Would the right exist? He said, yes, the concept of that right would exist. I said, okay. So if the third person who had no idea of this concept were to find a pew pew on the island and pew pew both of them, would this right have been taken away? And he just like obfuscated and wouldn't answer the question and tried to like dodge it the entire time. He tried to. We had timers on, and he tried to play time.
Wow. Okay. Well, I would guess if it. I don't even know. I hate that view. Oh my god, it gives me a headache listening to the view. It's so dumb.
Bro, try debating it.
I've debated. Yeah, I'm good on that, bro. I think I'd rather take a pew pew to the head. It's okay.
As long as you didn't conceive of that right existing and that right being appraised, it wouldn't matter. So you're good.
I'll be honest. I think it's only been 2 encounters with Scrimba, and both times it was just that he had surface level knowledge and then was confused on like in-depth knowledge on the topic.
Mm-hmm.
It was horrible.
I'm sure there's a way to defeat that hypothetical, but he just didn't know it and tried to play time the entire time.
Probably.
No, straight up, for like a half hour, he kept trying to just basically get his stance. And all he did was argue ambiguous, like, a philosophy about, like, well, what do you mean by, like, take? And, like, what do you mean by this? And,
Hey,
like, what does this really mean?
as much as I don't like Scrimba, I don't think we should be talking about it while he's not here.
I don't give a fuck.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just
Oh,
like I
Jordan.
don't agree with what's happening.
Yo, okay, wait. To clear it up, Scrimba.
Pictures in the comments,
from what you
anyways.
said, Billy, Scrimba sounds like Jordan Peterson. What do you mean by?
What do you mean by
now
belief?
let's be real about what we mean by that.
Like, what do you mean by human?
Because that's bloody dangerous.
Oh my god, bro.
In
Well, no, the
Maoist
thing
China,
about-
they'd have you
well,
locked
here's
up
the
for
other
that,
thing
bucko.
is- Well,
All right,
here's
all
the
right. I
thing
think we have somebody
earlier
else.
that
On the,
happened
I think we have
was.
somebody else
Oh, my
on the
bad.
panel. Who's his bride? How old are you? And what's your stance?
It's Bird. I'm 45.
Uh-oh.
Damn.
Pro-choice.
I'm a bird.
Mr. Bird, why do you like unaliving children?
A fetus does not have a right to a woman's body or labor.
Okay.
I believe in body. I believe in body autonomy. If we're not going to make people give up kidneys to save people's lives, why are we making women give up their bodily autonomy to save fetuses?
Bird, what is a right?
Got a headache, so you know what? Just some guy, you take that.
A right is an
Bird,
entitlement.
it's an entitlement.
Yeah.
Is it absent any duty or
What is
obligation?
a right? What is a right?
Yeah, I don't believe in rights, so I'm asking you.
Oh,
as the
so
one
I
holding to rights.
you don't believe in rights. All
Yeah,
right.
so I'm asking you, right? What is your definition of rights?
I just told
Entitlement,
you an
absent duty,
entitlement.
right?
I
Is
just
it
told you an
absent duty or
entitlement.
obligation?
I just told you it's entitlement. It's
Is it
absent. Yeah, it's
absent
absent.
duty or obligation?
I just said yes.
Okay, thank you for
Calm
the fifth
down.
fucking
You guys
time.
need to calm down.
Sir, I asked a simple question. You obfuscated.
And I answered it
again and
simply.
again.
And I
Yeah, you
answered it
answered it the
simply.
fifth time that I had to ask it.
I answered it
Regardless, Bird,
simply.
it's okay. It's okay. Okay,
Right.
great.
Does a
Okay,
fetus
can you
have a
show me?
right to a
Where
woman's
do
body
rights
or
exist?
labor?
Where do rights
Does a
exist?
fetus? Do we give kidneys? Should we give a
I'm
kidney?
not going to grant you any of your
Should we?
presuppositions,
Bird,
sir.
Should
You need to
I made my
actually.
position?
Bird, why are you asking the questions? He's investigating your stance. So, like, answer his questions.
He's not. He's going around it. But go
Bird,
ahead.
I am. No, I'm not actually. Do you want me to give you my stance and then you can critique mine?
Go ahead,
Bird?
bro.
Because I genuinely think you're so low IQ
Go
that it wouldn't
ahead.
dent me a single bit. Yeah.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Great. So
I already won.
I don't believe rights exist. You didn't.
Right. You don't
Oh
believe
my
rights
God.
exist.
Holy shit.
So you don't believe you
Holy
have
shit.
rights.
Yeah, I don't believe I have rights. I believe that I'm
You don't
granted
believe you have
privileges
rights.
by a force. Yeah, I believe that I'm granted privileges by a force mechanism, and that force mechanism being the individuals who hold the overwhelming force disparity over myself, as well as everyone else in society. If I don't have enough force to enforce my own rights, then I'm granted my rights, quote unquote rights, which are privileges. Right? They can be taken away at any time. Therefore, they're not a right. They're a privilege.
You don't have a right to life.
No, I don't have a right to life if someone with greater force can come and take my right from me. I would say that's a privilege that I'm granted.
That wouldn't be a wrong. If someone takes your rights away from you, that's
Motherfucker,
not
do
that's
you
their
think a
right.
wrong
Is it
is
someone
the,
else's
is the
right? I'm
opposite of a
asking you,
right?
bro. Is it someone else's rights to
Holy
take away your rights?
shit.
Is someone else's rights to take away your rights?
No, I don't believe anyone
You just
has
said that,
rights.
though.
What do you not get? Bro, I just told you I don't believe rights
You
exist.
think
How
the
would I
stronger?
say that it
You
would be
think the
someone else's
stronger?
right to take my
You think the
rights?
strongest have the more rights?
Holy shit.
Hey, can you
No,
repeat
bro.
what he said?
You're
back
winning
again?
right now.
Holy
Keep
shit.
doing what you're doing. You're winning.
Wait,
Yeah,
you think
Bird,
the
you're
strongest
winning.
have
You're winning
the
so
most
hard,
rights?
dude.
I
You're
need
winning
that
so
clip.
hard.
I'm just listening to what you say.
Yeah, 100%. So listen, my brother. So like, we was kings and shit, and we came from the land of Egypt, and so like, my thing is that we all got rights because like our ancestors bestowed it upon us,
These
and so like,
kings?
I got the right to
Yo,
do
That's
what
your
I gotta
argument?
do.
A fetus
Yeah,
does not
that's
have a
my
right to
argument.
a
So
woman's
like,
body or
so
labor.
like,
I don't have all
So
night for this,
what I'm
bro. I
saying,
don't
my
have
brother.
time
So
to.
look, so what I'm saying, my brother, is that fetuses have no rights, and neither does a mother. And so me as a BLK man, I'm gonna tell you right now that it doesn't matter. I'm gonna tell
A
you
woman has a
that
right to
the
her
woman
body.
should because me as a BLK
No
man, I
one has
have
a right
forced
to someone
doctrine
else's
over
body.
the BLK woman, and she and so you don't have the rights over the individual in the womb because that's also a body of in and of itself.
That's
So
he has his
bodily
own right.
autonomy ultimately falls apart. Regardless, I
Is
thought
you?
you
Are you
wanted
just?
to.
Is
I
this a
thought you
run-on
wanted to.
sentence?
Can I talk to
No,
Bird real quick?
I thought you.
Like,
No,
what
no,
is
hold
this,
on, hold on.
bro?
Just let Bird crash and burn, dude. I'm
I'm
just
not
trolling this
crashing.
motherfucker at this point.
I won. A fetus does
Yeah,
not have
you
a
definitely
right
won. You definitely won, Bird.
to a woman's
Yeah, I
body.
thought
You
so.
won, Bird. You won so hard, bro. You
Right.
won so hard. You
Bird like
destroyed
actually
me.
just
You're
You
not going to
absolutely
make
destroyed
somebody
out of
give up a
you. Oh
kidney
my
to save
god.
someone's life.
Really
You
disingenuous.
can't make a
Yeah,
woman give up her
yeah,
bodily functions
yeah.
to
Bird,
save a
Bird,
fetus's
Bird,
life.
when just some guy said you
Bird,
would
Don't
have done him, he
crash.
was right. You crashed into him.
I'm
No, I'm
not.
not.
Bird.
You just destroyed me, dude. I
Oh
don't even know
God.
how to deal
Right.
with
So
it.
stop
I'm gonna
talking.
go. I'm gonna
Bird.
go unalive myself real quick because I don't even know how to
Is the
deal with this
person
at all.
who's
How did
being
it go?
asked to
You
give up
see,
the kidney
y'all deflect.
responsible for the person needing the transplant?
Excuse me.
Is the person who's being asked to give up their kidney responsible for the person who needs it, needing a transplant?
Even if they were. Even
So
if they
it
were.
would
Even if they were. Do we make you give up a
Shit.
kidney to somebody? Give up one of your kidneys to save
look,
someone else's life?
with the amount of steps that there are between
Yes or
having
no?
sex
Yes or
and
no?
having a pregnancy,
Yes or no?
you have more than
Yes or
enough
no?
wiggle room to not get pregnant to
Yes or
begin with.
no? Do we
After
make
that
people give up
point,
kidneys?
Valentine,
Do
bro.
we
Bird, do you
make
think
people
that
give up
there's no
kidneys to save
case?
people's lives?
Bird, do you
This
think that
man's
there's no
tripping, bro.
case in
Y'all
which
just won't say yes or no,
Wait,
though.
hold on, one at a time.
Bird, hold on. Oh my God! All right,
Yes or
here.
no?
Bird
One at a
has
time, one at a
already
time.
won. Bird has already won the conversation. I just want to ask him one question. Bird, is bodily autonomy absolute?
Yeah, it's your body.
Oh, okay, great.
Bird,
So
is
what
it
happens?
okay
What
if I
happens to
see an
felons?
animal
Hold
on the
on,
I
street?
can only listen to one of
One at a
y'all at
time.
a
Hold
time.
on, one at a time.
Valentine, hold
I
up,
can only
hold up.
listen to one of y'all at a time.
Yes,
Hold on.
I understand. That's why I was saying, hold on real quick. So, Bird, if bodily autonomy is absolute, then no one can have their bodily autonomy violated at any point whatsoever. Otherwise, it's wrong, right?
Somebody can have their body autonomy violated. What are you talking about?
I'm not saying what. No, I'm saying it would be a bad thing to violate someone's bodily
Yes, of course.
autonomy, right?
Yes.
Under review, for any
Yes.
reason whatsoever. Okay, so if you walked in a room and your son had a pew pointed at his own
we go,
head and he
if.
was ready to unalive himself, would
Here we go,
you
if.
jump in to stop him, or would you allow him to exercise his bodily autonomy?
Here goes if.
Yeah, it's called a
Hypothetical.
hypothetical. Do you know? Oh no, here comes the fucking question. Hey, if you didn't have breakfast this morning, how would you feel, Bird?
If you don't listen, it either is or it isn't. If you say if,
Hey,
I don't know the answer.
if you had hold on,
It's,
if
if it's
you
a
hadn't
if, bro,
eat
I
breakfast
don't
this
know.
morning, how would you feel?
If you can't answer it if.
Okay, well,
It's
Bird,
either it
here,
is or it
look,
isn't.
look here. Yeah,
So
okay,
are you
no
saying?
problem.
Are you saying if I went into a room, or are you
here.
saying I went into a
I'm
room?
gonna show you. I'm gonna show you.
Are you
real
saying
quick,
if
Bird,
I went into
real
a
quick.
room? Are you listen? Just
If you
listen.
did-
Are you saying if I went into a room? Or are you saying I went into a room? Those are two different statements.
Okay, Bird, you lived through this morning, right? You were alive this morning.
Did you understand what I said?
Hey, Bird. Yes, I did.
Did you
Yes, I did.
understand
You said
what
you
I
can't
just said?
distinguish between ifs
Did
and
you understand what
actuals,
I
right?
just said, though?
Here,
I can't
Bird,
really
really
move
quickly.
forward if you don't
Shut your
understand,
ass,
bro.
Shut your ass up real quick. Just answer one question.
Bro, you
If
gotta
didn't
answer. You
eat
gotta ask the
breakfast
question properly.
this morning. Okay, I'll do it for you.
Right.
Had you not eaten breakfast this morning, how would
That's
you
a
feel?
different. Oh my god. What you say again, bro? I'll try to answer the question, though. Go ahead.
Okay. So here, I'll ask it super simply to you, okay? You're currently alive, right? And you currently lived the entirety of the previous day. Let's just suppose that you had not eaten breakfast at the beginning of your day. How would you feel?
I might be hungry.
Great. It's crazy. I had to break it down for you that fucking
No,
simply.
you gotta. It's
but
the
thank
question,
you,
bro. You
Bird.
gotta use words.
So-
you gotta understand what words
Yes.
mean.
If you don't understand what if means,
if we go again, bro.
holy fuck.
You don't understand what if means, bro. But go ahead.
Bird, I just want to be honest with you, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey,
Your
there
forehead
is
looks
no
so
if.
appealing right
A
now. I
woman,
just want to put
there
my
is
whole
no
fucking
infiniteness.
palm on
A
that shit.
fetus
Just
does not. A fetus
I want
does
to run a
not have a
crystal on
right
your
to a
forehead,
woman's
Bird.
body or
fucking
labor. Period. Y'all can't, I don't understand what y'all don't understand.
Bird. If I put you in a crystal, what you think would happen?
Nobody has a right to anyone else's body or labor.
Answer the question, Bird. If I put you in a
Right.
crystal, what do you think would happen?
I don't
oh
know.
my
You tell
god,
me,
this
buddy.
is low cow. This is low cow material.
Right. You tell me what would happen.
Fuck is
Right. You can't even stay on the subject. A fetus doesn't have a
Bro, you
right to a
guys,
woman's
here,
body or
Bird.
labor.
Bird, let
So
someone
y'all
else
lost.
hop in on your behalf,
So I can go about my
please,
day because
sir.
y'all can't win. Y'all
Oh,
can't win.
yeah, you
Right.
absolutely cooked me into oblivion.
Yeah, I
Please
did.
post it on the internet for everyone to see, please.
Hey, you had a
Please, Bird.
discussion, bro. This is what it says, and
Holy shit.
I proved you wrong. So
Bird,
what?
I beg of you, if you've recorded any of that, please post it on the internet for
I don't
everyone
have
to
to
see
post it
how
on the
absolutely
internet, bro.
incompetent I am.
This is all going
This
on.
is
No,
just
no,
between
no,
us.
yeah,
It's
no,
all going on.
I know,
It's
yeah,
9 of us here. What are you talking about? The
One at a
internet?
time, order one at a time, one at a time.
It's what 60 people here. It's only us, bro.
Yeah, it's 47 people here. Yes, Bird.
Bryce.
Yes,
And the
I know
9
you
of
cannot
us.
count
And the
past
9 of
10.
us,
It's
bro.
okay.
And the 9 of
But
us.
Bryce.
Dumbass.
Bryce.
we're
If
included in the
I,
Bird, can I ask
46.
you a
Wait,
question?
wait, hold on. I want to hear Hannah say something.
What's
Yeah,
up, Henry?
Bryce.
Yeah, sorry.
If I oh, not Bryce, I mean Bird. Sorry, Bryce. Bird. If I push, like, if I walk up to this shiny red button and I push this button and this button causes Swan's kidney to fail and he only has or they only have one working kidney, I'm sorry. Do you think it would be reasonable that I'm like obligated to give them one of my kidneys? Since I
No.
pressed a button that forced their kidney to fail?
No.
That's crazy.
What if
What do you
every
mean
time
it's
you
crazy?
wait? What if
They
every
don't do
time
it.
you
Listen,
wait, real
listen,
quick.
listen.
What?
Let me answer her. Damn. If you hit somebody with your automobile and you break their leg, they don't break your leg, right? I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. If you hit somebody, if you hit somebody with a knife on purpose and you hit one of their kidneys, they're not going to make you take out one of your kidneys to
I think
replace
that they
theirs.
should. They
What they're
should.
You sound ridiculous, lady.
What if I do this in mass? Like, what if I do it to millions of people?
What do you mean?
Like, I'm
They're still
never
not
going
going
to
to
be
take your kidney.
responsible.
They're still not going to take your kidney.
I understand that is the case. That's an Izot. You're
Bird.
committing an Izot fallacy. It is the case that they won't do that, but they ought to. They ought to make you do that.
Yeah, I was about
Oh, wait,
What are y'all
hold on.
talking
But
about?
Swan, hold on really quickly, Bird. I'm gonna help you out here, Bird.
Y'all are medieval.
Swan, I was told by Scrimba about a week and a half ago that the Izot fallacy isn't a fallacy. Because of the fact that
It's just
some
a
meta-ethical
informal. It's an
some
informal
meta-ethical
fallacy.
philosopher decided that no, it's not a fallacy at all. Actually, you
informal
can
fallacy.
distinguish an ought from an is and pull an ought
It's
from
an
an is
appeal to
according
legality.
Scrimba. And
It's an appeal to
What?
legality.
What?
No, it's not. No,
It is.
no,
It's
no,
an
no,
appeal
no,
to
no,
legality,
no, no.
which is an
No,
informal fallacy.
Look, no. Hold on. I was trolling, but no, that's not. It's not. No.
Well, it
You're
doesn't
saying
really
because something
matter.
is, it ought to be. That's the Izot fallacy. No, I'm just fucking with you, Swan. I'm just fucking.
It doesn't. Like, the point is,
Scrimba
like, this
pulled
guy's
some
stance is
really bad
absurd. Because, like, what if the
Bird.
shiny red button that Hannah was talking about? What if every time you press the button, another person's kidney gets like damaged, and then they need a kidney or like some
What do you
body
mean?
part
What
removed?
if this really
Bird.
happened? If there was a button, and you could press it and it would make people's kidneys fail, and you got prosecuted for that, they still would not take your kidney.
Wait, he just explained it doesn't matter what the law says right now. They're saying it should be that way. So even if it doesn't,
No, it shouldn't.
why?
Hey
Bird.
guys, do you think we could drop? Do you think we could
Can
drop
I ask
Bird
him a
and bring up
question?
Remy?
I'll
Yeah,
Yeah, they
please,
think they can do
please bring
better.
up Remy.
Can I ask for a question?
Yeah, I think we should probably move
Please,
on.
please bring Remy up. Apparently, Remy has
Oh
some beef
God.
with me. I have zero idea who this is, and this dude's just been talking shit for the last hour.
Okay,
He said he
Yeah, I
cooked
have this
me.
up on
He
my
said I
video.
ran. I think it's Geo. If it's Geo, I'm just gonna dog shit on him again.
An appeal to
But
the law
I don't know who it is.
is an
Remy, please
informal
come up.
fallacy in which someone tries to encourage or defend an action based
Yeah,
on
he
legality
wasn't appealing to
or
law. He was
condemn
appealing
it
to what
as morally
is.
reprehensible purely because it's illegal.
Yeah, well,
The is-ought fallacy isn't the appeal to legality fallacy. That would be two different fallacies. He wasn't.
I have a
I
problem
mean,
with
he was
logical
kind of doing
fallacies to
both at
begin
the
with.
same time, but
Well, I invited Remy, but he's not joining.
yeah, Remy doesn't want to join. Remy, I don't know who you are. You've been talking shit for the last hour to me in the comments. I got the screenshots. I don't know whether you're KJ or if you're Geo. But if you're Geo, who's Andrew Jackson again? Is that your favorite Civil War president? Also, could you tell me what habeas corpus is? Don't, yeah. Oh, Rouge. Is Rouge and Remy the same person?
No,
I'm
no,
pretty sure
Rouge
it
is an ally, is a friend.
They both were. Oh, well, Rouge was talking mad shit like an hour ago as well. So, Rouge, what did you cook me on?
Damn.
Number one, it's Rogue. Do you not know your comics?
no, it's Rouge.
It's Rogue.
It's Rouge. I'm gonna continue
It's
to
Rogue.
I'm pretty sure Rogue is
It's
spelled
Rogue LeBeau.
R-O-G-U-E.
No, it's Rouge.
I'm pretty sure Rogue is spelled R-O-G-U-E.
Okay, but when it's already been taken,
Okay,
you can't
right.
use it
So,
more than once.
okay, actually, well then maybe don't use that name. Anyway, what did you cook me on, Rouge? I'm just gonna keep calling you that at this point.
Well, I'm pretty sure you called my friend a pedo. So
Oh, you're talking about Jared, the one who admitted to fabricating screenshots of a 16-year-old.
And how does that make him?
No, guys,
how does that,
no.
So now you're
drama,
bringing
no
drama. So
drama.
now you're
How does that
bringing
make him
drama
that?
up in a
Wait,
lie.
is that really
When-
what you're gonna come up and talk about?
I
That's
didn't.
that's
I
what
didn't
you.
ask
That's
to
what you
come
said.
up.
You cooked
Actually,
me on, man.
Now she's actually asking why that makes him one. It's like, really?
I thought Remy was supposed to
No,
go.
here's the thing. He admitted to making a schmexual remark towards a minor on a panel. Then he went.
Wait.
Hold on. Then he went. Hold on. No. I'm just gonna explain it because the bitch decided to come up and come at me. So he made schmexual
I
remarks
actually
towards a
did
minor
not
on a
ask to
panel.
come up here
Oh, no problem.
whatsoever.
No problem. But you did come up and you immediately
You're still
brought
in the
that up.
request.
So I'm gonna address it real quick and then you can drop. Okay, Rouge? So Rouge, he made schmexual remarks towards a minor on a panel, which he admitted to. Then he created fake screenshots acting as if the minor had hit him up first. He admitted to all of this on the panel the other night, as well as previous panels, and I have screenshots from other people saying, yes, he came clean about it and tried to apologize for it, so I'm going to let him slide on it. I have all the screenshots. I can bring them up. I don't have current live
do
access
I.
on this account. So, okay, no problem.
All right.
So,
we're just
so
gonna
you
move
have
on.
screenshots disproving it or no?
I have screenshots. I have recordings. I have everything.
Of what? Of what? Your friend being a P3DO?
Okay.
The
well,
exact opposite.
Okay.
The
host is
exact
speaking.
opposite, him being not one?
Yes.
Oh, given the fact that he admitted to it on a fucking panel the other night that you were there for?
And
He
now,
did not
fucking
admit
weirdo.
to it. He admitted to lying.
All right, well then hop your stupid
All right,
hop
no
your stupid
drama.
ass off the panel being a P3DO apologist.
This is
I don't even know why
is
you came up to begin with.
this is a conversation between the prompts. I'm not gonna allow drama. to come up.
we had great conversations before this, Rouge. I don't know why you decided to come up on panel and bring some other dumbass shit up instead of just arguing the prompt.
Right.
Like it just
Well,
hop your ass off then.
well,
I don't know.
Like, go
Since
be a
I'm joined, there's
P3DO
not really
apologist
been
somewhere
really
else.
good
Well, Rouge,
conversation.
if you're like a pro-life, I mean, we kind of need to save spaces for opposition. I'm not sure if you're pro-life.
That's fine. Protect. You know who I am.
Oh, yeah, I have you added, so like we need to save.
You're in my lives all the time.
Oh, whoa.
Just
thank you.
not on this one.
Oh, I see. Oh well, thank you for joining.
Oh, okay. So I'm assuming.
And
I'm
I was
assuming you're one of
I was
3 people,
invited
but I'm
up,
not going to throw
so
any names out there.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah,
we,
no problem.
We wanted Remy to join, but Remy's not joining.
yeah.
Well, both of you were
I
talking
don't
shit in
think
the
that
comments. So
it's-
I was cool with whoever joined.
I'm
I
just
just
gonna
figured it was
say
about
that,
something regarding the topic.
Protect. I'm just gonna say it's probably not a great idea to let him up. especially since
Right?
Traveler here called me a
Since what?
bitch. So maybe
Oh
don't.
yeah,
The tone
yeah.
policing?
You've made yourself look like a bitch this entire
Wait,
time.
wait,
You've
wait,
also made
guys.
yourself
All
look
right,
Yeah, we
incredibly
don't
stupid.
need to be doing that.
all right. This is
Like,
staying away from
I'm
the
not
prompt.
the one that started it.
Staying
Sorry.
away from the prompt. It happened in the past. We got to move on to the next opposition. Thank you for coming.
That's fine.
Sorry.
I'll talk
If
to you
you're
later.
if you're a bitch,
Protect.
you're gonna get called the
All right,
bitch.
all right,
Have a good
all
one.
right, all right. We want to bring Remy up if they want to request. I'm gonna have to drop you down. Thank
I'm
you for
just
coming.
gonna suggest that not happen.
Yeah,
Well,
continue
right. Well,
Okay, that's fine. I was having perfectly normal conversations with everyone all night until your dumb ass
all
came
right,
up.
all right.
It's
We gotta
fine.
keep it calm here. Try to like also keep it 1v1s if you guys can. I don't want 3 people jumping. All right, Remy joined or just trying to join. Let's see.
So Remy, what is it that you cooked me on?
Wait.
Or are
Remy,
you just gonna do the same exact thing?
I mean, what is
No,
your?
Remy was the other one that was talking
I
about they were
see.
cooking me. So
What is your age? and what
Remy,
is
I'm
your,
a
oh, sorry. What is your age
yeah,
and
my
what is your
bad.
stance?
No, you're good.
Remy, what is your age and what is your stance?
Age is fuck off, and my stance is that Traveler is a fucking bitch
Oh,
who
you're
fucks
Irish.
around with
You're Irish
engaged
panda.
women. You mother.
Oh,
Yeah,
the more
yeah,
slander,
you're
more
getting,
slander, the better.
dropped.
Come and bring me the slander.
Yeah,
Prove it. You
I'm not
fucking.
gonna waste time with the clown.
Okay, I caught myself on that one.
He has no
Yeah, no,
intention.
that's Irish panda. Yeah.
Wait, you're
No, that's
Traveler
Irish
Who's Lonely?
panda. It's fine.
I liked Irish.
Yeah, I'm Traveler Who's Lonely. Yeah.
I thought I was.
Yeah, well, Irish is a slanderer, and he's sticking up for the P3 deal that got called out the other night. So Rogue
You DM me.
and Irish, y'all both kind of look stupid. You look really fucking stupid right now.
Wait, Lonely, can you DM me who the person is?
That's Irish panda.
Liberator.
All right.
Versus the P3.
Next person. So, Liberator, what is your age? And what is your stance?
Oh yeah, it's Jared. I'll just say it outright. It's Jared.
I'm 21.
What is your stance?
I think my body, my choice is just lame. I think it's a lame movement, to be honest.
Right. Well, I mean, this is specifically the prompt, right? Is really specifically leading to the bodily autonomy argument, and that this conclusion leads to the things on the prompt. But do you have another argument, or are you just against abortion in general?
Well, I think the my body, my choice thing extends beyond just abortion. It also extends into the right to go to a doctor and get a gender change, even from a young age. I think that thing is all that's kind of connected.
Well,
And
yeah,
it's something
I
that-
agree. I
it's
agree.
for women.
But-
Like young girls and things like that. I think it's a great way for people to push their agenda onto women.
Well, I agree, but that's kind of a topic for another time. But are you like pro-life or are you pro-choice?
Oh, I'm pro-life.
Oh,
Except for
W.
like, yeah, if it's very early stages, like the woman just got pregnant and she's going to lose her life, and the baby would never develop because she's going to lose her life, then, and it's not really even called an abortion.
Well, I mean,
it's called, yeah,
well,
it's called something different.
Well, I mean, I believe in just like ending the pregnancy early, not necessarily unaliving the child, but I mean, since we kind since we kind of agree, we kind of have the safe spots for ops. So I mean, you're welcome to.
Yeah, because my fiance, she got pregnant, and as
Right.
soon as she realized she was pregnant, she was like,
Well, I don't
you know,
really
she fell
entertain
sick, She fell down the
candidates.
stairs. She got injured. Like
Wait.
she could not bear the child.
Hold on, yeah, but we're not going to do anecdotals on here.
Yeah.
But thank you for joining. You can stay in the comments, but thank you for joining. We need spots for ops.
Roger.
All right, thank you for joining. All right, we got some people in the request. All right, Quackjack, what is your age and stance?
I'm 23 and I'm very.
I couldn't hear you. What were you saying?
I'm 23 and I'm very strongly pro-choice.
All right, anybody can take this. Try to take it one at a time, please.
I would like for you guys to address whoever wants to address me how it directly leads to any of the things on the board. Directly like being pro-abortion, I guess.
Wait, can you repeat your question?
Like, how does legalizing abortion or considering abortion to be morally permissible lead to any of the things described below?
Yeah,
I
as I
can't
s-
repeat them because TikTok would ban you and myself for repeating those things. But you know what I'm getting at.
oh, I had no idea you can say them, but yeah, as I was saying, the argument, the pro bodily autonomy argument that they say, well, the people who say that is absolute in all decisions, right? So these decisions don't necessarily affect somebody else's body, or at least somebody's alive body, right? So these would be morally permissible under the framework of the bodily autonomy being absolute.
I mean, in some extremes, I could see, I guess, the first one because, like, for example, right, when people like get into incidents where like the airplane is crashed on the mountain or something, and you're all dying, somebody else already died. People resort to those things to survive. But I think that to pull the logic of that extreme, of in an extremity, and applying it to something that is more general is already kind of
Wait, hold on. When did I use the extreme case of a plane crashing? I just mean I'm not sure if you can say the word, but cannibalism in general. If a person just wants to eat cannibalism because they want to, that's their body, and why should that be restricted?
because it's morally impermissible based on like the societal norms that we follow nowadays, especially like now.
Okay, then I'll just stipulate in society thinks cannibalism is good. What do you do then?
When have we as a society thought, as
That
collective
wasn't-
society,
that wasn't
thought
the
that that's a good
question.
thing?
That wasn't the question. I didn't say when it happened. What if it did? What if we live in a society that promotes cannibalism?
And you would work against that?
What do you say?
You would work against that?
No,
I don't
in a
drop my
society,
rule just because
no,
it's society.
hold on. In a society where 100% of people thought cannibalism was morally permissible, how is this wrong?
Because you're damaging people. It's harmful. It's actually harmful for the person.
Wait, I just told you. 100% of people think it is morally permissible.
Okay,
How
and
is
you're
this harming
asking
anybody?
me exactly right. You're asking me by my worldview, my morals. I would still think that that's immoral
How?
because it is harmful. It is directly physically harmful to somebody, not only just because you're eating somebody, but also because you're also going to suffer from that. Like, that I don't know if I can say it, but that's
Well-
never been beneficial in any regard.
Wait, why would they care? It's their body. Why would they care?
I don't know, because you're destroying your own body while destroying somebody else's body.
Okay. I'll
It's
just
like
stipulate.
medically,
again.
like, very
Hold on.
absurd.
I'll just stipulate again. They developed a way to eat human flesh without it harming their body. Matter of fact, they designed a method where it actually benefits your body by eating it. How is this impermissible?
It's still harmful to somebody else.
Wait, how?
Because
they're
in
unalive.
order for this to work, somebody has to die.
Not necessarily.
What if they chose to
It's a
using their
person
bodily
that
autonomy?
dies. Like, it's a person that has
Wait,
been
hold on.
slaughtered.
No. If somebody says, hold on. If somebody
What if
says,
someone says, "Eat me"?
Wait, hold. Yeah, exactly. What if somebody's like?
I mean,
cuts
that has
off-
happened. You know, like somebody did, like I believe, did it as a performance art where they chopped off their genitalia and had it served. So it has happened.
Yeah.
Ethically, the best way you could do that ethically, it's absurd, but it has happened.
Right. And what if society all agreed to this?
Well, I guess then we're living in anarchism.
Yeah.
You would have to, like, fight for your. I don't know why you're asking me this very absurd hypothetical. What's your point?
How is it absurd?
Because you're first of all, you're stipulating that everybody's morals have gone to the gutter and that nobody respects each other's like bodily autonomy.
Why would they care?
Premise of the
If somebody wants to eat human flesh, that's what they want to do. Why is this wrong?
because it's harming my body.
Why would they care?
Dude, why would they
Again, if they're consenting to it.
If the same thing was enacted upon them, they would care. That's why.
No, they're consenting, right? They literally say, I give you permission to have a slice of my arm. You think this is permissible?
I mean, no, not really. I wouldn't personally say that's a good thing. But if that's something they want to do, who am I?
Fucking what?
How are you and I going to stop somebody from doing that?
See, this is what I'm talking about.
Give me the legal ramifications of how someone would go about stopping somebody from that delirium.
Okay, what? Wow.
It's delirium, right? But how are you and I going to like stop that?
Okay, but would you say that's morally
logistically
correct?
speaking?
Would you say that's morally correct?
Of course not. But of course, I'm not gonna. I can't force somebody to abide by my morals.
You
Unless
can
have
though. You can make
law.
cannibalism illegal.
Exactly, and we have. So I don't know why you're bringing it up in the discussion with abortion.
So we
that it
can force
actually
our
been
morals.
legalized. We legalized abortion. We never legalized
That wasn't
cannibalism.
my question. I literally said I wasn't what I was talking about. I said that this bodily autonomy argument leads to these things. Because if a person desires to do whatever they want with their body, they should be allowed to eat human flesh, regardless, unless you believe, right, it is harming somebody else. How is abortion not harming an?
This is my argument for abortion or being pro-choice is very like the way that I've described it to people is I try to view it from the perspective of if something is benefiting the collective society and minimalizing the harm that it is causing, then that is a benefit to society because
Wait.
it's causing a net positive. There's
So
not
you're
a net negative.
utilitarian. So you're a utilitarian.
No, I'm not just utilitarian though. I think that it is valuable to also look at it case by case. Like I'm not fully like utilitarian. I don't think that it's a fully utilitarian argument, but I will say that if something isn't causing like
No,
if
I
it's
think she's more of a
So do you think that
consequence.
people with suicidal thoughts and
Wait,
mental
hold on,
disorder?
hold on. You can't
that's
say
not
I'm,
minimizing
I'm
harm.
aliving yourself, bro. You can't say that word on live.
But that's
Sorry.
very harmful actually. It's the direct opposite
Just,
of what I've
it's
argued.
fine. I was just gonna say, you might want to come back.
It's
real
harmful
fast.
to themselves. It's not harmful to all of the community and
That is
society as a
the
whole. In fact,
maximum of
it
harm.
makes more room for the rest of society.
That's a ridiculous argument to
But
make. That's the
Quackjack,
maximum.
though,
That's the
but
maximum.
Quackjack, you're arguing for consequentialism. I understand it's not pure utilitarianism, but you are arguing some sort of consequentialist thing. So,
Okay, but
if it
even in
leads to
that,
better outcomes, it's
it is
better, right?
consequential to their family. It's consequential to anybody who's
No,
close to
I'm,
that person. It's consequential to
I'm saying the
life.
basics of what you're arguing, your ethical position would be consequentialism, given the fact that if something leads to better outcomes, that whatever you deem to be better outcomes, therefore it's better, right?
No, I meant for the collective society, as in like the people that
Right. So
that
consequentialism.
participate in this procedure collectively have benefited more from it than they have been harmed from it. And you can see with the
What
data.
if
It's not something that
what
you
if
can just infer
collectively?
upon. It's
Hang on.
statistically proven.
What if we say collectively it's better to not have abortions?
We have never said that as a society. This is why we
Yeah,
have.
but I'm asking, what if this happens?
It does not apply because it's a hypothetical, and I'm.
Oh my
basing my
fucking god,
argument
you're so
in
bad
reality.
face.
I like to base my arguments in reality, unlike yourselves who like to base it on hypotheticals.
Jack, how do you test principles?
How do you test principles? Well, you look at history.
You look at history to test principles?
You can look at history to see how those principles have manifested in prior events.
No, that's
Quack,
not
how
the
do you
question
test
I
logic?
had.
You also
How do you test logic is, I think, what Bryce is trying to get at here.
Yeah.
experience.
Experience is how you test. There's no way.
Like, I don't understand what you're trying to get from
Wait,
me.
wait, what?
I'm not one of those people that are
Hang on,
trying to
she-
like,
she
debate
contradicts-
terminology, so you need to describe this to me because I just like
That's
having.
fine.
Hang on one moment. She contradicted herself because she says we can look at history, yet in history, abortions were banned at one point. So again, how is this not logically fine? How is this
Yeah,
not
and
possible
also in
reality?
history, we unbanned them as well with Roe v. Wade.
Yeah,
so
so that doesn't tell me like why this wouldn't happen when it does or did happen.
okay, but you can look at data. You can look at
Yeah,
empirical
that doesn't
evidence.
tell me anything. So who
Empirical
determines
evidence doesn't
what
tell
is
you
a net positive? Society, right? So when
Not about
society
technology,
deems
class.
that as a collective whole that abortions are not a net positive, so they're gonna ban it, how are you gonna be against it?
Okay, but it quite literally is a net positive when you look at data. Like it's
By
not
whose
something that
standard?
you and I can
By
argue
whose standard?
by the standard
so
of
you're a
expanded human life.
consequentialist. That's literally
I don't like
consequentialism.
You can label me however you want. I really don't like labeling.
Okay, well then let me ask you a hypothetical, and then we can see how you answer the hypothetical, okay? Is that
Go
okay
on.
with you?
That's fine.
Okay, great. So there's this island off of the coast of Australia, right?
Mhm.
It's called Papua New Guinea.
Oh
And there's
God!
a tribe
again
on
with
this
fucking
island.
tribe, yo. I've
What
heard
do you
this
mean
before.
again with this? Yeah, okay, well then
Yes.
great. How would you answer it? If you've heard it, how would you answer it?
I would say that in it, even with my argument for the collective society, it doesn't benefit it because think about it for 1 second, right?
Yeah, I don't think you know
point,
what I'm
there
running
was
right
a
now.
point in our
I don't
society.
think you actually understand.
Okay,
the
when did
argument
the
that I'm
collective
running.
become the majority, though? What the fuck?
Well, let me finish
Please,
running
for
the
1 second.
hypothetical so that she can, because she's about to straw man it super hard. I can already tell based upon the way that she answered already. Quackjack. So there's an island off the coast of Australia. It's called Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, I know.
There is a tribe that exists there.
I
There are
know.
a bunch
I
of
really rather
children
not
from the
hear
tribe. The
your
only way that they can gain manhood. Okay, great, thank you.
I
The only way
know.
that they can gain. Okay, well then don't cut me off. You told me I could give you the
It's
hypothetical. I'm gonna
gross,
give you the
dude. I don't want to
hypothetical.
hear it again.
Okay, well then fucking run off. No one cares.
We've been listening to you
So
for the justification of unaliving children, so tomato.
so quack.
I know what you're saying.
So based upon your principles, this is what I'm testing right now. According to your logic, I'm gonna ask you a hypothetical to test your logic. I just want you to answer it. So this is a real life situation, by the way. Actual tribe, actual country,
Go on.
right? In this country, there is a tribe.
Go
I'm
on.
not gonna say the name of it, but they're known as the CUM warriors, right? And for your passage to manhood, you have to guzzle a extraneous amount of male seminal fluid from your male family members and the elders of the tribe to become a man. And if you don't, you're not given the ability to reproduce within the tribe. You're not given the ability to, do anything that a man is capable of doing within the tribe. So, given this scenario, right, the harm that would be produced there versus the harm that would be produced by not allowing them to. If you don't allow them to do this thing, you don't allow the children to go through with it, and you separate them from the tribe, and you don't allow them to do this thing, it would psychologically damage them horribly. In fact, many of them will unalive themselves because of the consequences of you separating them from the tribe. And they still will never feel as though that they could actually obtain manhood.
Okay.
Now, do you separate them from the tribe, cause them massive psychological harm by doing so, and many of them will also experience physical harm, whether it be self-harm or some other sort, or, do you let it continue to go on, given that there's some harm being done through the whole child thing
Right.
there, right? Which do you answer to?
I would remove them, and I explain why before you interject. I come from a very strict religious cult when I was raising up as a kid. I believe very firmly in the things that I was taught as a kid, and when I was removed from that, I felt quite horrible for years of my life. But now I'm a better person. I have understood where those ideas come from and why they were so harmful to me. Why I didn't understand it back then. So I think what you're putting against me here are like two harms, right? But one
Great
of them
quack.
leads to
But
a
the
life
difference is that these people cannot be rehabilitated. There's no psychotherapy that you can help these people with. These children who go through this passage, this rite of passage, never actually,
I mean, is
never
that
actually are
like more
reformed.
of like lack of access to those kinds of resources, or just because they're
No,
insinuating
no, they've been removed by the Australian government multiple times, and every time it happens, they wind up going down a very dark path. At which point, some of them self-unalive, some of them just live with this horrible depression the rest of their life.
I mean, it's a quite tough
so
situation to be in from the get-go, like it is.
yeah, so
being
is it a
raised-
net negative? Is it okay? So to you, is it a net negative, a higher net negative, if you remove the people from the tribe?
No.
Right,
I
the
think it's
children,
lower.
or is it a higher net negative if you allow it to go on, even if there is no psychological harm being done?
It's a higher
Which one
net
is
negative
worse?
as a collective, because when you think about it, if you continue to allow that to run rampant, other people will suffer from that. So, like, if you remove that person from
No, but how though? But
Causes
how are they
good.
suffering? How are they suffering if there's no psychological harm being done
you
to these
agree that
children,
what's
given the
being
fact that they
enacted upon
actually
them is
want to
harmful?
do the thing?
do you agree that the
Ma'am, this is an internal. Hold on, this is an internal critique of your position.
Sure, but do
It
you
doesn't
also
matter what
agree
I
that it
believe.
is wrong?
Hold on,
Just,
no, hold on.
wait,
What
just-
you're doing is
Bring it
you're
up, so
burden
you
shifting.
must
Hold
have
on, hold
some
on.
contention with that as
Hold
well,
on,
right?
quack. Yes. I do have contentions
you. So
with
you
it,
know it's
and I have my
harmful.
own ethical system. Hold on, quack. I'm not going to grant you my ethics for your internal critique, right? Here, quack. I'm doing an internal critique of your position. Don't ask me what I believe to be the case. Don't ask me what I would do. I'm asking you what you would do and how you can justify that given the ethics that you're holding to. So I
gotcha.
need you to justify it under your ethical system.
All right, gotcha. So keeping those people in that system, right? They perhaps would have, you know, they would feel benefits from that. But I would say, from my personal experience and what I know about how cult-like, you know, environments are like, I would say that it's still damaging. I think that removing those people from the situation, although it could be damaging at the time, it could result in what you described.
Okay, okay, real
Overall,
quick,
looking
like
at
real
it
quick. Wait.
long-term, I think it would. No, don't interrupt me because I want to respond.
Okay, first of all, this has
No.
nothing to do with
I
abortion.
think
I don't know why the fuck we're on this conversation in the first place.
Oh, it actually does.
Yeah, she argued from a utilitarian perspective. So basically,
Oh, you're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, Muffin. She went from utilitarianism to consequentialism, and I'm just either critique. I mean, this
Literally
hypothetical
all
works
I
for
said
either
is that
one.
I think
But
when you look at
yeah,
abortion,
quack.
the way that it's
Holy
functioning,
fuck! Can you shut up long enough for me to actually
prescribe
speak
my
to the guy that
statement.
interrupted me to say that as
I
so
want to try my
Muffin?
argument too.
The only reason that I gave the hypothetical in the first place was because of the fact that she brought up utilitarian ethics and then consequentialist ethics. She was arguing from those things, even though she doesn't hold to those things. Supposedly, she said you can, give her any label, whatever, but she, that's what she's arguing. She's arguing from that logical framework, right?
You get so
that's why I'm giving a hypothetical. I'm giving the hypothetical to kind of show her that consequentialism or harm utilitarianism is going to completely fall upon itself, and she's not able to deal with it. That's what it's coming down to. Her original argument for abortion was it leads to better outcomes. It leads to a more flourishing society because of this
data.
reason or that reason. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because of
okay,
actual
no problem,
fucking
Quack.
data.
I'll just shut. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I,
no problem.
honestly, there's
Like,
really
my
nothing.
entire argument's based on empirical data. Like, I'm not just saying this out of my ass. Like, this is something that I've been able to analyze.
Holy shit. And the empirical data shows that children suffer more psychological harm when removed from the Sambai tribe, the CUM warriors of Papua New Guinea, than
it's
if you don't
psychologically
remove them from the
harmful.
tribe. So the empirical data, if you want to go off of empirics, the empirical data shows that these children are harmed significantly worse psychologically by taking them out of the situation instead of allowing them to continue with their rite of
Any
passage as men.
psychologist on the globe will be able to tell you concretely that keeping them in that situation is even more harmful.
That's not actually true, because I spoke with someone who actually had a degree in psychology the other night, and they literally were willing to unalive on the hill that it's okay to keep them there to do the thing because it's less psychologically harmful. So stop
one
talking out of your
psychologist
ass.
speaks
You're
for all of
actually
them?
talking out of your ass.
I think that we can all agree that cult-like environments is psychologically damaging because
Holy shit.
I mean, that's literally a part of psychology is like trying to analyze like how
this conversation is nothing else but a nothing burger.
and especially
Well, it's a
like,
nothing
you're saying
burger
it's-
because she
it's
doesn't hold to any
absolute
ethical
extreme
system, but she's
to
arguing
try to
from
defend
multiple
your
that
argument. When
contradict
my
themselves.
argument is based on like actual data of how abortion has been beneficial. So you haven't been able to give me one single thing to prove that
Holy
abortion
shit. It's not, no, ma'am. I don't think what you understand, I think genuinely you're having trouble understanding the fact that the empirical data shows nothing about whether or not something is beneficial. Beneficial is a moral term, it's an ethical term, and you have to actually ground those ethics and morals in something, which you went to utilitarianism. Shut up. You went to utilitarianism and consequentialism, and that's why I'm giving you the hypothetical that I gave you, because ultimately your bullshit worldview that's based upon the empirical data has to be interpreted by an individual through an ethical system, and your ethics fall upon themselves time after time. The empirical data says nothing on its own. It has to be interpreted by an individual who holds to certain presuppositions that you hold to, and that's why I'm coming at your foundation. It has to do with your ethical foundation. One psychologist and another psychologist can completely disagree on whether or not the empirical data says that it's more harmful in one way or another based upon what they deem to be beneficial, because it's all subjective
There's
from your
a
framework.
consensus
That's what's
between these
being had.
communities because we are able.
And that's an appeal to consensus fallacy. How do you not understand
The
this, man?
entire fucking discussion is just discussing like real life matters and these like very like stoic terms that I just don't understand how.
What stoic? Do you even understand what stoicism is? What the fuck do you mean
Like, it's
stoic
just
terms?
cold.
I'm
Just
using
cold with
terminology. No, I'm
this
using
extreme
basic terminology. I haven't gone into super fill, bro. I've even broken down anything that you needed broken down for you.
think this
When
is
you
how
said,
most
What
I
the
don't
fuck is
hold to
stoic
the
about
title of
abortions?
consequential. Surely
I
it is.
think that
Order
she's
one at a time.
referring to his terminology and the way he's like engaging with this conversation as a whole. I don't like the sphere of TikTok, and
Then-
I honestly think it's
Then
disgusting.
why the fuck are you here?
Okay,
know
then
this was
then
gonna be
turn
like
the
this,
police
dude.
and
I
run
told you
away. No
this
one
prompt
cares
was
if you like me
interesting.
or you don't like me. No one cares.
One at a
No one
time.
cares.
Like it's just weird.
This is moral
I think
grandstanding.
he's
You're
referring
weird.
to
I don't
the
like
debate
your
So you guys are just
terminology.
Phil bros, essentially is what you're saying.
Fallacies.
No, I even explained to you. I'm one of the least Phil bros you'll run around. Like if you find any other
for
Phil
real?
bro, they'll
Are
come
you for
across
sure?
you and not give a shit, huh?
God, you guys are so fucking obnoxious. Seriously, have a nice night. man.
Quack?
Oh, you're running?
Okay,
You
well
running?
have a nice
Yes,
night.
because this is obnoxious.
Yeah,
It's
get the
never
fuck
gonna
outta here.
get to anything.
Get out of here, you baby murderer. Get the fuck out of here.
No, all I was explaining was that, dude, any term that I use, I look at the philosophy of, okay, great. If I'm gonna use some sort of terminology, I have to be able to break it down for someone who doesn't understand philosophy in the way that I do, or someone higher than me does. So I am able to break it down for people that aren't as well versed in philosophy, which is what I was doing with her. She didn't understand what consequentialism or utilitarianism was. She didn't understand that she was using an arm principle, but I broke it all down for her in very simple terms and just gave her a simple reductio, and she couldn't handle it. But it is what it is. I'm gonna hop off
Those
at
are
this
the
point.
two
Now,
that-
I only stayed up earlier because of the
Not
bullshit that was
only-
going on. I just want to make sure no one thought I was running, but
All right, thank you for coming.
I'm
You-
probably
you
about to
guys
go to
are-
sleep myself.
No,
It's
no, don't
4:15. Thank you for having me.
All right, thanks for-
Like,
somebody
Don't leave
somebody
one.
want to debate you.
Huh?
What?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Somebody might
I-
want to. Right? You're just gonna. Oh, he's gonna leave. He's gonna let
All
it
right.
leave.
he said he was leaving.
Oh, okay.
All right, Big Fish. What is your
Big Fish, what's your stance?
What's my? I'm sorry. What's my what?
wait? Justin, I
No,
want
no, I didn't leave. Big Fish, what's your
Ah.
issue? Are you just coming to slander?
No, I wasn't coming to slander. I was trying to more understand what you were saying, right? Like, 'cause I only caught the end of what you were saying.
Okay, so then why did you want to debate me if you didn't know
I'm
my position?
not-
Neither did
like,
you
this
know
is
the
right.
critique of the other position.
Okay.
Big Fish, I've seen you before, so like it's
Oh, I
fine. Just
know.
come out with whatever bullshit.
I know. I mean, I'm here all the time, right?
So go ahead.
I don't-
So go ahead.
I'm not here to debate anyone, right?
You
But
just
at the
said
same
someone
time-
wanted to debate.
Then
you
why
and
the
you're
fuck
the
are
only
you
one
on a
that came
debate
up,
panel?
Oh.
So go ahead, Big
excuse
Fish.
me. I'm trying to understand people's positions.
You could do that from the comment section, dude.
Right, but he
Big
was
Fish.
leaving.
So
I was
you
coming in,
literally-
he
Yeah,
was
I
leaving.
was. I was leaving before you said anything. Then you said that I ran because I got kicked from the panel because I said I was leaving.
No,
because you
I
said
didn't say
someone wanted
anybody
to debate
get
me.
kicked.
So Big
That-
Fish, no problem. Do you want to debate me on something, or are you just
Did
gonna
I-
sit here and like wallop?
Whoa, bro. Hold on. Let's start from the beginning here. Did I say you were getting kicked?
No, you said that I ran from the debate.
No, I said
you
he was
literally,
leaving.
dude. I have it recorded. I started recording 25
All right,
minutes
go ahead
ago
and-
when I
go
started
ahead
being
and run that
slandered.
back.
What the fuck do you mean, run it back?
all right,
I'm
all
on
right, this
panel
is-
right now. Do you have an actual argument to present to me,
All right,
or
all
did
right.
you just sit up here to moral grandstand?
all right. Host is talking. Big Fish. Do
No,
you have an argument or
right?
not?
Like I'm not trying to argue with you. I would just like you to stay here with us and talk. That's
right,
all it
it's
was.
4:15
right? Like,
in the fucking morning. I was about to go to sleep, and then you cut in to go, oh, but somebody wants to debate you. Someone wants to debate you. I got kicked from the panel before I could even respond. I came back up because I heard you say that I was running, because I was kicked from the panel saying that I was going to leave. So if you have an argument, present it now. I'll fucking cook the shit out of you for the next 30, 45 minutes and then go to sleep.
And the
Would
fact
you
that
like
he said
Big
he was
Fish?
running and I had to recorrect you, this saying he was leaving. He said he was simply leaving.
Yeah, and Muffin even pointed it out. He already said he said he was leaving. So Big Fish, do you have an actual argument to present or what?
Oh, you're muted.
Big Fish, you're muted. You might want to hit the little microphone button at the bottom of your screen. Don't know how much za you've had, but oh, Irish Panda. Here we go with the here we go with the more.
Well, I
standard.
wasn't sure. I
Go ahead,
wasn't
go
sure
ahead,
if I
Big
could
Fish.
unmute myself or if like I had to
Big
wait for
Fish,
the
can you
host
just
to unmute.
explain? Can you just explain your stance, or we're gonna move on?
My stance? There was no
What
stance.
what did you want to debate me on? If you told
There
me to
was no-
stay so that you could debate me, what did you want to debate me on, dude?
What is happening here?
Either you debate or get
I
the fuck
wasn't.
off
There
the
was
panel.
no. Hold on. Okay, everybody, calm down. Right? There was no. I was not attacking anyone. I was not asking for anybody for their opinion. I was not trying to debate anybody.
Then why the fuck are you on a debate
I
panel, dude?
simply. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
You simply what?
How many?
I simply noticed that.
Hush, no.
And I don't know his full name, right? Like all I see on the screen is just some, right? Like I don't know his full name.
Yeah, just some guy. Yep.
Just some guy, right?
Make sure you lock it in. Make sure you lock it in that brain of yours. That
Right,
little
right.
micro brain you have.
So
Could you give an actual argument?
All right, and I'll let him finish. Go ahead.
Are you pro-choice or are you pro-life? Well, that's the answer. I want one of those. To
I guess I'll finish the first question that was asked to me. So when I joined, I was just in joining the conversation when he was leaving, right? So and I don't exactly know what he was saying. I just caught him on the
So
way
then
out.
why'd
right?
you say
Like,
I
so
was
I was
wrong?
not. Go ahead. All right, I'll let you guys
Why-
finish, right?
so-
Like if you guys want to let me talk,
You've been
then
asked for an
then I'll
argument
talk.
multiple times, Big Fish. Like, stop coping.
Oh,
You said that I
okay.
was
Oh,
running.
God.
You knew I was about to get kicked from the panel because I said I was leaving. Then I come back up, and now you're fucking silent. Now you have no argument. Now you have no debate to be had, right?
And I'll wait.
So could you
again.
give an actual argument or no?
Everybody's quiet now.
You're seconds away from getting
We-
shot. Are
Is
you
it
pro-choice?
my turn?
Yes. Are you pro-choice or are you pro-life? It's a very
Am I
simple-
pro-choice or pro-life?
Yes.
I'm pro-choice.
Okay. Thank you. Now,
Fucking finally.
yes. Okay, you guys can have this one.
Great. Why are you pro-choice, sir? Since you wanted to debate me so bad.
I don't want to. That's what I was trying to get at, right?
Why,
Like,
okay, great. Shut up. Just at this point, shut up. Why are you pro-choice?
Sure, I'll wait.
Fuck the whole conversation that happened prior. Why are you pro-choice?
Oh, now you want to listen to me?
Dude,
No
just
fucking
fucking
shit. That's
give
what
your
I asked you to do
argument.
from the beginning.
'Cause I'm-
Forget the entire previous conversation that happened, Big Fish. Why are you pro-choice?
Why am I
Really simple.
pro-choice?
Yo,
you have a cervix?
This guy.
Are you?
This guy.
I'm just asking. I'm just curious if anybody in here that has an opinion.
Hey,
Do any
yeah,
of you have
actually, I do. Actually, I'm a two-spirit indigenous black woman. I
Do-
need you to
do any of you
substantiate that
have the
I'm not
ability to
in
carry
order
a child?
Yeah, you're talking over a
I
black
absolutely
woman.
do.
Shut the fuck
I
up.
do, motherfucker. What do you
Hey,
want?
hold on. So, Big Fish, I do have a cervix. So now, what's your argument? Why
Okay.
why shouldn't I
So-
be pro-choice?
So you have the ability to carry a child from inception to term?
Yep, I have. Yep, absolutely. Yep, I could absolutely be knocked up right this moment if I wanted to.
Okay, so
What's
then
your
we can
argument
have
for being
a, so
pro-choice?
then me and you can have a conversation.
What's your argument
I
for
ain't no
being pro-choice,
biologist.
bro?
Because I think it's your choice to have the child or not.
Yeah, and I don't think it's any
You
woman's
tell me
choice to have
why
a
it's
child or
not.
not. I think if
You
you,
tell
I
me
think
why
if you
it's
have
not.
a child inside of you,
Stop.
it's just another claim. Big
You
Fish.
tell me.
Do you have a cervix?
You tell. No, I don't have a cervix.
fine.
so I
Why
don't
are you
have
even
a-
talking about
Oh,
it? Shut
okay.
the fuck
Wait,
up.
wait.
Hold
So
on,
why are you
hold on,
arguing?
hold
Why
on.
are you
Oh, wow,
arguing in
okay.
me? Hold
Guys, hold on.
But
Let
I have a
just some guy.
cervix.
Let just some guy to talk to Big Fish because he wants.
No, that
Yeah,
was
maybe-
a good, that
maybe
was a
one at
good
a
question.
time, right?
Big Fish. So why is it that I have the ability to like carry children and you don't? But you're sitting up here and you're saying that you know
You have
don't
the
have any
ability
opinion
to
if you don't have a
choose, and I
cervix.
don't. Right? That's what I'm giving. I'm
Right,
giving
right.
you
So then
the
why?
ability
So
to
then
choose,
why?
and I'm telling you that
Why
I
do you
have
think
no
that your
say in
opinion
that.
is worth anything? Hold on. If your standard is if you don't have a cervix, you don't have an opinion. Why is it the fact that you literally come up here? Or I'm sorry, fucking you said cervix earlier. Now I keep
Yeah,
calling
go
it
ahead. Think about
uterus. Yeah, uterus.
Don't
Yeah,
confuse
You're
yourself.
the one that said cervix earlier. No problem, Big Fish. I have it all recorded. No problem. So again, Big Fish. Given the fact that I have a uterus and I'm able to carry children to full term, and you're unable to, if your standard is you have no uterus, therefore you have no opinion, why is it that you're able to argue for pro-choice when I'm the one that's able to carry children? Please
You can
respond.
make an argument, and that's not a decision.
Yeah, based on
Nobody's
his own
talking to you.
logic, you cannot have an argument if you do not have a uterus. That was his original argument, dude. I don't think you're tracking the conversation.
So I'll unmute myself for now, but I'll wait for the
Cervix,
host to
yes,
unmute
but
me.
Yo, I
no,
just
no, it's
joined.
okay.
I
Big
wanted
Fish,
a
I just asked you a
clarification.
question.
Wait.
No problem. Yeah, no problem. You
I
can
don't
get
know.
this clarification.
I don't know why. This is between Just Some Guy and Big Fish. All right. All right, they can continue.
Yeah, so
mute
Big
myself?
Fish, if your logic here, I'm not gonna make you repeat yourself. I'm
No,
the
you
one
don't
that's
have
having
to.
to repeat myself because you won't actually answer anything.
Oh, okay.
If I had the
Listen.
ability to carry children,
All right.
and you do not, according
Right.
to your logic, you don't have an opinion. Why are you arguing for pro-choice?
What do you mean? Am I arguing for pro-choice? I'm arguing for you because you have the ability.
Why do you think, as a man who cannot carry children, if your standard is no uterus, no opinion, why do you
It's
think
not-
that you have any ability to argue for pro-choice? If you
All right,
if you
so-
can't have an opinion, if you don't have a uterus, why do you have that opinion?
All right. So
You're contradicting
you're,
yourself.
You're asking
You're not
me
holding to your own
why-
logic.
Why don't I have an opinion on somebody else carrying my child? That's what you're asking me. Why don't I have an opinion
Okay,
on
bro's
somebody
full
else carrying
trolling
my
at this
child
point.
to term? Is that what you're asking
no,
me?
you're fucking stupid. No, you're just completely
What are you
fucking stupid.
What are you saying? Go ahead. Go ahead. Rephrase it. Rephrase it in lay terms,
Sir,
Because
okay.
I'm retarded,
Yeah,
right?
in
I
lay
don't
terms,
understand.
Whoa, okay.
whoa.
Okay, we gotta drop him.
I never said that. Also, you might want to check Irish Panda. I can see that you just said you should hear the Discord. Apparently, this is why everyone's coming up back to back against me. Apparently, they're all in the Discord.
Okay, guys. Okay, so I'm just gonna mention this
Again. I'll
Wait.
just drop from the panel. Y'all have a good fucking night.
Just a minute,
That's
no.
the last troll I'm dealing with.
I'm just gonna mention something. I do not want to hear any drama from Discord. This is TikTok. This is not Discord. This is a conversation space.
Yeah.
Do not bring it up on here.
Oh my Jesus! It's not even about this dude above. Nobody gives a shit about that dude. We're talking about the other motherfuckers that come up here, the choicers.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just the fact that Irish Panda decided to come up half drunk earlier and decide to spew more
no.
stuff.
All right,
my
well,
way.
calm down.
And
No,
come back when it's
again,
different.
no drama. Stop it.
All
All right,
we're
bye.
moving
You
on
said
to,
you were leaving. Bye.
Okay, we are.
Can I ask a?
Wait, what is your age? What is
How
your
old are
stance?
Yeah. So I'm 21, and obviously I feel like I'm pro-choice, but I kind of wanted some amount of clarity, or basically understanding what your argument is. Basically saying that my body, my choice leads to bestiality. Like, I really don't understand that part.
Yeah, I'll explain. So the people who claim bodily autonomy, right? It's absolute, and it can't be infringed in any way, shape, or form. We can make any decisions. This would lead to these actions, right? So the person should be allowed to make decisions, and it doesn't affect anybody else. I don't see how cannibalism is immoral, since cannibalism does not affect anybody else's body, especially, at least if they're unalived. I don't see how this would be immoral under this framework.
So my question was more about bestiality, but I'll answer the cannibalism real quick. So first off, I think that technically if someone wanted to eat themselves, yeah, they should be able to do that. Number two, if you're denigrating the corpse of another person, you should not be able to do that, because they still have some amount of dignity and respect that you offer to that person, because they had
What
a
if they
lived
gave you
experience
permission
and a lived
beforehand?
life, right? So I don't really understand that cannibalism point, because just because you have body autonomy does not mean you have the bodily autonomy to violate another conscious person, like a person who
Wait, hold on. I didn't stipulate that in my hypothetical. I didn't stipulate that at all. First off, I never mentioned the corpse when referring to cannibalism. A person could literally just say, "Hey, you can take a bite out of my stomach." Do you think that?
Yep. Hey, you can bang my corpse if I die.
Well, let's say a person, right, after they unalive, they have a contract that says you can do whatever you want with my body after I unalive. Do you think this is permissible?
Automatically thought of a dirty joke.
Keep it appropriate.
So I'm going to be honest, I'm like a libertarian, so I think that if you chose like a specific way that you want your body to be taken care of after death, whether that is cremation, whether that's being buried, whether that's being consumed by another person. That is your choice. You have that freedom.
You see exactly what I mean? Exactly. Okay, guys, you guys can continue.
What?
This is exactly what I'm talking about. All right. You
Yeah,
guys,
so
make it on.
That's I kind of agree on. Like I miss the connection with bestiality. Though. That's bringing someone else's, an animal's body into the situation, and I feel like it's kind of out of place.
Same with like necrophilia and child.
I mean,
Well,
again,
the comparison is
No, the
if
child-
somebody says they can do whatever they want with their own body without any
Right.
consequences towards their actions, that will be leading to bestiality. I would also say grape, murder, everything under the table.
How bestiality? You're bringing in a.
How does it lead to bestiality? That's the only one on this list that I'm like,
well, again,
where's the
it depends.
connection?
Well, it depends. If you're one of these.
No, that one's really
Hold on.
easy. I'll explain it
If
to
you're
you
one
in a
of the
second.
if you're one of the people, right, who runs the evictionist stance, right, and your dog is your property, and you could do whatever you want with your property, this would entail having sex with your dog. I don't see how this.
Your dog's not your property, though.
No, it depends on who you ask.
Technically, legally,
Yes,
it
but
is.
legally and morally are very fundamental differences, right? So your child might be your property; it's your responsibility, but that doesn't mean you can do anything with that child. That's a disgusting ideology.
You can't do anything towards an animal either.
That's what my body,
Exactly.
my choice leads up
So
to.
cannibalism isn't a
I don't
disgusting
see why
ideology?
you don't get that.
I think cannibalism, if you're choosing it yourself, I personally think that if someone else wants to cannibalize, that person's nasty. But if you're choosing with your own body to let yourself up for cannibalism, like, yeah, dude, you're you. Make whatever choice
You know
want.
what? You know what? When I pass away, cook me up.
Okay, and so that right there is how you get to the
In this
CP part
hypothetical
of it.
realm where cannibalism is okay, would it not also entail that bestiality would also be okay?
No, because bestiality is a different entity. It's like a fully different conscious being.
Yes. That's where.
Unless if the dog can magically like have a talking device and says,
But
like,
it,
oh,
but it
yes,
all falls
actually,
under
yes, you can.
the
It's like,
umbrella of
yeah.
autonomy.
Hang on.
One at a
That's,
time.
you're not looking at the fact of the matter. Like, if it's my body, my choice, like, we can see this in videos that have been happening all over the internet. Like, a woman will go and bend over, and the dog will get on top of her and start doing that. The
Yes,
fact
and that
my-
is fundamentally wrong.
okay,
Because that's
but
not
what-
her choice. She's
Cannibalism
convincing
is
an
not-
animal.
Wait, hang on.
Technically,
One second. She's not.
Wait, that's not her
forcing the
choice
dog
for
to
bend
do it.
over to Fido? What the fuck?
Yeah,
No,
she-
it's not Fido.
Hang
She's
on.
raping the
Well, hang
animal.
on. Wait, what makes it not the dog's choice if she's not forcing this dog to do it?
Okay, so you don't have to like physically
Can the
move
dog
the dog.
consent?
to
Come on,
still
Crypto.
coerce.
Why
Come
would-
on, get the
why
peanut
would-
butter.
why would this?
Consent.
Hang on. Why would this matter? The dog, the woman's just laying there. It's not forcing the dog.
So in this hypothetical
dog
realm
why
in
does
which
that
this
matter?
dog
It's
has like
her body,
sentience and
her
decides
choice.
to go and have sex with this woman under no like under its own
Hang on,
volition, then like
hang
I
on.
guess,
It's
but that's
her body,
never
her
happened.
choice. All she did was decide to lay there.
What?
It's
With
her
all due
body.
respect-
Hang on,
Okay, so you
listen.
don't agree
Listen.
that like essay against mentally disabled people
Hey,
exists?
hang on. So listen, this woman said it's her body, her choice, that she decides to just lay there, and whatever happens is what she wants to happen.
No, because here's the thing. It's not something that is realistically happening where these dogs are having like this.
Are you serious?
They're not having this like they're not having this conscious choice to go and have sex with this human, right? They are being
Next.
coerced. Like they're being coerced, they're being trained, they're being fed with fucking peanut butter, or they're being like grabbed and actually raped, right?
Rape, dude.
Right.
Rape.
So,
Goddamn, dude.
Dang.
They great for 1, 2.
The
Dude,
rapist.
this is asinine and
Dude.
ignorant. Like, I don't.
And also, wait, saying a dog doesn't have a choice in the matter. You know, like I'm pretty sure everybody has been forcibly grabbed by their own animal, and I don't know if I could say this.
Whoa.
Everybody?
Whoa.
Not everybody. You know, like some dog. Like whenever you have a dog, your dog or whatever.
Yeah, when a dog comes
Yeah.
up to somebody and fucking humps their leg and shit.
When it's,
Yeah.
when it's hot and bothered,
Yeah.
it does things to you.
Yeah,
That's not actually out of a sexual urge, man.
the fuck you mean what?
Wait, what?
Yes, so
It's
it's
not.
their choice.
The dog
It's just-
decides to mount me and freaking go down on my leg.
Dude.
It's literally not. It's
He's going jiggy jagger on my leg, man. He's going.
Dude, if a fucking dog comes up to you and starts fucking humping your leg. That's out of sexual shit. Like they're wanting that.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Like,
it is.
It's not. I'm gonna be
Oh,
honest.
how is it
I'm gonna be
not?
honest.
How is
Look
it
it up.
not?
Look it up. There is a lot more reasons. Dogs are actually more likely to hump you for like a dominance reason or for they're going
really?
through like a puberty
Really?
reason than they are to actually have like some type of sexual urge for it, right?
Yeah,
Because
the
usually
last time
dogs
I
are
knew-
Yeah, Fido's running up to me like,
sexual.
yeah, take it.
Sorry,
Guys,
sorry.
guys,
Yeah,
guys.
take it.
Yes, dude.
Holy shit!
A dog.
Stop. Hang
Like
on.
there's an entire
Dude, I don't need you to go on a fucking monologue. Okay, the last
Okay.
time I knew of a fucking dog trying to assert dominance is when they piss on something to fucking mark it as their territory, or is when they're starting to fucking growl at you and try to attack.
If that
Okay,
doesn't work,
whatever
that's
your
you hump.
personal experience is, look
Bro,
it up.
it's not
do
fucking
some
personal,
research
my
about it.
dude.
Personal? What the?
It's not
Like,
personal,
she
my
just
dad.
said, she just
My
said,
dad-
oh,
Hey, you
personal.
can't even Mr.
I
Hey
said the last
everybody.
time I knew. All right, that's not out of me being fucking personal with it.
But that's anecdotal. You're saying
That is
last
not
time.
anecdotal.
How the fuck is that
What we're
I don't
anecdotal?
even
talking about
own.
is we're
I've never
talking
owned a
about, like,
fucking
the
animal.
actual
How's that
reasons
fucking
for
anecdotal?
humping.
I got a serious
Okay,
question.
you know what?
No, hold on. I got a serious question. What kind of freak ass dogs do you be around that just hump you just cause?
All right.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right. Let's get back to his point.
Fido getting it. Just yeah, get it.
Dude.
I
Shut
mean,
the fuck
again,
up, Huffy.
this is literally what we're talking about. The my body, my choice. I forgot to put up another thing, but self deletion as well. If you believe in my body, my choice, you have to be okay with self deletion. The person just wants to take their own life. You have no qualms about that.
Yeah, the moral ambiguity of like self-assisted suicide and self-mutilation are very
Jesus,
a lot of the
Christ.
times that they're
One more
doing that
thing.
are often not
Read a book.
mentally acute,
Okay,
like, they're not actually at their mental
okay.
state.
Look, you have to say self-unaliving. Okay, all right.
What did I say? Sorry.
You said that.
You said the other word, the actual
you
word.
This is.
Yeah,
Okay.
come on, dude.
Do they have
Wait,
voice
have you never
moderation?
been
I
on
didn't know.
TikTok before?
On TikTok, they have we have to use TikTok friendly language. Okay, or else the host will get fucking restrictions.
Welcome to the internet.
Yeah, no shit.
A little bit of everything.
This is TikTok.
Anytime that someone is trying to do a slip and slide, right? They're not usually in their mental, like, they're not actually in a good mental state. But then there's also some people who want to go down the slip and slide, right? Who they're honestly, they're terminal with cancer. They're in pain every single day, right? And that's one of the areas in which
That
their
still
body
will fall
should
under
have their
them being
choice.
mentally ill, dude.
What?
That will still fall under them being mentally ill. Because you don't think
having a
straight.
terminal-
You don't
having a
think straight
terminal
whenever
illness.
like you're in pain.
So having a terminal illness, is one of like the very, very few areas.
Okay,
that
you know,
can
I'm
really
tired
start
of
to
beating
value
around the bush with
to
this
have,
stupid ass conversation. All right, so
extensive
wait,
care.
wait. I'm tired of beating around the bush with this stupid ass conversation. So I'm gonna ask you directly because we're just dancing around the fucking question now. What's the permissibility for a woman to get this procedure of unaliving their child?
In utero.
So I think that there's both a practical aspect and then there's also the moral aspect. I kind of want to talk about the practical aspect first, which is basically you can't really stop women from doing this. They have
Oh, yeah, we
access
do.
to their body at all
Dude.
times. They have
Let him
access to
finish.
the
Let him
methods to
Let him
do this.
finish.
So it's
No,
better
no.
to have a safe and protected way of
No,
doing
it's
this.
the other way
and
around.
have
You gotta
communication.
justify it. Wait, hold
You
on.
gotta
This is
justify
wrong.
that shit, dude.
Wait, you have to justify it
Like,
first. Oh my
no
goodness,
regulations.
guys,
We're not
Right.
talking. Oh my god,
Who's this
we're not
called
talking
talking?
about legally. All right, not talking
We're
about
talking-
legality. Trying to
First-
force somebody to not fucking go into the fucking clinic, dude. We're talking about fucking morally. We're not talking about, oh well, you can't actually physically not force them to not go in. Like what?
Oh, so
We're not
I
talking
didn't
about
know
that.
that you were specifically wanting a moral. I was trying to say practical, basically saying what can we actually
Yeah,
do,
we're-
right?
Dude,
Not
even
what's-
use a
what's your-
practical,
what's
you
your
have to
moral
use moral to
justification?
justify that shit.
What's
He
your
said-
what's your moral justification?
So we'll go
Shit,
to the
he
moral
said
justification.
fucking permissibility. What the fuck do you think that means? Permissible.
All right,
I
now
said
I wanna hear what you
practical,
gotta say.
not
I wanna hear what you
permissibility.
gotta
No,
say.
not you. I said
Let him
fucking
talk.
moral.
Let him talk.
Let's go
Let
to
him
the moral
talk. I
issue.
want to hear what he has to say.
Okay.
Yeah. Fucking
So I
talk.
think
I just want to watch pre-workout, not UFC
guys,
on. I
fucking
want
talk.
some.
Bro's just talking. Let him explain his stance. Pragmatic, normative stance.
Morally.
okay, so the moral stance around this would most likely be that this woman's conscious experience, or whoever really is having the kids, their conscious experience has been around for probably at least 15 years, and they have an entire life built up for them. And the thing that they are carrying within their womb is, whether you believe in God or not, fundamentally, it is a protogenesis of that being, right? And so you should never take the worth, or like the moral worth of one fully developed human versus an undeveloped human. Right?
Okay, wait.
Let's bring God into this.
Okay, first of all, nobody is valuing the mother over the child. Nobody's valuing the child over the mother. Nobody's ever made that claim. I don't know where the fuck you're getting that from.
I have
No,
a
it's the
question.
basic. It's the
What if-
basic idea that you restrict
Let's
someone's
just
civil
let's just say
liberties in
let's just say the
regards for
fetus
another
and the mother have
person's.
equal value. What then?
What?
Let's just say the mother and the child have equal value. What then?
Then you would probably have to say that they have equal right to claim whether they want to have the abortion or not. However, since the child does not have an active voice, you should still defer to the mother, right? Because
So
when
you-
someone's
Okay,
brain
So
dead,
just
right? Or
can I
not
throw
brain
another
dead, when
question?
someone's in
Can I
a
ask another
deep
question?
mental coma, right? And they're in
So
the
for
hospital,
anybody who can't
you
speak
still
for
make
themselves,
decisions for
would
them.
would
Sorry,
you
what?
take away their, for anyone who can't speak, we'll say mute people or extremely mentally handicapped people that can't speak for themselves, would you therefore take their rights away because they can't speak for themselves?
No, because those are fully developed human beings.
Okay, what if they're not fully developed? What if they have some sort of genetic
They're
mutation?
underdeveloped.
They're underdeveloped, whatever the case may be. What if they're
So
more of a
they
burden
can be-
to society and the support structure in their life than they are a contribution to society?
Wait, did
So
I hear
you
right?
can
Is
you
it
can
based
still
on
be
development?
underdeveloped, but you're still a fully developed human being, right?
No,
There's
you're
a very
not.
big difference
No,
between
no.
underdeveloped and fully developed.
Okay,
No,
first of all, you're
that's
not.
that's subjective.
Oh my
That's
God.
subjective.
Holy
That doesn't
shit!
work.
No,
we keep
it's-
developing
it's-
until
okay.
dude, we keep developing until we unalive.
Pediatrics.
We keep developing until we're unalived.
Your body keeps
There's a
changing.
You're not
difference
fully
between
developed.
social,
Keeping and
emotional, and
changing,
moral
dude.
development.
One at
Sorry,
a
you
time.
said-
One at a time.
Hang on, I just wanted to fucking say something. I'm sorry, Protect. I'm really sorry, but like he's saying developmental stages, correct? Right. Okay, so you're 21, right? Is that what you said?
You didn't even get my answer
Okay.
to that.
Okay. So you're 21. All right. So your brain ain't fucking fully developed. It's not fully developed until 25 to 30. I'm sorry to tell you this. So
Yes, however, my
therefore,
vital
since you're not fully
organs
fucking
and my
developed, should you even be
functional
able to say shit about this?
So my vital organs and functionability as a human and as a separate entity is developed. There you go.
Doesn't your like lungs don't stop developing until like a certain age as well?
Yeah, so personally, if you wanted to ask like where I think the line cutoff is, I think right around 20 to 25 weeks is where we see the full development of the area in which
Again, it's not fully
baby
developed.
has,
Stop bringing fully
all
developed.
of the parts. So when I'm saying fully developed, I mean fully developed physiologically.
They're
I
not
don't
fully
mean-
developed, dude.
I don't mean so.
You're not fully developed.
Psychologically,
Hey,
sociologically.
baby boy,
I'm talking
listen to daddy real
Dude,
quick.
your brain is physical. What the fuck
Okay,
you
so
mean?
can we?
Okay.
I think we're kind of talking past
I'm
each
not
other.
talking
Can we
about
just
mentality.
define what fully developed means? Can we
Okay.
come to an agreement on a definition for that?
Yeah. So fully developed physiologically means you have the physiological ability as a human to function and survive.
What does that
There you
mean?
go. So it means that you can maintain homeostasis.
Right. So to function and survive, you mean to function independently, correct?
No, I do not mean to function
Yes.
independently. I mean to function physiologically and have homeostasis, right? So the very big difference is that if you take like a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old, although they still need their mother, they're not independent, they can still fundamentally survive as a human being. Like you put them on something, they're going to breathe
Wait. So
for at
fuck
least
people
5
on life
seconds, right?
support then.
But
So
if
fuck
you
people on
take
life
a
support.
19-year-old
Wait,
week old.
hold on.
Am I not going to allow to finish a single?
Yeah, well, the
Wait,
fucking
hold
host
on.
is trying to
Host
talk, so
talking.
shut
Yeah,
up.
host
Okay,
is
sorry.
talking. Wait, they're functional inside the womb. What's your point?
So no. The entire point that I'm making is that they only become physiologically functional at about 20 to 20 weeks, 21 weeks.
He's
That's
talking about
when I-
location now. This is
So you have
wow.
a cutoff?
Well, he's also conflating viability with homeostasis.
So he has a cutoff.
Yes,
So
it's very much what's up.
viability with homeostasis, viability is like a really
Oh my god. Do you have a
confusing
cutoff?
term
Do
because
you have a cutoff?
viability doesn't really like viability doesn't really justify like a 20 to 25 week. That's more near like the 30-week cutoff
Yeah,
because
viability
you're
is
not
just
viable
in
outside of the womb
utero.
before
Okay,
that.
so how do you differentiate, we'll say a brain dead individual and a fetus?
How do you differentiate a brain dead individual and a fetus? So
Called brain
the
not
first
alive.
thing that I would say, or sorry, brain, basically someone who's in a coma, right? That's what I'm.
They're
that's what
not
I'm
in a coma.
pondering.
Well, no, a coma is something different.
Yeah, but well, so
Brain unalived in a
it's a
coma is
type of coma, but it's a. I would say that the difference between them is that that person is still physiologically functionable.
No, they're not.
Independent.
No,
Yes.
that contradicts
So
the whole term
when they're
of
given
brain
when they're given
unalived.
air, no,
Whoa.
what?
Brain
I don't
unalive
think you guys
is, sir,
understand
brain
what
unalive is
you-
every sense of the word unalive. They are not there. There's nobody controlling the wheel. There's no one there.
Their lungs still work, right?
No.
Dude, okay, let me put this in a way that you would understand.
Order. Oh, holy shit.
Wait,
No.
let me put this in a way that you understand. Okay, let me put two hearts in front of you. One of them is beating on their own. It's completely fine. It's completely healthy. But the other one is not beating. But if I grab a robotic arm to beat it, oh, now it's beating. That's what's going on here with whenever somebody's brain unalive. They're being hooked up to machines to keep their organs fresh, and their bodies will decompose under 24 hours. What the fuck are you saying?
No, that's not
Okay,
24,
so-
it's 72.
72 hours. Thank you.
Okay, so what you're finding is you're finding the difference between physiological and viability.
Dude, they're
right?
every
That
center of the
person is
word
not
gone.
viable.
Define
That
physiological.
person is not independently viable because they cannot breathe
Define
for themselves. They
physiological,
cannot
then.
have a heartbeat for themselves. However, the very important difference is that if someone is controlling them, they can have that heartbeat. They can have that lung. They can have like all of that, right? There is not the same.
Their
in a
body is not
20-year-old
functioning
fetus.
whatsoever. The only thing that is
Brain.
keeping their organs still
Their body
functioning
is not
is the
intentional.
machinery, dude.
Hold on, just
here's
a
the
minute,
thing.
just a
Here's
minute,
the thing.
Muffin, just a minute.
What is
Hey,
the difference?
I just wanted to, no. I'm trying to fucking talk. Dude, holy shit. Just a minute, just a fucking minute, please, okay? Before I lose my motherfucking sanity. Alright? Look, brain unalived, their brain unalived. Their brain is no longer working. The only thing that's keeping their organs fresh and their heart beating is the fucking machine. Now, when you're in a coma, your brain is still alive. Just keep that in fucking mind.
You're just not conscious.
Yeah, you're basically asleep for a long fucking time until you wake the fuck up.
Brain unalive is every sense of the word that they're gone, dude.
Yeah.
The only way they have, like, a reason why they have brain unalive patients still, like, plugged up to machines is to harvest the organs for, like, organ transplant, or if they're a donor or anything upon that nature.
It's also to like let their family come say goodbye to them and stuff. It gives them enough time.
Even though they're already gone.
Yeah. And also,
What you guys are
mind you, I want
describing
you-
is medically known as an encephalic coma. Like that's actually what
That's
the medical
not, they're not in a coma, dude.
call it. No, okay, dude, I understand what you're talking about. You're talking about.
Are
Like,
you fucking sure? Because you keep on calling it a fucking coma.
hang on.
It's because that's actually what the medical term is, right? So when the doctor writes down on the chart, right, what is the status of the patient?
You are putting a fork in the toaster type of fucking ignorant, dude.
My boy, there's like I can't
Man, this whole
argue facts with
conversation,
you.
okay,
Just
first of all,
look
this
it
whole
up.
conversation
Just
is
look it
nothing
up.
more than watching a kid with polio trying to ride a fucking bike. Yeah, it's funny at first until it gets fucking sad.
Just look it up.
My dude, we don't give a fuck what they put down as brain unaliving, okay? So the patient that's brain unalived, whatever the fuck they put it down as, we don't give a shit. Alright? Physically, I didn't know I wasn't talking. Holy shit. Okay, so physically, their brain unalived. They're unalived. They're not there anymore. Alright?
Mm-hmm.
A coma person, a person that's in a coma, right? Their
There's different types of coma.
Their brain is alive. All right, their
Not
brain's
always.
alive and they're still functioning. They're just not awake.
That's also not true. Not always.
Oh, really? What's not? What?
So I
Then tell
explained
me.
exactly
This guy's just spreading like fallacies. This is just stupid.
Mm.
All right, so again, I'm getting off the brain on alignment argument because
Yeah,
okay,
right.
so again,
So
what's the
it's
permissibility? Okay,
a
sir,
fact.
baby boy, honey, baby boy, listen to daddy real quick. I'm about to put on my tube sock. Shh,
I think he has a cutoff.
shh, daddy's talking.
word of the daytime.
So again, I'm asking you, what's the permissibility for a woman to unalive her child, and also in the fact I'm also adding this, what's the permissibility ability of her committing self harm while also trying to get this fucking procedure?
Okay, so I feel like it's almost my duty because I really want to correct this coma point because you guys think that there's.
Dude,
only
I'm
one
going
coma
past
point.
this because
We
you're just
don't
spreading
think-
We'll
fallacies.
move past it. We'll move past
We
it.
don't think that
No,
there's
dude,
only
we're already
one
gone.
coma state.
We'll move past it.
God.
So what is the permissibility?
Baby boy,
of a
I just
woman?
asked you what's the
What is
permissibility.
yes, that's what I'm answering. What is
Hey,
the
hello,
permissibility of a woman?
hello there,
Oh my God,
honey.
we don't think that there's
Baby
only
boy.
one fucking coma state happening, okay? Holy shit.
You know,
When you're
I'm
in
just
coma,
gonna,
you're
I'm
in
just
a
gonna do
fucking
this.
Am I trying to
you know,
actively
wait,
answer?
wait. Yeah, wait, yeah, so you're gonna love this. So, sir, I want to know real quick, what's the permissibility of unaliving a child? I want to know real quick. Hey, tell me.
All right, guys.
So the permissibility of unaliving a child, there's no reason to ever unalive a child, but there's a
In
very big
utero.
difference between a child
In
and
utero,
an
I'm
unviable fetus.
I'm completely talking about.
Non-homeostasis.
Hold on.
Stop. That's pleading to
Let me
location.
address this point. Please, can I please address this
Yeah, go
point
ahead.
here?
Yes.
Okay. A cake in an oven is going to be a cake. It's not going to turn into anything else. If you let it cook, it's going to be a baby.
If you let it burn, it's
There
gonna be a
is no-
Yes, but do you notice how you say it will
no
be?
chance
It
of it
will
being-
be.
Wait,
So if
hold
you
on,
turn
hold
off the
on,
oven in the
hold
middle of it, right? That's not a cake.
I was just trying to talk.
Wait, you said it's not a child.
It has human
Wait,
DNA.
Oh, I didn't
It
know
is
the host wasn't
guaranteed
trying
to
to
be a
talk.
human with today's medicine.
host. Wait, you said it's not a child. Can you define the word child?
All right, wait, is this to me?
Yes.
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 I mean, I'll imagine you will be talking to. I mean, yeah. Wait a minute. Wait. I need the picture real quick.
Hello, is anyone there?
I'm gonna go.
Gonna cherry pick a
So
definition.
if you're asking about like the actual age determination, I believe a toddler is like 1 to 3. A child
my
is technically
God.
like 3 to
He
12.
asked what a child.
So
the
again,
meaning of
all right.
child, the
So you're
definition
just
of-
logically wrong,
So-
and you're just factually wrong.
The
on,
problem,
hold
that,
on.
well, the problem
Wait,
that we're
baby
having
boy,
right
hold
now
on,
is
hang
that
on,
you
hang
guys
on.
are trying to have this argument with like like common words, right? Brain dead or brain unalived, sorry, and like child. When you actually have to kind of have scientific terms for a scientific discussion.
No, because
It's not a scientific discussion.
Wait,
it
the
is a
host is trying to
moral
talk.
discussion.
No, it's also a scientific discussion.
guys, hold on. Child is a colloquial term. It still fits a definition. It would still be a child. Like, for example, you would still be your parent's child, even if you aren't physically a child. It is still a child because it's the offspring of the mother and father. It would still fit that definition.
Yes, but we're talking about medical procedures, right? We're talking about an
No, we're
abortion
not.
medical procedure. You kind of have to
We're-
talk about the medical.
Okay, first of all,
definition.
it's a child is a colloquial term that you like. Okay, you're in your 20s, right? You're still your parents' child. You're still your brother's child. You're still your mother and daddy's baby.
Yes.
So what the fuck are you talking about here? We're not talking about like medical or anything. It's a colloquial term.
We're talking
an
about the
abortion is
morality
medical.
of it.
Hold on.
No.
Okay, we can agree. We can agree that
No.
abortion is a procedure, but it's not a medical procedure.
Hold on.
It definitely is, but
No.
okay. So what's the original question out here? Because we've gotten into so many semantic
Why
debates.
you ask the definition
It's
of child?
this is so frustrating.
I thought we were trying to discuss whether or not it was morally acceptable to do it.
Right. I did ask him the definition of a child.
So is it morally acceptable?
Wait. The host asked you what's the definition of a child.
The definition of a child, if you're asking from this colloquial definition or if you're asking from a medical definition.
Yes.
Dude.
There is no medical stage of development for a child.
There is no specific stage. It's a range.
No, because they technically include preteens with it and adolescents, but okay.
Hey,
This is so frustrating.
what's the scientific definition for a child?
If you're talking about a fucking
It
toddler,
didn't matter. We're not discussing the science of it. We're discussing the
hang on,
morality.
stop.
Wait.
This panel
This-
has like legitimate ADHD.
Wait,
I'm
the
getting asked like
scientific
3 different
term.
questions
Hang
at
on.
3 different times. It's kind of hilarious.
1 second. The scientific term does matter because it's just gonna tell you it's an offspring of a parent. That's what it's gonna boil down to. So like I'm 28 years old, yet I'm still my parents' child. So again, no matter what age you are or what development stage you are, you're going to be a child no matter what.
Yes,
No, I'll
so you're talking about like a colloquial definition.
Yeah, no, that's a scientific
Sure. That's what it takes for us to move on in the conversation.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Yeah, I'm trying to, my dude.
All right. X was talking to him, so continue your point.
Well, I didn't start talking after him.
All right. So X was
Right.
saying they would still be a child regardless of the stage of development, so it still fits the definition. So your claim saying it's a fetus, not a child, is false. It still is a child by definition.
Yeah.
Move on. Next point. Move on.
Again, like he hasn't even answered my question. What's the permissibility of it?
Yeah.
So the permissibility of like someone having an abortion is largely around the quality of life that child is going to have. Because personally, I'm religious, so that affects my personal judgment of it. But I also think that
Okay,
humans
wow.
have a
First of
large
all, wait,
number of civil liberties and personal liberties. Yep.
Okay, so what need to be okay? You know what needs to be playing in your ballpark for this permissibility to be enacted?
Are you asking personally, or what I think should be like the moral standard?
Did he
Well, I'm
say
asking you
qualia
both.
or
What?
Okay.
did he say
So
qualia?
personally, I think that the quality of life of the child is the most important thing whenever considering raising a child. So if you're like a 22-year-old girl who's still going through college,
Okay, wait.
who's
What
not ready to
quality
settle
of
down,
life,
yeah,
real
it's
quick?
awesome.
What quality of life?
So you're saying financially then?
Huh?
What
You're
quality
saying
of life, real quick?
Guys,
Wait,
one at a
no.
time. One at a time.
Oh, I'm still answering the quick. Yeah, see, shush.
Dude.
Be a good noodle. Be a
I
good
asked-
noodle.
Dude, you be a fucking soaking wet towel. How about that?
You're a towel. But either
No,
way.
you are. Piss soaked ass. Okay, look. Are you? Oh my, fuck!
Okay, what's the medical permissibility? Or what's the... What kind of stage of life do they have to be in to have some type of moral framework?
I was asking if he was talking about financial. So
He's muted himself.
I guess if this woman that's
Hold on.
22 years old or whatever and's going through college and all this and that she's not in the right space or time to have a fucking child, that it's morally permissible for her to go have a fucking abortion because she doesn't have the she's not financially ready and she's not ready just in general because she's got all this other bullshit going on. Is that
Hold on.
correct?
No. Can I answer Towley's question first, Mr. Towley? I love you on South Park. The permissibility of it, and specifically like what needs to be going right. I think that mother needs to make a decision within herself and basically say, do I believe that I can give an adequate life, that this child will be raised happy, healthy, and be a productive member of society? And if any of those answers relate to no, then I think that they should absolutely not have a child.
Okay, first
Because
of all,
I believe,
wait.
Okay.
If the mother automatically says no, what do you think would be the wiser decision for, let's say the mother to give the baby to adoption? Which, if you know, this is
No,
a fun
I
fact
think
for
that
the people that are listening right now. If you put up your child for adoption, your child will be 100% adopted. They will go to the fetal adoption care system, which your baby will be 100% adopted by a loving family. And how many families are currently waiting?
2.5 million.
Yeah, 2.5 million. Well, don't you
And-
think that would be a smarter choice than just having a way, just saying, you know what, fuck it, I'm not ready. Unalive the child. Fuck it.
There's
So
a million.
I would first off say that the adoption process and the foster care system is atrocious.
Okay,
So
I just
if-
told you that.
so
They're two separate things.
So hold
Oh
on,
my
hold
God.
on. Let me get to it because you interspliced like real world statistics with this hypothetical. So it's kind
It's
of
not a hypothetical. It's a real thing that happens.
No,
Well,
no, no, but the
adoption and foster
hypothetical
care are
of
the
a
two
perfect
completely
adoption
fucking
system, because in
Okay,
the
first
case
of
like a
all,
perfect
it's not.
adoption
Okay, first of all, these children will go to the fetal adoption care system, which your child is 100% adopted. This baby
and
will
adopted
be
into a loving
100%
home of people
adopted.
who actually care to
You
you.
can
If
actually
that's
look
the-
this up.
If
Baby
that's
boy.
like the
Okay, hang on.
Baby boy, I never claimed the adoption system is ever 100% okay or 100% like liable. But
Okay,
again,
so if the
in the
adoption
fetal
system
foster care
is
system,
what
it
it's
is
like right now,
reliable.
then
It is
absolutely
liable.
not. I think that the quality
Hang
of
on.
life of that child is going to be massively decreased by going into the adoption care facilities. I think that we see a massive amount of suicide. We see a lot of
Whoa, okay, first of all,
We're
wow.
not
One
talking
second.
about foster
care.
16,000 times. Censor your word.
Fine, man. Sorry, I'm a college student. I'm not a TikTok.
Okay, first of all, you
debater.
need to get your fucking money back because you're fucking obviously failing. But either or, again, this child will be 100% adopted.
Not the
Not
foster
in the
care
foster care
system.
system. That's totally a separate system
Yeah.
that is not related to
Foster,
adoption.
yeah, foster care and adoption are two completely fucking different
Yep,
things.
absolutely.
What is
They
it?
still
Okay, so
both
then, okay,
have
so
the
if you agree with
fundamental
that, what is the
same-
foster care system for then? What is it built
Can I-
under?
Can I just ask a question real quick? Dom?
Real quick here.
The foster care
Uh,
system is built under parents who are inadequate of taking care of their children.
Okay,
And
yeah,
then
the
they
foster-
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, the foster care system is for reunification of the child to the guardian. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Cool. So that is not even analogous to this fucking situation right now. Only adoption. All right. So adoption in the adoption care system and shit, there's 2.5 million waiting to adopt a child, and there's 1 million behind them waiting to be fucking vetted. All right. And also, what the fuck was I gonna say? I was just gonna ask, do you really think all those people are gonna sit there and pay thousands of dollars to adopt your child and waiting to adopt that child and finally getting that fucking child just to what, take it in and abuse it?
Yeah, legitimately, yes. There is a large
Oh,
number
okay,
of
wait a
minute.
people
Hang on,
who are
wait.
suing the adoption
Pay that
agency
much.
to be.
Guys, this doesn't address the crux of the issue.
What was the
what you're
question?
gonna
Okay,
wait,
I know
this
it
is-
doesn't fucking address the main fucking issue.
Wait,
but I
wait,
just
wait,
wanted
listen,
to know
listen to
what
X
he
real quick.
actually
Listen
thought.
to X.
Well,
Listen
hang
to
on.
X.
He said that if any point or any time the mother says no to any of these conditions, she should be able to unalive her child. So now I'm just gonna say, like, if she says no to any of these questions after she's given birth, can she unalive her child?
No, you missed my entire point about saying that it has to
Yeah,
be
no,
for
answer my
20 weeks.
question.
Like, what are you going on about?
Okay, so why does 24 weeks matter?
It's because that is when the child is physiologically developed. Like
What is
that's
physiological?
Wait,
that's
how
when
can
they
you say?
become a like.
Again, you're not fully developed until you
Well,
reach
hang
your
on.
20s.
Okay,
Yeah.
but physiological development and the development you guys are talking about are very
They're
different.
not
Because,
fully developed, you fucking nunsack.
dude, you just like you need to get some type of medical knowledge, man.
Yeah,
You can
can you
kiss
tell
my
me?
rapper, you fucking.
Yeah, can you tell me what physiologically developed is?
He's done that like twice.
And also, fuck you, you're a towel.
Because if you just tell me physiological development is just going to be having simply the parts, then I could just argue that nobody has their parts until like they're older. Or like if you tell me physiologically it developed, I could just say we could unalive Trevor Judge Waltrip because he didn't have a brain, or we can unalive someone who doesn't have an arm.
Literally.
So tell me, what is physiologically developed?
Or, I mean, what about kids that have Down syndrome or autistic?
Or some type of anomaly that, like, they have tiny little arms, or their legs are fused together, or something upon that nature. Are they fully developed?
Muffin, I think your brain's backwards.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Well, hang on. I just want him to answer me. Like, so, what is physiologically developed? Like, what does this mean?
I've been answering this whole time, but I've been on mute. So physiologically developed is the ability to maintain homeostasis within your entity, right? It doesn't matter for just humans, it's for literally every single animal. It's how we in the scientific community decide when
Okay,
is
wait,
alive.
hang on, wait. Let me address this. So, so by your standard, at conception, it does hold homeostasis.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, because
No, it
homeostasis
doesn't.
is just being able to maintain this within the environment that you're meant to be in.
Dude.
What?
He's talking fucking eugenics at
Yes.
this point, dude.
My guy, no,
Yes,
because there's a
homeostasis-
difference between
yes.
there's a difference between cellular homeostasis and entity homeostasis.
Doesn't
There's like a
matter.
technical
It has to
name for
have
it for
homeostasis.
animal homeostasis.
Wait, no,
You're
hang on,
thinking
stop.
cellular homeostasis.
Wait,
We're
wait.
That's
talking
not okay. First of all, it's not a
Hold on.
cell. First of all,
Host
Guys,
is talking.
No, but
Oh,
what
wait,
he's
hold
saying
on,
is that
hold on,
because it's
hold
like
on.
existing in
Host is talking. So 7 characteristics of life, it has to maintain homeostasis in some form or fashion. It doesn't matter how. Like a shoe, how does a shoe maintain homeostasis?
a shoe's not alive. A shoe can't maintain
Exactly.
homeostasis.
what do you mean? That's my best friend. His name is Kobe. He's an Air Jordan.
His name is Kobe, but he's oh my god.
Oh, you guys can continue conversation.
Yeah, so can you
Live
tell me? So can you tell me how this embryo at conception isn't maintaining homeostasis?
How are they not maintaining homeostasis? They
Yeah.
don't have the vital organs or the ability to circulate blood flow throughout the body. They don't have the ability to perfuse oxygen to the body.
Okay, so
that is what we
so
call
explain-
as
so explain to
physiological
me-
homeostasis.
Wait, so explain to me how it's not maintaining homeostasis if it's growing and flourishing.
If it's growing, so like homeostasis means that you're staying at, or physiologically homeostasis means that you're physiologically able to like survive and just do the basic functions of a
It
human.
is surviving,
So
though.
we have a
Yeah,
checklist
right.
for this. We have the perfusion of oxygen, the circulation of blood, the functioning of all, or not all vital organs, but the functioning of the majority of vital organs, and the,
It's literally doing
there's
that
something
inside
like-
the womb. What the fuck?
No, it's not.
Hang on,
It's
wait,
not
no,
the vital
hang on.
organs.
He's
The vital
confused.
organs aren't
Wait, he's
created.
confused because homeostasis isn't the functioning of organs. Homeostasis is just maintaining, being able to maintain being alive. So
Mhm,
now
yeah.
you're gonna have to explain to me how this embryo at conception is not alive.
Okay, so if you take that embryo or that egg conception and you take it out of the mother, does it maintain homeostasis? No.
Yeah, great.
So,
I
I'm
can
a
just-
fucking damn.
the
Tell you,
entity
good thing you
itself
said
does
something
not
true.
maintain
Muffin, stop.
homeostasis. What?
Yeah, so again, I can just take you and put you into Antarctica, and you're not going to be able to maintain this. So
Yes, I am. I can
congratulations.
maintain homeostasis in Antarctica. It might be for a short
No.
amount of time. We're not talking
Right,
about
and the
like the
embryo's
actual
the
quality.
same way. If you
No.
take it out, it's going to
Yeah.
maintain this for a short amount of time.
No, it just will immediately die, right?
No,
the
that's
actual
not
act of
true.
taking
Oh my
it out
God.
kills it.
It will not unalive instantaneously.
Yes.
It will not instantaneously.
Motherfucker, think it's a Thanos thing?
20 weeks, yeah, it will, man.
No,
No,
Okay.
that's not true. Not before
Yeah.
20 weeks. It will not die instantaneously. The second you take it out, it's not going to die instantaneously before 20
No, it won't.
Practically instantaneously, because the rest of the actual physiological
Okay, wait. Do you know the
development
word?
is
That's-
non-existent,
that's not
right? So it's
true.
not actually acting.
wait.
So the difference between homeostasis, because you're saying that it's not going
I'm
to
about
die
to take this picture of
instantaneously,
that.
yes, but it will never achieve homeostasis while outside of another entity, right? When I get transported into Antarctica, I'm in homeostasis. I'm in homeostasis until I get hypothermia and die, right?
Okay.
And that-
then
right,
It's not the same thing for an embryo.
Wait. Then we'll change the hypothetical to outer space. How can you maintain homeostasis in outer space without a spacesuit?
You can, man.
Exactly.
That's why
Right,
you're
and
not
that's what-
alive. If you get transported into Antarctica, or if you get transported into the space, you instantly die. Thus, you're no longer alive.
Wait. What do you mean by instantly?
Like literally instantly, right? Because your body's not going to be able to perfuse oxygen. You're not going to be able to function anywhere like a human. Your head's literally.
Mother,
You're
that's
gonna
just
freeze
right.
to
Okay,
death, right?
first of all,
So that's not homeostasis.
okay, first of all, if you're in space and you have your helmet off, you're gonna struggle for a bit. Yeah, that's just true. You're not gonna unalive instantly like a fucking Thanos snap.
Wait, hang on. He's like backing our point. The fact that you have in order to maintain homeostasis, you have to be in an environment in which you're supposed to be in. And that's what this embryo is doing. So tell me, how is it not maintaining homeostasis where it's supposed to be at?
Well, you know, an embryo can actually survive for 14 fucking days because they do it with in IVF. When they put the embryo, or when they what the fuck do you call it? When they sit there and inject the fucking egg with the sperm and make a fucking embryo, it sits in that fucking petri dish, and it can sit in that petri dish for up to 14 days before, you know, it calls it quit. It quits on itself, like, you know.
That's actually longer than if like a child was born at 18 weeks. That's actually longer than if it was born 18 weeks. So I mean,
So yeah, answer X's question.
Which was what?
Yeah, so how is this embryo not maintaining homeostasis if it's within the environment that it's meant to be in?
So what you're stating is that it's like in its growing environment, right? And
No, that's its environment, that it's the only environment that it's meant to be in.
For 9 months.
So I guess I'm kind of confused on your point, because if you're stating that it can only survive in the area that it's like meant to be in, and that entirely is reliant on a different person, right? And that person
Wait,
has
this is
civil
just
liberties.
fitting to location. So again, like if I send you into outer space, you're going to be reliant on something a person created.
Yep.
So tell me.
May I present a hypothetical,
Yes, but
please?
I also think that it's kind of going literally like, this is kind of like a meta question.
you're
because you're
just
talking
telling-
about
no,
like,
you're
like
telling me
space
this
versus
embryo-
the existence of a human on Earth,
No,
right? Like,
no,
so
you're telling me that this embryo does not have homeostasis, but we know, according to science, that it does.
But no, it literally, if you go through scientific textbooks and you watch,
Yeah,
both,
it will
like, the
tell you
development
that
of the
it does
child
have
in the womb,
homeostasis.
you can
Just
see that
because
it
it's
does not
within.
have physiological homeostasis until about 21 weeks.
May I please
Host is
present a
talking. Wait, hold
hypothetical
on.
to him?
This guy is claiming that it doesn't maintain homeostasis. We want a source that say it doesn't. Pull up a source, please. We have sources that says it does from conception. We want a source.
While that's happening, can I give him a hypothetical?
Either way, host, are you a tail?
What's that?
Okay. Let's say that you're walking home and you find an animal that's been injured. You decide that you want to take it home and you're going to nurse
Oh,
it
I don't
back
think we
out.
should answer it.
You decide halfway through the process it's no longer benefiting you. It's not something you want to do anymore. But you know that if you don't take care of this animal, it's going to die. Is it morally acceptable for you to then unalive?
Okay, I don't think we
the
should
animal?
ask him any more questions because he's literally grabbing the source what the host asked him to do.
Yeah.
Literally, you've been pleading location this whole fucking point. That's a fucking fallacy.
I mean, he can look for like 15 years. He's not going to find one, so.
Also, host, you're a tail.
It's completely dependent on you. Is it morally acceptable for you to
Remember
be
to bring the tail.
I get
Muffin
the
your
source?
piss soaked towel.
Oh.
Source?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Because I'm pulling out of my page like to read
Yeah,
the
we
actual
can-
source.
We can't hear you out of when you're out in teacups. We can't hear you when you're out of the app, no. And also, he's been pleading to fucking eugenics as well. So
Okay, so okay, so the source is from the National Library of Medicine. Exact name of it:
Motherfucker.
Yeah, can you
in
put it on
utero
the-
fuel homeostasis.
What'd you say?
In utero fuel homeostasis. It's by.
Dude, what the fuck?
Wait, can you like put it on your screen, or can you at least put it in the chat?
screenshot. Hello.
I don't know. It sounds like whatever this source is, it's saying that it does have homeostasis because it's within the womb,
Mm-hmm.
But
which is its natural environment to survive.
X, you're a tail.
I mean, if you got any other ops, I mean, this is kind of getting annoying.
Yeah, can we just move on? Because
I'd like an answer to my question.
Yeah.
I've been live since like 11 p.m.
Okay, sorry. Here's the exact link.
All right, I'll try to click on this.
Can you answer my hypothetical?
Where's it at? I don't see it.
It's in, I see it's in the chat. I'm trying to pull it up.
CNC, blah, blah, blah. 365.
Oh, CNIH.
So, okay, it's not letting me copy it.
Wait, you have to hold it down and then hit copy to send, and then you have to recopy it when it's in your box.
Copy to send. Okay. I should have done this on my computer.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Yeah, it's still not.
PMID number.
All right. I probably might just Google this on my computer.
And also, hello there, audience. Hopefully everybody's having a good day.
Or I mean,
And
I can
remember to bring a towel. Remember to bring a towel when you.
I can send it to you on Discord. Protect.
Oh, he ran! You pussy ass bitch! Pussy ass bitch!
Knock it off.
No, I don't wanna.
Yeah, you can put it on Discord.
I don't wanna. I don't wanna quit. It's funny.
Wait, what happened? Did he leave?
Yeah, he ran. He a pussy ass bitch. He ran.
This, I'm
Did
gonna
the
pull
source
up.
drop him or did he leave?
Here,
He
I'm gonna
ran.
pull up the source. Oh man, it's not letting me. 1 second.
I think
I
he
need to
knew
find
the
the green
source.
screen.
I think he knew the source was wrong. Maybe that's why. So, guys, maintain homeostasis just means it's able to do it in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, X got a
Can you
big
make me
swing.
big?
Yes.
So this is the conclusion of the source, and it says continuous supply of fetal nutrients rather than hormones control fetal homeostasis.
That has
So it
nothing to
is
fucking do
saying,
with anything.
well, it's saying that the baby does have homeostasis within the womb.
So you just brought up a fucking source that proved him wrong. He fucking brought up a source that proved him wrong.
He contradicted himself, and he was pleading to eugenics, and he was also pleading to location. So both of those are false.
Like,
I mean, I
like
do have
this
my
source, it's
background.
just saying that
So how
instead
do
of
you feel about me?
saying instead of hormones controlling homeostasis, it's going to be the supply of the fetal nutrients.
So Hoss, I want to know, how do you feel about me doing my Tally impression? How you doing?
Fucking piss-soaked towel.
Don't call me a piss soaked towel. You're a piss soaked towel.
You're a piss-soaked towel.
Like, I don't get why freaking
Jesse.
homeostasis is such a hard topic for people to grasp.
All right. Thank you, X, for showing us that.
Thank you.
But yeah, the host, you haven't answered my question. How do you feel about me?
Indifferent. Nothing. Feel
Well,
like
why are you
nothing.
indifferent?
I don't want to entertain this nonsense.
Did you not bring a towel?
No.
show
Is
us
anyone
that
else
from
going to
right
join? So if nobody else wants to join, I'm going to end the
Hi,
live. But if
Rose.
someone's... Hello? Anyone else want to join? Any pro-choicers? It's 5 a.m. here, so now would be a good time to join.
Yeah, there's 31 people.
If you're gonna join, remember to bring the towel.
Remember to bring it down. Oh my god, you got me doing it. Shut up.
I had another prompt, but it was a little bit too aggressive for TikTok. It was a eugenics one.
Howdy ho!
I mean, that
Okay,
one
looks
was
like
fine.
Hey, Protect.
graceful. Hello, how you
Protect.
doing?
I
Yes?
wanted to say I am sorry for earlier, but thank you for your live. It was incredible.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
Protect, I love you.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome to
Muffin,
join the
shut
panel.
up.
You're welcome to join the panel. We do this.
I didn't
Yes.
want to cause drama, and I apologize for that. I did not mean to come up. I was invited, but I did enjoy your freaking live so much.
Hey, don't be
And
mad at me because you can't voice tally.
Wait, were you
Muffin.
Rogue? Wait, is
Yes.
this Rogue? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I usually don't want to bring drama into this. You know, whatever happens, I would like
I
it
don't
to
know
stay.
why I was invited up, but
I think I did. I think I invited you by accident because I wanted to invite Remy,
but I clicked on the wrong person.
For the record, Remy was just trying to defend my honor. So
Oh, I see.
that's it.
Alright.
That was the only thing that happened was because of that. But you guys have been fantastic, and I am sorry for the delusional chat.
If he wanted to protect
What was
you,
going
he should have
on?
protected you with a tail. It would have
Okay,
protected
King
you from being
Muffin.
bullied.
Okay, we get it.
Muffin.
Yeah, this is kind of getting.
You want a tail?
Oh, protect when I tell you Muffin gets up on my panel all the time. And him and UFC will go there and just make noises like for an hour. I'm
Yeah,
not
they-
even kidding.
They're not going to do this on here. You're going to get dropped.
I'm already doing it right now. What are you gonna do?
UFC, I am beyond proud of you. You did so well. I'm not sorry for the.
No, okay. First of all, I got already pissed off at the guy that was talking, so I decided to do the fucking fuckery round and find out. So I did the tally. So what now?
All right. We get it.
Muffin.
What?
So, any opposition? Anyone want to join?
I don't think anybody else is in here, but that
We
was
got
a great
31
live.
people. We got 31 people here. I'm gonna go
I
live.
recognize a good portion of them as
Yeah.
as pro-lifers.
A lot of philosophical people came in. There was like 70 people on the live. A lot of I shouldn't have let Scrimba up here. I entertained that for way
Oh
too
yeah,
long.
no.
You
Scrimba
fucking
will
entertain
unalive your
Scrimba.
live.
Okay, wait a minute.
I'm just saying, Scrimba will unalive your live so fast.
You entertained Scrimba, really?
Yes,
I won't
I
talk.
allowed him to be on here. I shouldn't have. But yeah.
I won't talk about Scrimba himself. I will talk about the argument he had, which I don't get, like how he was saying that there was another state of existence outside of immaterial or material. Things can
Well,
only exist.
his problem is he gets up here and he'll say that, and then he'll try to back it up, but he can't. So he makes circular arguments for hours.
Well, I didn't want to get into like that aspect. I just wanted to like talk about that argumentation. Like it like there's no substance to it. Like because if you bring that up, I'm gonna ask you like, okay, so what's this third state of existence called, and what attributes does it have?
Yeah.
I don't
I
see
had
how
him up on my panel for 2.5 hours at one point, and he would not stop.
Right.
I say if you bring him back, I'm on alive myself.
But
I
y'all have a
second
good
that.
Yeah, I'll bring back the
Y'all
tally voice. Don't make me. I will.
Okay.
y'all have a good morning.
All right.
Y'all have a good morning. God bless. I'm gonna drop.
Any
Thank you,
opposition?
Ed.
Anyone else? I want to keep inviting people until they join. This isn't even the most triggering prompt. I had another one with a certain dictator in history.
Oh no, man! I had
My favorite one is my favorite prompt when I want people up here is the grape and abortion are both violent crimes and equal to each other.
Wait. Let me grab mine. Let me grab mine. Most triggering. Let me. Where is it?
How tall is the grass in Germany? This high.
I couldn't bring up, the prompt because I didn't want it to get taken
Hey,
down.
Mr. Valentine.
There you go.
I'm
That's
Jewish.
my prompt.
Yes.
There you go.
Do what?
I'm Jewish.
Oh,
I am Jewish, but it's okay.
Host, what you doing, man? Put me back up. I'll get
Can I
more
have
people in here for you.
Come on, 30 people here and no one's requesting up.
Host, big screamy, man.
I know they're definitely not pro-life in here. I know there's pro-choices in here.
Yo, man, here, man. You said you wanted a triggering prompt. Here you go. Yeah, there
Well,
you go.
thank you, Protect. I have to head to bed. I've been seriously unaliving in the comment section for the past hour and a half.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's almost 5:30 here. I've been going live like 10:30 p.m.
Oh, okay.
420
So,
Blazes.
so you're on you're on the East Coast.
Yes.
Got it. You're an hour ahead of me.
Oh wow, it must be very tired. I'm not really that tired.
I have a meeting in like 3 hours, so
I gotta wake up in like 4 hours, but I can still go on for a little bit. Unless there's new ops. If there's no ops, I'm gonna end.
if you, for the record, if you ever have a eugenics one,
Oh, I have one. I'm not. Well, I'll show it briefly.
no, I mean if you ever need help on eugenics or biology, let me know because that was my one part of my major.
I could show it for like a few seconds, but it might get the live taken down. I can show it for like a few seconds. I'm gonna show you what my eugenics one looks like for a few seconds.
Why does it get it taken down?
Because you'll see.
It's funny mustache man.
Got it.
Yeah, overwhelmingly they do.
You know what you could do to make it so that can stay up?
Well, I have another one. This is my other one.
Just do the mustache.
Yeah.
True. Everybody will know what the mustache is.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I'm gonna put these all on YouTube, so you can rewatch them if this one is taken down. My YouTube channel is in my bio. These are very long, so I mean, if you have time to kill, if you're very busy doing something, you can put it in the background. But these are
Hey Yuchi, that means you can go and rewatch it all.
yeah, yeah. Uchi he's a good guy.
I know he's one of my best friends.
Yeah. So it's in my bio. I posted a few lives, few videos. I'm gonna be doing this on multiple platforms. I'm gonna be doing this on on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, so you guys can rewatch this in case you missed anything.
All right. Well, we are grateful for what you did. That last guy was a complete dumbass. Just saying.
We know, yeah.
He also got everything from ChatGPT, and not to mention when it started, you can ask everybody else. I said it was going down the eugenics route. I did it. I said that, and I asked if somebody would ask him about eugenics, but I don't think anybody saw.
All right, good night, Holly. Thank you for making these prompts. She made all of these prompts I requested. She has done a very good job. But to note to self, so if you're gonna come up here and argue for pro-choice, you better have your sources in hand. That would be wise if you're making all these positive claims. I am going to reject all of your claims, or at least the ones that are very suspicious. I'm going to reject them without a source. So if you're gonna come here, you better be prepared.
And stop using ChatGPT. It's not going to land your point.
Right.
Well, you have a wonderful night, okay?
Yeah, thank you for joining.
Okay.
I mean, if nobody else is going to join, I might just end. Seems that most of us are pro-life, or some people are just in the comments. Let's see here. Let's see who are the viewers in here. I know JBD Unplugged is definitely not pro-life. Got some other people in here. Aaliyah wasn't pro-life either.
Sorry, I was on the phone.
I mean, again, if no opposition is going to join, I might just end here. I think this is a good place. We got a lot of conversations in. I should not have let that conversation with Scrimba go on. Oh, for sure. I'll definitely let you know. But I mean, Scrimba was pretty much the only opposition up there.
Firm's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could really call it opposition so much as just kind of.
I mean, he unaligned on cannibalism. He literally proved my point that the pro-choice, at least a bodily autonomy argument, leads to all those things I listed. I forgot to mention self-deletion on there, but I have a new prompt that says so. And the bodily autonomy, you can't support bodily autonomy and also be a vegan, right? Because if you actually believe in bodily autonomy, then people should be allowed to eat animals regardless if it causes harm. Oh, hello, Gator.
I guess the part where I don't see the connection with these is the fact that like we're involving another being into that.
Well, but here's the thing: in abortion, it does the same thing as well. So they have to admit the bodily autonomy can't be used in abortion because you're harming another being, but they don't seem to care.
I would
So
say they don't see it as another being, though. A better, I mean,
well, it is a being. Obviously, it exists. That's what being means. To exist.
right. I don't know. They like to use sentience as like a nice bar for what constitutes, a being.
I mean,
That-
this is really inaccurate because a being just means you're part of reality. You just exist.
Yeah, but as far as like a being that has the right to life and to be allowed to live, typically, like sentience is usually their bar.
Oh, I know. They have to come up with something to justify it. I mean, 32 people.
I know. I wish I could have contributed a lot more. It's just like what's her face was trying to say earlier with the terms and the terminology that was being used. It's very. I don't know what you would call it, but debates, like master debaters that you would see in like high school and college and so on, and the terminology was way over my head for like 80% of the conversation. I'm not gonna lie.
Let me change the prompt back to this one.
Monty, how old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
I'm turning 18.
Wait, turning 18?
What year were
Yeah.
you born?
Turning?
2002.
2000 what?
Wait, how old are you guys?
I'm 23. If he's turning 18, we
30.
can have him. He's turning 18. He has to be 18 at the moment. So we can't have him on. Sorry.
Wait, what year did he say?
Yeah,
Oh,
what year
wait,
did
why?
you say?
What happened?
No, for TikTok terms of services, you have to be 18. Otherwise, the live will be like banned. To join the panel, you can stay. You can stay in the comments, but you can't join the panel.
My friend that just said let me join, he has like our IDs on him. Can he show you?
No, we don't want your personal information. It's gonna be here, and we don't want that to be leaked.
Okay.
Yeah, this is for your safety.
Okay.
Yeah, but thanks for coming up.
All right, no problem.
I mean, look, if you're gonna turn 18 like soon, I do these lives like every day, so not that would be a time to join. But until now, we can't have you on here.
All right.
Yeah, we didn't want his information to be out there on the public. You have no idea what people will do with that information.
Right. Especially whenever you're coming from like a panel with some kind of inflammatory,
right.
Like, yeah.
Did she drop or
Yeah, I had to drop him.
no? The haze.
Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, 58 people. A lot. Wow, that's a spike from 30. Okay, now 62 people.
60 pro-lifers.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I know. I'm just baiting them, trying to.
I mean, this is the most I've ever had, so if nobody else is going to join, I'm going to end.
Anybody want to talk? Anyone want to defend their point? Anybody?
I mean, we could talk about the prompt, too. I mean, the prompt is absolutely 100% correct. I mean, if you have some smart sentience people, they would agree.
Yeah. Bugs are sentient. Get rid of pesticides.
All right, I think we're going to end. Even though we have 50 people in here, I think we're going to end.
Okay.
Because no one else is joining the panel. But thank everybody for joining. Noon is for hours. This is probably the biggest live we've had. So you guys are welcome to come. I'm going to do this again tomorrow. Do this every single day. My YouTube link is in my bio. So in case you missed anything, you can rewatch it, the entire thing from its entirety, unedited. So what you're seeing now is going to be on YouTube.
So thanks everybody for joining. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
All right.